and then see what you find. See if you find some magma, like they say.
Well, their 8 Mile dig didn't match predictions. So then they want us to believe all the way to the center of the earth that thousands of miles? Guys are literally
Yeah.
smoking drugs if they think we're that dumb, dude.
Well, they're trying to push the
It's like, I
drugs on
can't
us.
tell you what's
Make us
8 miles deep. Yeah, I can't tell you what's 8 miles deep, but I can tell you what's 3,000 miles deep. It's like, yeah, get real, bro.
They always come up with different answers. Like, oh yeah, we can use a lidar or we infrared. It's always a different answer how they can figure out what's below.
Well, we shoot P waves and S waves. Okay. See, that's one of the things we should do on Flat Earth Opposite Day. Well, how do you know, like, the Flat Earth is? Well, we shot P waves and S waves. See if they accept that shit. For a fact, they won't. Got some new people piling in. Welcome, Drilla. Welcome, Raiden. Welcome, Zarkos. Let me unmute Zarkos. Hit him with the listening pass. We still have Nut here. And go ahead, Dandelion.
Oh, I was just going to say, yeah, maybe Nut, went to sleep on his rowboat. Those rowboats can be real soothing when they rock back and forth.
I'm still here.
Oh, he's awake! Yay!
Yes, baby, yes.
Dude, you thought you were a mermaid for a second.
He's going to sing the row your boat multilingual round at our Hyperborea campfire right after the Kumbaya you told us about.
Is he going to sing his part in Finnish?
Yeah, he already did. Did you miss that? I'm sorry, Indu. It was so great.
Yeah.
I'm sorry you missed it. You missed it.
Your poem my life. He never sung that. Did he really?
Sing row your boat in Finnish. Come on. Indio doesn't believe me. You can do it.
Hold on. So the song. I don't remember how it goes.
All right, well, at least you started it. You heard it.
Can't remember a child's tune. Come on.
Stupid. You had more of it before. Come on, start again. At least get to the next line.
I'm finding the lyrics.
Focus.
Are you smarter than a fifth grader?
You know my favorite child song or whatever, the kids song, is Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. You know why?
It's a good one.
Because it's like, I feel like people forget that one. They didn't say Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, we know exactly what you are. It goes, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, how I wonder what you are. It doesn't say like a plasma in the sky. It says like a diamond. So I don't know where these songs come from, but I think there's some truth to that one. And it's hard to make that as an argument when you're talking to Globers, like telling them you don't know what stars are. It's like, well, they have the kids song, bro. I mean, I have said it before, but I do think there's some truth in that one. Absolutely. Nobody knows what stars are. Nobody knows what the moon is. Nobody knows what the sun is. And I'll say it. I'll just stand on that one. I don't think anyone in human history has ever known what any of these things are. And no, I also don't think the sun is a star. They don't even look alike. So, yeah, well, for that guy to freak out when you said, we don't know what the sun is, I would just simply turn to him and say, well, tell me what it is. What is it? And if you're just going to repeat the lore, well, that's not very helpful because we know the lore. So it's like, what can you tell me beyond that? What is your knowledge that you acquired? Oh, you don't have any? You just have the lore DLC? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well, the question I
You know,
asked him was, within your own paradigm, let's assume everything you think is true. Are we ever going to know what the composition of a star is? Since we'll never reach them. He was like, we know now. What do you mean? We know now. Like, how do we know? You don't believe in fusion? Like, dude, like you literally, the dude like glitched, man. I never, like Josh, he never did that with me at least, dude. He totally started glitching, man. Like his code freaking started being rewritten in real time. It's really
You know what's
strange.
funny? When you say, what is the sun? They go, it's a star. It's like, okay, well, what's that?
We scooped
Here's my
some up.
favorite part.
We have satellites roaming around and roaming around the sun, scooping up material.
Yeah, so check this out. You ready for this logic? You need something the size of a star to have the mass to create the effect. I know this because I identically made the effect in my lab. One more time. You need something the mass of a star to create the effect. I know this because I created the effect in my lab. Figure that one out.
Yeah, what he said was, he said a lot of things. He was kind of all over the place. Like I've never heard him that jumbled up. It's very weird. Like he's very on point. His rhetoric is like, he's very clear communicator. He got very. I mean, you'd have to go back and listen to it. It happened about this time last night. It was very jumbled and odd. He totally glitched, man. I mean, Dandelion can vouch for my estimation. Me and Cyclone were talking to him, and he kind of went off the rails.
Yeah, he totally did. Yeah, his mask totally slipped. That's why he was mad at me when I pointed it out. Yeah. He was being downright rude to Cyclone.
Yeah, so just a PSA for the slow globers in the back. You can't create something with the mass of a star in your lab, for goodness sakes. So you can't use that in your argument. For God's sakes, man. Come on now.
Yeah, that's what he tried to say. Like, we created fusion on Earth. And I was like, yeah, with a magnetic field, not with gravity.
Oh, Zarko said he's been watching on Rumble for a whole week. I didn't actually even know this live stream was on Rumble. Does Helio do that?
Yes, we're on Rumble.
Oh. It's the same thing?
Yeah, Helio's on Rumble. Yeah. And Flat Lloyd, right? He's also on streams on Rumble.
Both of them are there? Okay. Good to know.
Hey, Indio.
Yeah, right.
What?
We stream on Twitch as well.
Oh, really?
I have actually seen I've seen Flat Lloyd right on Twitch. I did know that, actually, believe it or not. But yeah, that's good.
Indio, the chat thinks you sound like Andrew Wilson.
What? What'd you just say?
Yeah. The chat thinks you sound like Andrew Wilson.
Come on, man.
I mean, I get it, kind of.
I don't sound like Andrew Wilson.
I mean, don't you say that like it's an insult, bro?
Well, I mean, come on. It wouldn't be an insult. I wouldn't have a problem sounding like him, but I know I don't.
Yeah, you do. No, I'm just kidding. I actually,
Hey,
He's not that.
listen. I got multiple screenshots of people claiming that me and Indy are the same person.
No, it's you and John Luna. That's
Yeah,
your
man,
doppelganger.
that too. Yep, definitely him. Yeah.
Yeah, that you and John Luna. It's
Yeah, but see, me and Indio, I see someone said that, and I said no way, and I went back and listened. It's when we're on our crappier mics, our S's and certain things sound similar, but other than that, there's really no similarity.
Dude, I got so many accents mixed into my voice that isn't even funny. Gotta go to Boston, gotta go to Berkshires, gotta go to Georgia, gotta go to Maine, gotta go to New York.
yeah, how many parents you got?
I got one parent, man.
Holy crap. The Creation Bear, it's about where you live at, not who your parents are. Holy crap.
Yeah, that's you guys are welcome to steal that. I stole it. It's a good joke, especially if you meet a girl and you're like, hey, what are you? And what's your background, ethnicity, whatever. She's like, oh, I'm like Greek, Chinese, Italian. And you're like, damn, how many parents you got? It usually gets a good laugh going. Or another good one, you ask her what her sign is, and no matter what she says, just be like, "Oh, we could never work," and just walk off. literally, literally works every single time. Try it, Neil.
Yeah, like a choke for sure.
It's super funny. Actually, it literally works every single time. Like, oh, what are you? What's your sign? Like a Gemini. Oh yeah, we could never work. And I just peace out. I just walk like 10 feet away, and I look back, and she's dying laughing, and I walk back, and just like whatever. So that's a gem. You guys can see that one. Welcome Jedi. Welcome 20 Cups. Zarkos is from Quebec. Is that Baguette Land?
Damn, Quebecers. Tabarnak.
Oh, also Dandelion, your chaperone is ready. Dandelion, your chaperone is ready.
Wait, dude, what do you mean welcome? I've been
Yes.
sitting here the entire time.
He has been here a long time. Yeah, I agree. I can
I've been
vouch
here
for that.
before you.
Yeah, I think he was here before Creation Bear. Yeah, I don't know why he's just
I was in
welcoming
here
you.
for hours.
Yeah, I'm Canadian friendly. Zarkos can talk to me. Zarkos74. I'm a fan of Canada.
I'm not. I'm glad Jedi's here as well, because I want to talk about the 3-eye atlas. What is that, chat? I have no idea what that is.
Oh, well done. What's up, everyone? This is hell of interesting. I think I've just caught a smoking gun. And I've been seeing this quite regularly on YouTube videos recently. So the story about 3-eye atlas, we've been hearing about this for maybe the last 2 months or so. A comet that isn't a comet that looks like it's going to break all the laws of physics, blah, 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 blah. The video that I just posted was by Professor Brian Cox, apparently. If you listen to the first 40 minutes, you hear a distinctive linguistic issue that I've been noticing recently, especially when AI is translating a script and then reading that script out. Sometimes they say silly things like divided by when there's a dash between a letter and a number, like with 3-eye atlas. Brian Cox is a really well-respected scientific communicator. People listen to him. This video isn't him, though. This isn't Brian Cox talking. right? If you listen to the way that the language is used, Professor Brian Cox isn't going to refer to as the comet known as 3i Atlas as 3i divided by Atlas. The only type of linguistic, let me try and use better words. The only way that this language will be used is by an AI that's translating or reading out from a transcript. Professor Brian Cox wouldn't say 3i divided by Atlas. So this video that I posted in the side chat, it's bullshit. It's AI. It's augmented reality. It's not true. If you want to have a look at it, watch the first 40 seconds to a minute, listen to what he, that isn't Brian Cox, says. That's not Brian Cox. I'd love everybody else to watch this video and get your feedback and figure out if you hear what I hear, because no human being says 3i divided by Atlas. It's not a thing. Anyway, good evening, everyone.
So was it Brian Cox released the video, but you caught that it's AI and not him?
So it's like one of these random YouTube channels that does like space news and stuff and has interviews, apparently, I'm using quotation marks, with scientific communicators. There was one with Michio Kaku that I caught the other day, which I was starting to think actually wasn't him, because I didn't know if there was a time delay between the words that were being said and the movement of his mouth, but it didn't look like the words that he was saying were the ones that his mouth were motioning. I kind of thought I was seeing that today with Brian Cox, but then he said 3i divided by Atlas and I lost my fucking shit. There's loads of videos out there at the moment that are just, they're not real. It's not Michio Kaku. It's not Brian Cox. Now, we've seen this type of fake augmented reality kind of warned to us over the last like 5-10 years. All look at the technology that they've got, and the people on the TV might not actually be the person on the TV saying the words. This that I've put in the side chat, I think, is one of those moments. This is that technology. This isn't Brian Cox. He's not saying those words.
Yeah, I just watched a couple times. It happens at 1:30 exactly. Dude, yeah, it's probably going to deceive a lot of people, and it's going to get worse and worse as we get farther into the future and the technology gets better. But it does seem really off. Like when he says what does he say? Hold on. His mannerisms are all jacked up. Like they don't seem like they fit what he's trying to say.
No, it's all off.
All off. It's off. Yeah.
Presented sent a chill down my spine.
He says our understanding, but like his mouth doesn't really work. I don't know. It's definitely. I'm glad you caught it. 3i divided by Atlas. Who the hell would say that?
Yeah, exactly, man. Who would say that? Not a scientific communicator who I would assume knows mathematical formulas and can tell the difference between a slash between an I and an Atlas, and it's not a fucking mathematical computation. It's not an equation he's trying to tell everybody, right? This scientific communicator. He said, "What the fuck?" So yeah, this has been happening a lot recently. I've been watching YouTube videos, and I'm seriously starting to question if it's fucking real. If the person on the TV is actually saying the words that they're actually saying at the time, and in this instance, no, this has got to be fake. This is bullshit. And the thing that's getting me the most, right, is this story of 3i Atlas, this comet that's not a comet that's about to break the laws of physics. This is happening with people who are telling this story. Brian Cox, Michio Kaku. I've had a couple of other instances where the story's been told, and it just sounds like propaganda bullshit. It's crazy. But yeah, I'm glad you watched it, CB. It's not right, dude. It's just completely off.
Yeah, a lot of all, but like on a deeper level. Pause. What is this 3i Atlas thing, though? Because didn't they say it's going behind the sun in a couple days for a couple days or something like that?
Yeah, that was about a week ago. Did you remember when the American government shut down? So it was around. It was around that time. So maybe 2 weeks ago. Right, it was going behind the sun. The closest telescopes were the Mars orbital observatories, so they were going to swing those around to catch those images. But the government shut down, so it's taken a bit of a while for those images to come out. But we've had Brian Cox, Michio Kaku. What's the other guy's name? Is it Harvey Loeb or something? Some Jewish astrophysicist or something like that. And Neil deGrasse Tyson all come out and tell us stories about this thing that's breaking the laws of physics. This isn't a comet. This is something different. We all need to pay attention. And yeah, it's I don't know, this narrative about this comet that's not a comet. Dudes, pay attention.
Yeah, I'm interested. I mean, they're obviously going to have to push some other idea to the people, and then what it really is.
Aliens.
Yeah, I mean,
That's what they're telling us, dude.
uh-huh.
This is technology. This is accelerating and de-accelerating under its own power. It's hollow with a power source that's larger than any power source that we've ever seen on Earth. All of these little nuggets of bullshit keep coming out of these scientific communicators' mouths because they're telling us, and have been for months, that there's this thing in the sky and it looks like alien technology because it doesn't act like a comet should do. They're telling us this, dude.
Yeah, here's an alternative hypothesis. The theories. You can't admit that though, right?
Like, dude, you cut out right as you said it could be.
Yeah. Oh well, I said it could be their theories are wrong.
Yeah, 100%, of course.
Well, what does the chat think? I mean, you guys have probably seen the news about Three Eye divided by Atlas, right? So what do you guys think?
It's just who fucking says that, dude?
You know what Atlas means, right?
Go on.
Books, that's in
Oh, you know
Dandelion.
that the Atlas stands for the I want to get it right.
What's that?
It's like a
Wow.
Yeah, I've got an atlas in my wagon, Christian Bear.
But you got a lot in that wagon. Wait, pause. Hold on.
It's the Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So that was the thing they stood up. I don't know, like a half a decade ago, 8 years ago, maybe. That they were taking like money, like they were taking proposals for like, you know, a near Earth asteroid detection system, and apparently now it's stood up, and they're detecting shit that shouldn't be there or something. But what a coincidence!
Yeah, right.
It
always happens like that, doesn't it?
They just built it. Yeah, good thing, man. Because
yeah.
they would have just delayed it another decade. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's crazy. I've noticed something else as well with this 3i Atlas, and this is just a weird phenomena for me. When I'm searching around on YouTube stuff, you see this 3i Atlas come everywhere, right? It's news and science and blah, blah, blah. It's also stories to fall asleep to. You know, you can go on YouTube and you can like get stories or Bible verses or stuff to fall asleep to. This thing, 3i Atlas, has been around for 2 months maximum. Now there's like playlists of the stories of 3i Atlas, and you can fall asleep to them with a dark scream or not. And why? It just feels like that they're trying to push this narrative in all kinds of directions in any way that they can. So much so that if you're interested in the stories of 3i Atlas, you can fall asleep to them as well now. Weird. That's just weird to me.
There was also another near Earth asteroid that was supposed to come within 90,000 miles of the Earth on the 28th. And NASA just pulled all the information on the 28th from their website, just memory hold it. And I didn't find out about this in Western media. I found out about in Russian media.
Really? Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. But this is weird.
Project Bluebeam.
Hey, look, from our point of view, the narrative of aliens is obviously baked into the heliocentric idea of we're all planets. So if they just want to keep telling us this story, it can only be for very few reasons. And if they're telling us this is alien technology, it doesn't take a mathematical genius to figure out the narrative that they want us to think. It's aliens do, and they're coming this way. Probably been here the whole time, right? In actual fact, they probably seeded us, mucked around with our DNA and whatnot, and turned us into what we are today. We could pretty much refer to them as our gods, being as they created us, right? That's pretty much it. Been here for thousands of years. Look at all of the ancient technology that's lying around. That was them long ago. They went away, now they've come back. Okay? Aliens,
to
right?
harvest their crop.
Yeah. There's a massive narrative coming our way. But yeah, I thought I'd drop that in the side chat. I'm glad I got a little bit of feedback on that. How's everybody else doing? Everyone all right? There's been a massive terrorist attack in England, we think. 2 men went on a wild stabbing spree for 20 minutes on a train between Peterborough and Huntington. So whilst the train was in motion, 2 men from either end of the train just started attacking everybody on the train. It's horrendous, man. Happened about 6 hours ago.
You guys got a bunch of pussies there or something? I mean, I understand, but like, I don't. 2 people with a knife versus like 20 people in a train car. That's not really a contest.
Shouldn't be, right?
Shouldn't
Depends
be.
who's on the train. Yeah, shouldn't be. Depends who's on the train, though. Lots of women, lots of kids.
Yeah, but luggage makes a good shield.
That's true. That is true.
Would you try to stab? You say some of the luggage women pull around? Good luck trying to stab through that.
Yeah, you should do coordinated lessons, coordinated impromptu lessons. Be like, hey, everybody on the train. If somebody tries to get uppity, this is what we're going to do. You're going to take what you got, throw it at him. He's going to take what he's got, throw it at him. I'm going to go down, get his legs. The other guy's going to drop kick him by holding his hands up on the stile and then getting momentum and just driving his feet right into the dude's face. His head's going to go through the window. And then you, little old lady, you're going to grab his head, yank it off the window so it comes off. All right, problem solved. All right, we all agree. Good. Let's continue with our portion journey.
It's very true, but
the walkway isn't that wide, right? I mean,
no, not at all.
Yeah, that's what
it's
I mean.
really hard to move up and down trains if
Were
there's a
these
few
commuter
people
rails
around.
or like what kind of train was it?
It's just general train, dude. I mean, it's just a normal train. Nothing special, just a commuter train.
I mean, we got different types of trains here. So we got the subway.
Oh yeah,
no, this is type of train than like the commuter rail. Which
This is overground,
like Amtrak.
Yeah, which is overground. This isn't a metro train, so it's not side by side seating up and down the side of the train. This is kind of more like you'd have in an aircraft.
Yeah, a very narrow aisle, right? And people got luggage, right? They're carrying briefcases and freaking roller bags and all sorts of shit.
Yeah. This is an LNER, so it's a train that does an awful lot of distance. So you're going to have an awful lot of tourists with an awful lot of luggage. So yeah, this is the thing about isolated instances, though. Being as I'm thinking about it, I'm starting to wonder whether this story could even be true because it's isolated with inside the train. Right, there's not a lot of people around. You could control this environment very, very easily. So I mean, eyes open on all stories at the moment.
Man. It's hard for me to believe people are such pussies, dude. Like, listen. A glass fucking perfume fucking bottle whipped at 60 miles per hour at someone's fucking face, dude.
Oh, yeah.
They're not doing anything after that.
No.
Like, you know what I mean? They're not stabbing nobody.
No, of course not.
We're gonna have Trump send some troops to stand on the trains.
Like, you're not going to kill him, but he ain't going to be running around stabbing people. Like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's not that hard to just incapacitate someone for a few seconds, you know?
But yeah, this is a story that's breaking in the UK.
Freaking
Sorry,
hairspray.
Michael.
Yeah, I'm just saying, all you got to do is blind them temporarily.
Mhm.
Hairspray. Anything. Whip your phone at them, dude. Some of these fucking phones are pretty big, dude. Whip your iPad at them, hit them with your fucking laptop. Like, you can just stand there and get stabbed. Sorry, like, stories like that are just hard to believe. Like, the fucking...
Yeah, what do they John Wick them? That sounds like a freaking John Wick movie.
The worst one. The worst one is the fucking... You ever hear it was the West Virginia shooting? It was a dude, a Korean, allegedly, this is a story, South Korean American named Andrew Cho went ballistic at West Virginia University and killed 43 people with a fucking pistol.
What?
Wow.
Damn.
Never heard that story? It's ridiculous, bro. That's like fucking goddamn... Bro, the most elite Navy SEAL could not do that. That's how many kills he had. That's even like the injuries, dude. That's the kills.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, needless to say, I don't believe that story. Okay?
That's a Hollywood film. That's a script from a Hollywood film.
And they're trying to say, oh,
seriously.
he trained with video games. No, I don't fucking think that.
Bro, I played like hundreds of thousands of hours of video games. You should see my shot. It's absolutely terrible.
Can we talk about SH then, if we're going to talk about shootings?
The hooky sand.
Yeah.
Oh, no, let's not go there.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you said you wanted to talk about shootings. That's not a shooting.
Oh.
There was no shooting there. What are you talking about?
Based.
Thinking about it, dude, I'm kind of glad that you said, well, have you got a bunch of pussies in England or something? Because when I'm sitting back thinking about it, no, people would do. This isn't like something that's going to cause an amazing amount of injury. Because, like you said, eventually, it's not going to be easy to move around the cabin. This isn't.
Don't you have gang problems?
Sorry.
Don't you guys have gang problems? Like,
we're at the moment we're waiting for the.
Deal?
Yeah, there's no roadman on the train.
Not really.
Well, there was no gang members just happened to be on the train when they came in on the stabbing spree. They're like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
come
on, man.
Yeah. No,
it's like trying to do armed robbery in the hood, man. That shit ain't happening. Like, unless you're part of the gang doing the armed robbery, you ain't doing an armed robbery in the hood.
I've been seeing, especially around the kind of temperament and the things that are going on within the UK at the moment, the migrant problem, the attacks that are happening this left, right, and centre, and this recent train one. I've seen a lot of bullshit with regards to this. Now, I've just brought up Brian Cox and the possible AI transliteration and using bad language. This instant, now that I'm thinking about it, is a very controlled instant, and there's a lot of bullshit that is going around at the moment, like flat out lies, things that a government are supposed to have said that I can't find any trace of, things that are supposed to be happening in government that I can't find any trace of. It's just things that are being put out onto YouTube that I think are just 100% made up shit. To try and get people to act in a certain way, to have some kind of fear, to believe things are going on when they're not. It's happening a lot. So yeah, I'm thinking now about this train attack. Because you're right, India.
It's just hard for me to believe that people are going to sit there and die. You know what I mean? Even the most passive people, like, even panic. I mean, I understand that, like, the first couple of people that are stabbed, you don't really know what's going on until you see blood. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm not going to get into it, but typically when people get stabbed, they don't even know they've been stabbed initially.
No. I've been stabbed before. Yeah, I know.
Oh shit.
Anyway,
Just get wet.
yeah, that's
Pause, bro.
my experience. Feel wet. Anyway,
Pause.
It's fucking weird,
Yeah,
right?
there was no like construction workers on the train. Like I live in Vancouver, right? And there's a lot of like liberal NPCs that are on the SkyTrain, right? So I could see that happening, but at the same time, it's a mixed community. There's a little bit of everything, right? So I mean, like, yeah, I don't know. Anyways,
that's what I'm saying. To see randomly, I just don't. It's hard for me to believe. Like, I have to believe that the stabbers just got lucky and hit like the train with the most passive people in fucking England. All just happened to be on it.
I'm trying to think of the time. Saturday afternoon, to be honest with you, you're just going to get families on there. Families out for day trips and stuff. Back, so which way's it going? Yeah.
But that would makes it even worse, dude, because I know dads will freaking, they're going to go to the mat for their kids.
Yeah, exactly. So even sitting there thinking about that, it's... Yeah,
Man,
I don't know.
I'll hit a motherfucker with a stroller, man. Fucking good luck, dude. You got a knife, I got a stroller. You're done. That isn't even a competition, man. I'm going to crush you with that stroller, man. I'm going to swing that like a baseball bat. I'm going to crush you into the dirt.
To be honest with you, there's even going to be bikes and stuff on the train. I mean, it's not going to be long before that blocks up the aisle. There's going to be prams and stuff. There's probably even going to be wheelchairs and disabled people.
You could take the seat right out of a bike, dude, and start smashing them with the seat.
Yeah, exactly.
So how did it end? So like they stabbed a bunch of people, and then what happened?
Okay, so the train journey lasted 20 minutes. When the train pulled into Huntington, apparently somebody had already alerted the British Transport Police, saying there was an attack happening on the train. The police were waiting for them, stormed the train when it pulled into Huntington. So it's about 18, 20-minute journey between the two stations with no stop in between.
Oof.
But apart from those details, we don't know who's said to have done it, whether it is following the migrant kind of narrative where it's a bunch of migrants who have gone mental on a train, or whether it's someone else with any other alternative. No one's actually said yet. The people have been arrested, but no information about why or who's done it has been let out to the public.
You see, in Canada, they would have been arrested, and then 2 days later, they would have been released on bail and back in the public.
Oh yeah, that happened recently in the UK, apparently, according to AI Control G. There was migrants that were released that out on police bail that were mistakenly released from police bail, and within a few days had gone out and viciously attacked a few young girls, according to YouTube AI anyway.
Yeah, we'll do a Canada FU episode later. I got a bunch of stuff, but yeah, carry on.
But yeah, guys, those are my two pieces of news today. Appreciate everyone jumping in on that. What else has been happening? Any decent conversations with anybody today? Any new things happen?
We've only been reviewing how fucking Josh Ingersoll is, but other than that.
Yeah, I saw Josh the other day. Didn't really get into much of a conversation with him myself.
Don't tell him that we don't know what the sun is, man. Oh my god, he'll freak out.
Really? Oh wow.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I might just drop that in casually.
Yeah. Don't need.
Yeah, totally do that. Totally.
Yeah. Dude, he might totally like, no, you guys are all against me. Joshing sock platter, you're fucking perfect.
He's starting to spiral. Yeah, it could get worse. Yeah, keep it going.
Well, I asked him, I said, do you think we'll ever know what a star's made out of? He's like, we know now. Fucking, we're taking samples of the sun with a satellite. I said, well, bro, that doesn't mean it's fusion. He's like, you don't believe in fusion? Like, yeah, it doesn't tell us what the sun is. He wouldn't even agree that it's an inductive inference by looking at whatever the light spectra is and saying, yes, this is made out of it. It's an inductive inference that whatever reading we get is the same as that you get in the lab because it's not a lab condition, right? So that's just jumping to conclusions, right? If you have a lab condition, right, and you write down all your lab procedures, and then you go to another lab and you don't do the exact same thing, you can't consider the results the same, right? It's different results because you had a different environment with different variables or controlled differently. So you can't, it's an inductive inference extrapolate from the lab to the sun, right? Regardless. He wouldn't even admit that, dude. He just started double speaking, talking about other shit. Fucking, like, I'd never seen him spurg out like that. It was kind of weird.
Wow.
He's usually pretty straightforward. I'm going to go clip it right now, dude. It was that weird.
Interesting. So does he know what the sun is then? It's a giant ball of gas, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, yes, we know for certain. We know.
Huh. Awesome stuff.
For sure.
They did fusion in a lab.
I can't even believe we're questioning it. I can't believe you guys are questioning this.
Oh man, he's going to be really upset, Jedi. He's going to be really upset when he finds out it's a ball of liquid metal.
He really, really is. I was wondering if we should introduce him to our friend, not a flat earther, Professor Roboto.
I didn't get there, dude. I've already brought this up. I couldn't get there because he started spurging.
Oh dear. Oh.
Indio, if you manage to get the clip, do you know how to use the Musox bot in this room? We were trying to play something earlier and it didn't seem to be working.
Oh, you probably don't have the right role, brother. Who was doing it? You gotta have the EJ role.
Oh.
You don't have it? I'll give it to you real quick.
Maybe not. Maybe not in this one there. I don't know. I've used it in the past, but I forget which room I was in.
Yeah.
And at any rate, I thought I understood from one room to another, the command's different. One is like a lesser than sign. The other one's slash. Like, it's kind of inconsistent.
Yeah, well, the bot in the other place is their bot. This is our bot. My bot. I guess.
Yeah, let me explain it to you. This is how you do it. You put in M divided by play, then you put your link.
Nice.
I like that. That's good.
That went over my head. Wait, what? Oh, wait. Okay, I get it now. No, but I think it doesn't work for some links, like the YouTube clips that you make that loop over and over. For some
you can't do clips, bro.
Yeah, they've never worked.
If you want a real clip, you got to clip your clip and then re-upload your clip as a standalone YouTube video.
Mm-hmm. The tech department over here. Thank you. Dang, I've seen that Josh Ingard imbecile guy before, but I can't really remember what he's like. So
we need you to pick on him. Yes, you have permission.
Yes, please.
Carte blanche.
Yeah, point a note before we all get ahead of ourselves. If you have clips that you really want to keep and you've only used the YouTube clip function, that relies on the original source video existing. So if their channel goes away or if they change their content, your clip no longer exists.
Damn you, Helio. Helio restarted the stream right when I was freaking talking to him.
What about the other stream?
Yeah, I gotta check. Fucking dude, that sure happens a lot, dude. And
That does happen a lot. Either
I
you
think
do it
Flat
on
Lord's right.
purpose.
Yeah. I think the other one was in there because I think Flat Lloyd's Bright's stream was in there, and then
yeah, I'll find it.
Helios
If
came
it's
in
there,
there.
I'll get it.
Yeah.
And we are still live, ladies and gentlemen. W panel, we are at 25 deep. Pause. A lot of people in here. Dandelion, you're gonna chat with Zarkos?
I've tried. Zarka, speak now, please.
Zarkos, you're up.
I see Jin's been rubbing off on you there.
What'd I say? Fuck, did I say ladies and gentlemen?
Did he say that? Gosh, it just went. I guess that's just white noise by this point. I didn't even hear him say it.
I've been. Damn, bro, I failed.
Just call us guys and dolls. Wouldn't that be fun?
No, it's the chat. You're the chat. Everyone's chat.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's right.
Everyone knows, it's classy. Come on.
I've been trying to change Jin because he's always like, isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? Ladies and gentlemen of the panel, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, Jin, just say chat. But he doesn't want to do it, so whatever. Dandelion will do it.
Calling people the chat. I've never done it before, but I'll try just for you. As long as you pick on Josh for me.
I will. That seems like a fair deal. Zarkos is in the chat saying, yeah, talk where, here. Yes, Dandelion, go.
Yes. All you have to do,
Chat.
Zarkos, is chat. You have to click on the mic and unmute yourself.
I mean, Dandelion, doesn't it feel good? Doesn't it feel good to take you back about 75 years? No, I'm just kidding. I love you, Dandelion.
Chat. How is everybody?
Oh, see, that's good. You're getting the hang of it. Go ahead, Zarkos. We see you lighting up. Go ahead.
Oh, made him talk.
Well, I don't really have anything to say, but I was listening.
Ooh, now we can make you a talker instead of a listener. Because you got the listening pass role. Now we know that you know how to speak. And you're not Prof. Phil.
I'm not.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't like Professor Dave at all. He doesn't like Dave at all. Isn't that right?
Oh, we have so much in common.
I feel people's energy, and I really don't like his.
Facts.
Yeah, definitely.
We don't like fake Prof. Dave either.
Yeah, he's probably a paid chill.
Wouldn't be surprised.
He's very, very dishonest. I don't know, Zarkos. There's some. I have to see if I can find them again. I used to have them saved. I don't know if I still do, but fake Prof. Dave
The only one I've seen him debate is Dave Weiss. So.
Yeah, I never actually saw that. I heard about it. Yeah.
He's just making fun of him and laughing, and that's not even fair.
I
just want to hear a proper debate.
Yeah, well, we have proper debates here sometimes.
Well, there's no much Glober people.
Yeah, not tonight. We just, we haven't.
Well, why don't you do it?
Yeah.
Why don't you do it? I'll do it.
Well, hold on. Let's be fair to the Globers. In observance of their religious holiday recently, servants to Satan, they're tuckered out and they can't be here. Don't worry, they'll be rested up and here tomorrow.
Okay. Whoa, that laugh.
Well, Octane Weasel's here.
Uh-oh.
You little weasel! Look at you, you little fucking weasel! I can see you. You're a fucking bitch.
Hey, you guys, whoever did that, you guys both beat me. That's crazy. I'm busy doing drugs.
Octane Weasel's like the frickin' I think he's the highest veteran Glober server.
Yeah. Either him or is it him or GE Platypus? Platypus will get mad.
Oh, it's Octane Weasel. He was before.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen Weasel for around forever.
He was on the old server before Platypus, probably like months. 1.0 was the best. Yeah, until frickin' Sheeple turned into Toilet Earth.
Oh, that's great. He's reminiscing about old times.
Yeah. Fucking.
Dude,
Sorry,
Sheeple got, I don't know if he got out.
It was the best. Dude, it was complete fucking aggravation from my point of view. Couldn't change any channels, couldn't mod anything, couldn't do anything. Like, you crazy? That was a pain in the ass.
I don't know if he got out because I haven't paid attention, but I imagine he did because I heard something else about him later. But he went to jail for a bit for domestic. After the after he sold the
non-domestic,
server
I think.
sometime. Yep.
I think he also threatened a neighbor at some point. King Weasel, didn't Karen ban you? I don't even think I banned you. If I didn't ban you, freaking you're an angel.
That's the one thing that I really like about Karen. She bans a lot of people, and that makes me happy. Now, I'm not saying that who she banned was correct, but I like a person with a good amount of bans on their belt.
Dude, Ace McSuperlaw would ban the entire fucking BC, including the mods.
I just ban random dude. Yeah, just banned a rando right now. Man, it felt good. Hey, you realize we got flat earthers that have been hanging out with us that don't know who Brian Mullen is or what his work was?
That's
He told me, hey,
Who is Brian
I don't know who Brian Mullen is or what he did, so I posted it in the Ranked Rolls chat and I said it's mandatory watching. There will be quizzes. You don't know Brian Mullen, homie? Or are you just playing?
No. Who's that?
Serious?
Brian Mullen used to have a channel called Balls Out Physics so basically he's an engineer.
Balls.
And he came upon the idea of flat Earth. And he started applying his engineering education and knowledge to it. Made a bunch of videos. He called them Balls Out Physics. And he was explaining a lot of problems with the globe from a physics engineering perspective. And then he devised a test that, if implemented correctly, would certainly definitively tell you whether the surface was curving or not. And shortly thereafter, the Globers got so butthurt that an actual engineer would come out as a flat earther and actually make definitive cases for flat Earth and design definitive instrumentation that could be implemented in the real world and liberate the idea. So they decided to go after his engineering license. One guy, I can't remember his name exactly because I'm confusing him with one other guy, but he basically called his job, tried to get his engineering license pulled, said he was unsafe, did all this stuff and harassed him so badly that he really wasn't, either felt he was in danger of his job or whatever, and so he decided to stop doing what he was doing so he could, maintain his career and feed his family. Which, is the right decision if he's really facing that much persecution. So it's no harm, no foul on him. He did a good job. He did his work, and he gave us great ideas. But yeah, that's just the way Globers are. They're so zealous for their religion that they're willing to attack somebody's livelihood. And it's not because they actually believed that anything he built would fall down simply because he's a flat earther. No, they were using that as an excuse just because they hate flat earth.
Yeah. It's despicable. It's despicable. Makes me sick.
Yeah, so one of the things he designed, he did a lot of things about like the rotation of the Earth and planes flying and all the classical physics types things. But two of the things he came up with, one was called torque the line, where his idea was you get a cable in the water and you pull it really tight, and that would give you a straight line that's either going to be parallel with the water or the water is going to hump over it, right? And that was a good idea in principle. The problem is that when it came down to the physics, there's like nothing we have that can pull strong enough to defeat the catenary curve problem, which is a line under its own weight is going to sag, right? So you need a certain amount of tension to resist the sag. And me and Indio calculated it one day on a live stream, and it turned out that it's like there's no craft that we possess that could accomplish such a task. He was imagining a boat would pull it. Two boats would be going in opposite directions, and that would pull the line. But once you apply the math to it, it's like impossible.
Yeah.
And his other one was called Force the Line, which is essentially taking a level, plumb, and square construction, and then building off of it square. So your first one's plumb, level, and square, and maybe a few for a benchmark. And then after that, you just keep building square to it. And so if you keep building square to it, if the first one is level, if it's a flat Earth, it's just going to keep continuing straight. And if it's a globe Earth, it's going to raise in altitude as the ground curves away. So it was a pretty good idea. And I think he actually did the math on the cost, and he said it would only be like $350,000, depending on everything. That's like the implementation cost of the materials. You still have to have the land to do it because you need miles of land to accomplish it. You can't just do it in like 1,000 yards. Yeah, so they didn't really like the fact, because you know how they always say there's no flat Earth engineers, there's no flat Earth pilots, there's no flat Earth PhDs, which isn't true. None of that's true. There are plenty of those. Problem is when some of them come out, they get blackballed, blacklisted, attacked, et cetera, et cetera. So they're reticent to be so publicly vocal about it.
Right. I've made this point a bunch before. How there's not much incentive to come out and announce yourself as a flat earther. There's really no incentive to do that.
Yeah, and there's a track record of not just professional organizations blacklisting you or blackballing you, but people who aren't even associated with your organization trying to campaign to your organization to get you off of your job. Like just pure psychosis by the Globers, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the whole Brian Mullins issue with George, was it Hetanyuk or whatever? And classic anti-flat earther at the time, like 7 years ago, whatever it was, 6 years ago. And yeah, just went full bar from try to get him his job, and then Brian disappeared. I really enjoyed Brian's videos as well. I think I haven't seen them for a long time, to be fair. I should probably watch them, especially if AI is going to give us a bloody quiz. But I think there was one about how avionics would work, aviation, an airplane flying around a sphere. I'd like to see that one again. But yeah, it was interesting at the time. We hear about this. Sorry?
Oh, sorry. I was just going to real quick say, for anyone who cares, I put the playlist in the ranked roles section.
Cheers, man. Thank you. But yeah, it was horrific at the time, knowing that people were going out of their way to get people fired. Like AI said, these things happen all of the time. We don't necessarily know about them. We don't necessarily have first-hand experience with them. But this, a lot of people within the Flat Earth community did. Because one moment he was there, the next moment he'd gone. And it didn't take us long to figure out who'd done it.
Wasn't he advertising that he did it?
Yeah. Because he was kind of back and forth with FED, wasn't he? He was like around with that Bob the Science Guy group, a couple of other.
You're talking about who ratted out the dude that ratted out Brian Mullen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, tried to rat him out. Yeah, he admitted it.
Yeah.
He admitted it on Nathan's show. I probably got a clip of it. I wouldn't doubt it. George Hottenuk or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that name, George, whatever. Man, we got some super lore in this topic. Who knows where it'll go from here?
We had a group of guys from Gem Panda's server. So we were just on the train. I mean, we don't want to focus on it too much because it doesn't actually arbitrate the proposition, but it does say to people, like some of the things we faced over the years. Like we had a group of guys so they had a bet among themselves who could be the first one to turn a flat earther. And some of them chose different tactics, right? And they actually had a quote unquote secret meeting that somehow I ended up attending. And I was listening to their plans. And their plans were basically, some of them, to get a flat earth lady to fall romantically in love with them so that they'll have a greater bargaining position in her worldview. And then use that love to get her to switch her position so that they could win the bet. And of course, if they're going to do that and they have the opportunity, of course, they're going to take advantage of her in every possible way before they use it for their end goal, right? So basically just scumbags.
Actually, now I remember. He didn't admit it on FED. Well, he did after he tried to deny it. And he tried to justify it by lying. What he said was he did it because Brian was violating the engineering oath that they take
to be an engineer. And it turned out that, hold on, it's worse than that. So, yeah. So some states do require some type of oath, right? Some thing to basically that I'm not going to just fucking design a bridge out of frickin' whipped cream or something. So there is some states. The state he worked in was not one of those states. But the proof that he offered was, so there was some group that was trying to get these oaths put as a requirement in every state, and they had a model oath, in a book on Google Books, and he tried to pass that off, that model oath that was in a book on Google Books, as the oath that was Brian was supposed to take. And fucking, I'm dead serious, dude. This is what the lengths he went to, because he got called out, and then he went to find the evidence for what he thought was true, and all he could find was a model oath on Google Books, and tried to present that as the oath Brian was violating.
Dude, how poetic! How poetic! The only proof of my claim is a model on the internet.
Yes, exactly. Well, that's par for the course.
Hello, friends.
Raiden's
hear me?
here. Yeah, we hear you.
I wanted to ask a quick question.
Is
guys
it
were
about the
talking
Nobel
about it.
Prize?
No, not today.
Okay, good. Okay, I've got a new question. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you guys were you were talking about the sun earlier, and I wanted to ask. This is like a reality check question. If someone says they know something about the sun, and at the same time you don't, would you guys agree there's a separation there, or no?
Say that again. If we say we don't know, we're saying he don't know.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying, for example,
I mean, nobody knows.
It doesn't have to be the sun per se. It could be anything. Let's just say, for example, you don't know something about a particular topic, but someone else says they do. Would you agree there's a separation there?
That's like a false equivalence, because things in the sky, like the celestial bodies, inaccessible. Nobody claims they're going to the sun. Nobody claims they're going to a star. Nobody claims that they're going to a planet.
Okay, so maybe I'll rephrase it. Indio.
Well, you see what I'm saying is you're trying to create something. We actually, this is a different thing. They're claiming that they know the composition of something, which they can't grab a hold of and actually get the thing that is supposed to be composed of.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah. Let me ask you this: is it possible for someone to know something that you don't?
Oh yeah.
Okay, that's all I was asking.
Like, you know how much money's in your pocket right now?
Zero.
Right? I don't.
Right, yeah.
Well, that was going to be my guess, but
no, okay, yeah, right, yeah, yeah. I don't carry cash anymore. It's been a long time.
Yeah, no, the fucking homeless people must be fucking bummed out, dude. They fucking man, can I have $1? I have to cash app it to you.
Yeah, you answered my question, so It was just
Yeah,
a
of course
basic.
people can know things you don't, but like,
Okay, that's all
certain
I was asking.
certain topics nobody can have knowledge of, right? Like what happens to you after you die? Nobody has knowledge of that. Nobody's come back to tell anybody. No matter what anybody says, they don't know that. They can only ever believe it, and this is in that category.
Okay, so going back to the sun, if Sean Carroll told you he knew what the sun is, you would tell him he
Tell him.
doesn't.
Yeah,
Okay.
and he'd
you
admit
base
it,
that off of,
and he'd admit it.
right. I'm just
Sean
saying if he
Carroll
told you
has
that.
a degree. Well, he has a degree in the philosophy of science, and I'd say that's an inductive inference, right? And he'd say yes, and I go, well, is the sun's composition proven? And he'd say no. He'd say it's the best theory that we have. He would appeal to abductive reasoning.
Okay. I'm glad you answered my initial question, honestly. So at least you're based in reality. There are things that someone else could know that you don't. At least you understand that. Okay, good.
Of course,
That's all I
but
had.
there's some things that people claim they know, which there's no way they can know. They just believe they know.
Sure. Yeah, we have that
Yeah.
too. That's another.
How's this for a follow up? Do you agree that there are things that nobody can know?
Sure.
Okay. And does the sun fall into that category, you think?
I can't speak to that. Not
Yeah, I
with
was saying this
certainty,
earlier.
anyway.
I don't think anybody knows what the sun is or what stars are, what the moon is, or what planets are.
Okay.
So
Never will.
and like India's, and they never will. So anyone that's saying like, well, I claim to know, like that doesn't necessarily put them in an advantageous position over someone who doesn't know.
But what if Creation Bear? What if you ask them if they know, and they say yes, I know, and then you say how do you know, and they say clickety clickety clickety. The first result on Google says the sun is a ball of gas that is made of this, and it's doing fusion, and it's this far away. Now I know what it is.
Yeah. That's usually how it goes down.
The thing about that also, listen, it's objectively true that anything just looking at light and saying the sub's current position is an abductive inference and an indirect measurement. For some reason, Josh couldn't admit this when it's objectively true. This is the case. Just as a matter of logic, it's true. It doesn't matter what he says. This isn't subject to opinion. That he's light. He's looking at light. Somebody is, and he's inferring its composition from the light. Okay? That's an inference. He's not directly measuring the composition of the molecules within the sun. Okay? He's saying, hey, in my theory, molecules, this light can only be created by molecules that are within the sun of this type. He doesn't know that. All he can say is that within our lab conditions, they kind of match this. And it's more complicated than that. I'm super oversimplifying it because he was oversimplifying it. He doesn't understand how spectroscopy actually works in practice. It's nothing like they don't just look at a spectroscope and go, look, there's some hydrogen. It doesn't work like that. It's way more complicated than that. As with anything else in modern science, when you're doing minute measurements, there's a lot of statistical nonsense involved with it, which is, a lot of cherry picking and confirmation bias and parameter fucking tweaking and a bunch of bullshit. Okay? And then that is built, right? All of this theory laden mathematical model shit is used to say in accuracy consistent with our theory of the emission spectrum of hydrogen. That's all they can actually say. They can't say match. They can't say anything else. And if unlike Josh, I actually heard the SOHO, which is the Solar Observatory that he was referring to. There's actually an interview which I sent him, which he should have listened to. I sent it to him like a week ago, ironically. It's a Soho Observatory. Robert Bazzano interviewed the fucking staff for the goddamn place. And they were uncertain. So I don't understand what solar scientists that think they have a satellite looking at the sun 24 hours a day, that they have some uncertainty and that they're admitting that they just have a solar model and that there are some issues with it. But somehow Josh is certain when all he read was fucking like clickety clack, Google or ChatGPT. Fact of the matter is, he don't know. He just thinks he knows. What I do know is he had acted way off fucking character for even questioning the composition of the sun. Actually, it wasn't questioning the composition of the sun. He was offended by questioning human knowledge about the composition of the sun. That's what really irked him.
That's him. That is.
Yeah, and dating, I
his
didn't forget
character.
about you. I'm going to clip yours too. Like yours is in another one. So I'm going to clip that out right now. You seen me post the other one, right?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, because you said something to him. I don't know if it's in that clip about how can the accuracy that you're claiming regarding the sun is greater than what's measured on Earth. Do you remember when you said something like that to him?
Oh yeah. I was talking about like gas chromatograph spectroscopy, right? So they get a crime scene, someone freaking died of something, they don't know what he freaking ingested, so they take a sample of their blood. They know what elements are in blood, so they go, hey, what are the different elements that are? They'll use gas chromatograph spectroscopy to get the elements in their relative proportions, and that's roughly 6 to 9 parts per million. And then they claim that they can look at Uranus and it was actually less than that. It was 0.3 parts per million, that they said that they could stare at Uranus 16 million miles away and figure out what its composition was. So I asked him basically, how come we have limitations when we have access to the sample on Earth, but with a telescope somehow you just magically, all those freaking issues just go away? How do we have greater precision looking through a fucking telescope than we do when we actually have the sample? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I thought that was a great question. And then those kind of techniques can be tested and seen, with some kind of known substance, like you said. Can this person who doesn't know it get this result, when it's a blind test, but someone does know if they're right or not, and then they can see how accurate these tests are. But obviously with the sun and these other
that's a good idea.
materials, we can't do that.
That's actually a good idea.
Good answer.
They should blind that stuff, dude. They should just like, okay, here's the graph. What is this?
Yep. Yeah, but he had a good answer to your question about the variance of the accuracy versus local versus far, and why would you trust the inverse? He had a really good answer, and that was no answer. He didn't want to touch that with a 1 AU foot pole.
He was like, I need to see it. So I actually posted it in the chat, and he never referenced it. It's easy to find out what the precision of gas chromatograph spectroscopy is. Now, he'd have to look up the precision from 10 years ago, because I'm sure they've improved the technology a little bit. I don't know if they've improved it that much in order of magnitude, but I don't know.
Yeah, but for posterity's sake, can you enunciate that for the stenographer?
What? Gas chromatograph spectroscopy? It's not that complicated.
I heard graph. Was graph supposed to be in there?
Yeah, graph. Gas chromatograph spectroscopy.
Oh, gotcha. All right, there you go.
There's also mass spectroscopy, which is similar. Gas
I got a funny story
chromatograph,
about
they
that.
vaporize the sample and then they shoot freaking something through it. It might be X-rays or something.
I actually carry around a purple hardback spectroscopy book in my glove box. No joke. I've actually sent pictures of it to people before. The reason is if I ever get in an accident or something ever happens on the road and somebody asks me, well, what did you see? I'll be like, give me a second. Got to reference my book here real quick. Then I'll let you know.
I've been actually using spectroscopy so I don't misgender anybody. Like you look through it, right? And if you see a rainbow, then whatever gender you think they are, they're the opposite.
If rainbow, then LGBT.
Yes, exactly. That's what a spectrograph is. It's basically looking through a prism. But they use what's called a grating. So it's a bunch of fucking wires. Did you guys ever use this in school? Because we actually used one in school when I went to school in like 5th grade, 6th grade. Basically, you are looking through a diffraction grating. So it's just a bunch of vertical wires. And then it gets projected. The white light gets broken up. So if you just look at the sun, it just looks like a rainbow, but there'll be lines, missing pieces in it. Or was it the other way? I think you flip it and it does the emission spectrum. I can't remember. It was a long time ago, but it looks like a little frickin' black plastic triangle thing with wires.
Yeah, I've used one before. It's been a while.
Oh, good. Thank God. Yeah, here's a picture of one. Yeah. That was freaking hallucinating in 6th grade, man.
No, we're just trying to identify the age demographic of everybody in the room. That's all.
Well, I mean, like, we used it once for freaking 5 minutes in a class in, like, 6th grade. I mean, it could have hallucinated the whole thing, man. I don't know.
Dude, I used one of those to grate the cheese and home ec.
Remember, Dandelion, when this is what you did in science class? You did actual, like, science stuff?
Yeah, for sure.
You don't just memorize the textbook and puke it back onto the test?
Do they even let kids have Bunsen burners right on the table anymore?
Remember that.
I think so. I mean, last I knew, yeah, they were still there. They still use them. Probably not
Only
quite as
the
much
honors
as they used to,
classes.
though.
Like the average numpty doesn't get to play with those. These are honors classes. Those students definitely do, yeah. Not once was a Bunsen burner pulled out while I was in high school.
They cook crack rocks, we did.
But they
I don't know. I used Bunsen burners even with my alternative ed students. That was one of the things they liked the best, doing the flame tests, stuff like that. Flames are very popular with criminals.
But now that the definition of science has changed to the submission to consensus, you don't actually need to do experiments. You just learn what the consensus is, and therefore you're a scientist.
Well, they don't teach logical fallacies to those standard kids anyway, either. They only teach that to honor students. There's a lot of things they only give to the honor students, the people in advanced classes.
Yeah, because you're trained to push a button in a factory, why do you actually need to know logical fallacies? Because when your boss comes and tells you what the rule is, it doesn't matter what fallacy he uses or doesn't use. That's the rule, and that's what you have to center your life on until your boss decides to change or his boss decides to change.
Nation of workers, not thinkers. Yep.
So, of course, science has to be about consensus and following the rules.
Well, I digress. I just wanted to comment on that. I'd noticed that there's a lot of things missing from the standard education that people receive. And unless they go to teach themselves more, they're never going to know it.
Just think of every Globie that comes in here that pretty much their entire premise is based upon submission to that authority and submission to consensus.
Yep.
And you're stupid and retarded and such because you don't submit to their authorities.
Hey, but that is a funny play on words, advanced. So ad is obviously could be advertisement. Advanced actually means lack of advertisements, right? But Vance means you dwell in a marsh. So if you're in an advanced class, you're in a contradiction of advertisements and non-advertisements to keep you in the marsh, which is also in the muck. So basically you're stuck in the mud. That's very interesting.
Then you tie that into draining the swamp.
Pretty much.
Man, just more predictions. That Trump is the one.
That they hired the swamp thing to drain the swamp.
Hey, only the swamp thing can drain the swamp because he knows where the plug is.
That's fair.
See, you have to understand, Ethergrass, that only people living inside the container can know that there's not a container. And by that same logic, only a swamp thing could drain the swamp.
Yeah, that tracks.
Okay. Yeah, hold on a second.
I thought you were going to say, quit talking smack and get back to flat Earth.
No, I got to play Dandelions. You didn't tell me it was that funny.
I didn't think it was funny. It was traumatizing for me.
What is it?
Yeah, hold on. I got to convert it to MP3.
He's going pro and bringing it home.
Oh, it's good practice. The clips you really want, you got to download. You can't rely on crowd sharing or, the people's clips that other people made that you're linked to. You got to download it. Otherwise, it could disappear on you.
Yep. If you see or hear something on the internet that you want to keep, you better grab it right away. There's no guarantee that it'll still be there tomorrow.
That's right.
Yeah, I was just looking for the Flat Earth's answers to fake Prof. Dave's 10 things Flat Earthers can't answer. Because he's a gosh, I can't even talk, Zarko 74 does not like fake Prof. Dave, and I used to put those up all the time because that's one of his most annoying lies. He puts up that video that says 10 things Flat Earthers can't answer, even though we answer those things all day long, 24/7. Anyway, a couple of people had made response videos, but I was having trouble finding them because they accounts were gone. You know how it is. You go to it and it says, this YouTube
Yep.
account is terminated. Yeah.
He's probably
Hard to
reporting
find.
anybody that does a correction video to his video too.
That could be. Yeah, these were good. I haven't seen them for a few years. Hopefully I could still find them somewhere.
The algorithm would side with him automatically, as would anybody with their own confirmation bias. Any Glober who's normal would say flat earthers are insane and automatically side with him. So, yeah, that tracks. Apple, he is such a strawman farmer.
Yeah, we get it, Josh, that you're used to being the voice of authority and you don't like it when people challenge you and ask for evidence and then you try to claim that you're not making a claim when you clearly are because you're countering both the assertions of Indio and Cyclone. For example, when Indio asks you why you could have this claimed level of precision that's greater than what we experience on Earth when you're talking about the sun, you did not produce any data to back up your claim that it was possible to measure these things. Same thing with the curvature of the Earth that Cyclone mentioned, and same thing with the other evidence that Cyclone asked for. And then you kind of used a derisive tone and said maybe one day Cyclone would believe in something beyond what he actually saw, as if he was a child, and you were the great voice in the Amazon sky. So we get it that you like being the unquestioned voice of authority and that it annoys you when you come in here and you're not, but I don't like you making the disingenuous claim that you're not here to make or bring an argument when clearly today you just demonstrated 2 times that your purpose was to be derisive toward the flat earthers and to act like they were being ridiculous by denying your non-substantiated claim. Indio put 2 citations at least last time I checked in the text. I haven't seen your citations for any of your claims. Yeah, you're not trying to argue. I got you, Josh. You're so peaceful in your derisiveness. It's really nice and beta of you. Thanks.
I really don't appreciate your tone. I'm sorry if I came off as derisive,
and I don't
but-
appreciate your tone. Glad you got it. We got it straight then. We don't like each other's tones. Noted.
Oh, okay. Can we start over here? I have no intention of being derogatory or having
Then you'd have to rewind the last half hour where you clearly tried to frame the argument within your voice of authority NASA zombie mindset. Yeah. Okay. So can you erase that from everybody's mind with your little? You got one of those blinky things like Men in Black.
I don't want to argue. Can we not do this, please?
I have no interest in talking to you either. Just wanted to point out the obvious that everyone saw in the last half hour. Thanks.
Well, okay.
Dynamite. Yeah, I was there when that happened, and let me tell you something. It's even more powerful hearing it the second time.
I particularly like the. I can't even remember what it was. Amazon in the sky or something. The great Amazon in the sky.
Yeah, I actually forgot I was that mad at him. I was pretty mad.
I created an image just for him. The great Amazon in the sky. Josh Inksock. I'm gonna call him that too. It's so funny. Platter. Thank you, Platter. I'm gonna call him that right to his, virtual face.
Oh, Rayleigh's got the flashy thing there for us. Yeah, so we can all forget all the rude things that Josh did. Just erase them from your mind because he's sorry. He's sorry that his mask slipped. Yes, and that I called him out. He's so sorry that happened, that he got caught. Yep.
So I have a question for you all. Dandelion, maybe you have a good answer for me. So, when the GTs come on and they say something, they make this little statement here that's not really a question, but they want you to think it's a question. They say, what about time zones? So, how do the GTs account when they make that blanket statement for the fact that we're getting ready to arbitrarily change our clock here in a couple hours?
They don't, because they're not asking the right question, and they're not educated enough in their own question to understand the question they should be asking. So we got to do it for them. So their actual question is, if the Earth is flat, why isn't it daylight all the time, at all times? That's their real question, but they just don't know how to say it.
Yeah, so they use their half-baked English skills to say, what about time zones? Yeah, no doubt. It's just interesting that I sit here and I watch somebody explain the political ramifications of time zones and how that's more important than where the sun actually is. And the person kind of got it, but then tonight I was just kind of thinking, okay, well, does the sun somehow magically change? So we have to change our clocks because the sun screws up twice a year?
The worst part is when people ask about time zones and you go to explain it to them, show them information, and they talk over you the entire time and don't listen to anything and then claim that you can't explain time zones.
Right. And then back there.
Yep. And you try and explain it again. They talk all over you again and then claim that you can't explain time zones. That's their MO. They do that crap all the time.
Yeah, of course. And then as soon as you get them to a point to where they realize that they've lost it, instead of conceding or walking back their arrogant comments, they just gish gallop onto something else. Well, what about ships are disappearing from the bottom up?
Yeah. And again, you can explain it to them. They'll talk over you. Doesn't matter what you share, and then they'll claim that you didn't explain it at all.
Yep. And then once you re-explain it, and they finally realize they're losing, then they gish gallop off to, well, what about eclipses?
Yeah. And then they insist again, doubling down. You guys can't prove anything. You can't explain anything after not listening for an hour.
Yeah, you guys lost the argument. I'm not going to stay around here anymore. And then they leave.
Yep. I like the combos we get, though, that are productive and end up, having a little bit of a proper conclusion.
What about satellites?
What about
I always
tides?
wonder, they all have this same formula where they ask these same questions in the same order, and then when they ask them, it's always like, "What about something?" rather than building up, trying to put some meat on the bone so it can be discussed. They just, "What about?" and then they make some sort of little half-baked statement of something that they don't really know what the fuck they're talking about. I just wonder who it is that passes out that script and that set of questions in that exact order from time after time.
It's probably on a website or something.
Yeah, the flatearth.ws thing that's so popular for people. The anti-flat earther website that's #1 on the Google search.
Yeah, full of nonsense. That was the website that converted me to flat Earth.
AI automatically goes to that website. Of course, we're just saying stuff that everybody else here has seen 1,000 times, so that's redundant.
Yeah, and that's that website, flatearth.ws, written by morons because every time they try to explain how a camera works, they get it wrong.
Who is it that actually published that page? Is there, like, does anybody actually know, or do they just try to keep it under their vest?
I don't know. I figured I would stay silent for a second and see if anybody else did, but I have no idea who's running it. Looks like we need a Glober in here to make a claim.
Well, you've got the
least
old
one.
standby Raiden, True Blue, Globe Believer. Waiting for the Nobel Prize to be awarded to a flat earther before he'll accept that there's no measurement of curvature.
How about the ones that show you flat earther stuff as hostile
fair,
witnesses
but-
prove the globe? Like, it's always a flat earther proving the globe, never a Glober. It's so weird.
That's fair, but
Yeah.
okay.
where's
Okay.
the,
So how about a flat earther proving flat Earth? You just volunteered.
Oh, geez.
where's the Nobel Prize for?
Well,
proof
you
of
make two
gravity?
faux pas. One, you said you need a Glober to make a claim, right? And
Well,
then the second thing you said is that how come the flat earthers are proving the globe? So then that leaves the obvious excluded middle, which is when's a flat earther going to prove flat Earth? And since you're the last one to speak, that falls on your shoulders.
All right, I call for a field trip. Let's go.
Oh, so it's in the future? Your proof is in the future?
Yes.
You don't have it now?
Yeah. Yep, I don't have anything readily available, but I request a field trip. That would be fun. No, I got stuff I can talk about, but
Well,
it's
then
not
if
like
you don't have anything, yeah, but think about it this way. If you say you don't have anything, yet you're a flat earther, then that means you came to your position without any proof. So then your position is irrelevant.
No, it's more like I got stuff, but I personally could hand wave away everything I have that other people, you guys don't hand wave away, but I can because I'm a bit more skeptical. But it does track logically. It's just, I hand wave away a lot of shit.
So as an inquisitive Glober audience member representative, I find that highly flaccid and unbecoming of someone that claims to be a flat earther.
That's fair. I could bring up measurements and stuff, but then somebody's going to use the opposite of it, as they always do, and then double down on the globe.
But you gotta wait till it's robust before you measure it, bro.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The point is I can spit out the same rhetoric that all the anti-globers do and do the nuh-uh shit. Is my point. There's nothing I could do to show myself because I would go nuh-uh to myself.
So you would not yourself
That's
if your
what
own
they do,
evidence
don't
the
they?
Earth is flat? How does that make sense?
Yeah. Because there's nothing we could show them. That's why I said.
Who cares what they do? They're asking you. Yeah, that's fair, but they're asking you what you do. So for example, if you say field trip, what does that even mean? You got to at least put some meat on that bone.
Well, one, people often bring up the Black Swan thing, so visiting that in person and then having other people also record would be a good thing rather than just looking at the recordings of other people. Like getting out there grassroots again, doing things. But there's so much more than just that one location anyway. People get stuck on that one, and there's more. That was just my point.
So you haven't been
We
there,
spent
right?
a lot of time talking about what's already been taken, is all. And I love it when folks get out there doing like Salt Lake Stacy, I think is her name. She gets out there recording things. That's really cool. Or when any of y'all do, it's great stuff. Like you're going out to
yeah,
the lake.
fair enough. But all I'm hearing as the inquisitive Glober customer, audience member, too scared to speak up representative is that you got nothing.
Yeah. Fair enough. Watch, I can pick anything though, and I know exactly what you can do.
Who cares, dude? Somebody asked you, right? What's your evidence or proof that convinced you the Earth is flat? I mean, that doesn't require them to agree. It's your story.
Yeah. I would say measurements and the lack of curvature. Like anything I see, and the fact that the wide-angle lenses exist on cameras, or people don't understand how those work, so more often than not, they present that kind of thing, and it's quite obvious that's what it is. So a lot of it ends up actually being debunking the evidence that other people present to us. Like, no, this is not true because ABC. But if I were to present something, then I have to double down and explain it to somebody who's usually not going to. It's frustrating, man. I think I've become cynical over the years. It's the odds of us finding somebody who will listen is very low. So it's made me kind of, black-pilled, maybe, bitter about it.
Well, that's great and all, but you listened. So now you're condemning everybody else for what you already have.
And I have to keep that in mind, too, that I did listen. So there's always somebody out there who will, eventually.
Yeah, and you're
Well, they
not
certainly
always
ain't
going
gonna
to
be
see the
listening to dead air.
results.
That's true.
Exactly. That's another thing you don't know. So, like, for example, we had one member in here. Their kid went to school, and the teacher was talking about something, and they spoke up and said, "Oh, that's not true because of ABC or something like that." And like a dozen other kids in the classroom spoke up along with him after he did. So he didn't realize that many of the other kids were already in a mood to be like, "Wait a minute, this stuff doesn't track." But until he spoke up, he didn't know that. So he was living in this bubble. Well, why don't you model it for him right now? Tell the world why you think the Earth is flat. How you came to that conclusion.
But you're right, people, the courage. Everything presented.
I'll put a feather in your hat.
There's something fishy about it, and the more I dig into it, it's just the stuff that's off versus the stuff that's correct. When you look and you go out and check stuff for yourself versus the story we're given, something doesn't add up, and it gets worse the more you look.
Right, so that's the position of an agnostic, not a flat earther. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, I guess that's the starting point then. You start there on the fence. Then once you start digging, it brings you towards the flat earth side because time after time, the evidence doesn't line up with the official narrative. So if you keep on debunking the official narrative, your faith in it drops. It takes a willingness to want to, though. And I don't think a lot of folks have that willingness.
Oh, they don't care. They don't care. They didn't ask you about other folks. They asked you about you. They said, hey, you, what convinced you the Earth is flat?
Well, I've never seen curvature with my own eyes. And practically speaking, the functions of reality, like water seeking level and other stuff. But again, they would just invoke gravity over and over. Just belief.
What do you mean they? You're telling your story. There is no they.
Fair. Well, it's under the premise if I were talking to somebody who is definitely staunchly against flat Earth, which is what we usually deal with.
It doesn't matter. You just make your argument to a conclusion. A leads to B, leads to my conclusion, which is C. You don't need their participation.
Their reactions.
So basically what I heard, yeah, fair enough. Basically what I heard is, I believe in flat Earth because of your reticence to accept my reason why I believe in flat Earth. That makes zero sense, brother.
That's a good point. I should be able to make my argument without having to actually invoke the person I'm talking to.
The reason why I'm grilling you is because there's been a trend lately where people that come into our venues are just flat out asking, "Hey, why do you think the Earth is flat? Why do you believe the Earth is flat? Why did you come to conclusion the Earth is flat? What evidence is there that the Earth is flat?" And they're being dismissed, and their questions aren't being answered. They're getting a lot of hems and haws and reverses to be like, "Oh, well, why do you think it's a globe or nothing?" It's like, dude, they asked you an honest question. If you can't answer that question honestly, why would they even care to have a discussion with you at all? Think about it. It makes zero sense. And I'm not singling you out that you've done that, but people have been doing that lately.
Well, I get it too because when we use each other as examples sometimes. This is how we teach others, so I understand.
Yeah. So, for example, I've been on the stream where there's no reason other than the globe are just asking, what evidence is there that the Earth is flat? And then they're not answered at all. There's some kind of red herring or reverse attack on that person for being disingenuous for asking the question, and then there's just dead air and no flat Earth exposition. So the Glober certainly isn't engaging because they didn't get their question answered in good faith, and nobody's hearing anything. It's just dead air. Like, it's the simplest question. Like, if you say I'm a flat earther and somebody asks you, well, why are you a flat earther? You should be able to answer. What evidence led you to that conclusion? You should be able to answer. Otherwise, you just, I mean, what are they going to think? You just picked flat earther out of a hat of things you could be today?
It's your chance to kind of give your testimony of how you got to where you are.
And fair enough, that could be about anything. It's like, yeah, not a testimony. just anything, man.
I mean, you could just say because I've never seen evidence it's a globe. I mean, that would be succinct and to the point.
Still,
because we've been talking about this
earlier. Go ahead, dude.
Well, I was just gonna say, me, AB brought this up the other day about the black swan. Like, why are we by using the argument? Like, why are we even debunking the globe in the first place? Because like, why are we going like almost reversing the burden of proof and taking the burden of proof onto ourselves? And I understand that. But on the other hand, and AB often does this where he goes like, no, we're here to figure out why you know the Earth is a globe. And the person will often try to reverse it and say, well, why do you think it's flat? And AB would just like not answer. I mean, he has answered. I'm just not saying he never does it. I'm just saying most of the time, you know, the guy's just trying to get off his burden of proof, which is fine. But I just think just for me, it's more simplistic to just go, you know, why do you think the Earth is flat? How flat it is? Okay, next question. Like literally, it's the simplest question to answer because it's self-evident that the Earth looks flat. I mean, that's all I need. I don't need anything beyond that. Once I say it looks flat, then the burden of proof shifts to them. Right? I've met my burden. Because if their paradigm is empirical observation, the initial empirical observation looks flat. Why do I need to go beyond that? And they'll come up with all sort of convoluted. I mean, we've all seen it, right? They'll come up all sort of convoluted by somehow that's fucking not the true reality, right? Okay, fine, prove it. That's fine. But I've met my burden at least for empirical observation, right? Which is their standard. You got to understand, they're saying science proves it. Okay, that means their standard of truth is empirical observation of the natural world. What's the empirical observation of the natural world? Earth looks flat. Okay, bam. That's it. According to their standard, I've met their burden of what truth is. You understand?
Yeah, and most of their arguments after that, they have to agree. Yeah, most of their arguments after that, they have to agree. They'll say, yes, the Earth looks flat, but...
Yeah, now prove your butt is the case.
I overthink shit too much and just need to get straight to the point a lot of times.
Well, I mean, they've complicated it. Like the globe Earth side have complicated it intentionally to make it convoluted when it's actually a very simple proposition. How many times have you heard it? I don't know. I'm not a scientist. They think it takes some freaking highfalutin science to figure out whether the fucking Earth is flat or not.
Yeah.
Of which they've disqualified themselves to be able to scrutinize by their own admission that they're not up to the task. So that what they've just admitted is they just trust what some dude said. It's really their position at the end of the day.
Based upon they not understanding what the guy said. The guy said a bunch of word salad. They don't understand, so that guy must be smarter than them because they don't understand what the guy said. So I'll just defer to him. I'll defer to his word salad. I mean, these are the guys that are like, what if we're in a simulation? What if our brain's in a jar? It offends them. Honestly, it offends them of being like, yeah, the earth looks flat, therefore it is. That shit offends the hell out of them. No, it can't be that simple. It has to be complex. It has to be complicated. It has to be hard to figure out. It just can't be the way it is. That's too easy. Flat Earth is so easy a caveman can do it, and they did do it. We all heard him when you ask him, how can you figure out what the shape of the earth is yourself? And they'll either say no or they'll say, yeah, all I have to do is go to space. Yeah, which is basically saying, no, they can't.
Yeah.
I mean, think about how silly that is to say, oh, how would you figure out what the earth is? How could you prove what it is? Oh, I'd just go really high and I would just look at it. Well, freaking, I didn't go really high and I'm looking at it and it looks flat. That isn't good enough from you. But somehow if you go freaking up really high away from the earth, somehow that's good enough if you look at it from there. And that whole idea that you can look at it from that place where they think they can go to take a look, that whole thing is 100% a belief. A, that they can reach that position, right, that location, and if they got to that location, they'd be able to see the earth in its entirety in such a way that they could reach a conclusion about what this shape is.
Yeah.
That's a whole bunch of faith right there.
Even then, high altitude imagery is no guarantee that you would get an accurate representation of what reality looks like, because we've got phenomenon from under the sea like Snell's window that causes weird phenomena, causes weird shit to happen. That doesn't look like a flat line. So if something like that were to happen at a high altitude, I would not be surprised at all. The only thing that could change my mind is measurements for curvature that I would have to confirm on my own accord at this point. Like a field trip. Got to go out and look at it.
I posted a video earlier of, I think it's A Plain Truth. Hold on, I'm going to post it again. Did you see that video that I posted earlier when I
I'll
first
check it
came
out.
in? Hold on, I'll post it again.
I'll watch it. Yep.
So he takes his camera and the camera's fixed. It's fucking crazy, dude. You have to see it. It's impossible. Like I mean, I could describe it. It's better to just see it. Look at that. Can you see the thumbnail, Ithacarus? The thumbnail of the video. Can you see it in the chat? You see where that arrow is? Yeah, you see where that arrow is?
Yeah.
When he starts filming, that's where the horizon is. Is at the tip of that fucking arrow. And he don't move the camera. So The tip of the arrow is where the horizon is when he starts filming, and the freaking oil rig is above it. And as he's filming over time, it eventually sinks down. Yeah, you gotta see it. It's freaking badass. The Plain Truth has caught a lot of stuff, man. Yeah, he doesn't come on Discord, but man, there's a few flat earthers out there that do observations, man. Like, they do not get the recognition they deserve at all. It's because they have small channels and they're probably freaking shadow banned. And, they don't, go on Discord or go in the freaking chats or go on X.
Oh, dude, I skipped forward to it. That is a really good video. I'm going to save that one. We need more animated GIFs and stuff like that, too. You're right. There's a lot of good stuff out there that doesn't get the recognition that it should. And I think that we should be trying to promote it the best we can whenever we get a hold of it. Because the algorithm might not present it again.
Yeah, when the Globers come in here, right, and they've seen, they look for, ships over the horizon, whatever, and they've seen videos, that the algorithm promotes them, right? Those are like one-off observations. Like this dude, The Plain Truth, Pablo's dog. There's a couple other guys, not Curious Life, what the hell's his name? Yeah, Curious Life. Sky Free. They've never seen
reconstituted.
Oh, go ahead.
I got that Curious Life thing. I got the 5 parts. I gotta reconstitute and then pull out the music that he's got. Some of the music he's got that can't be played through certain bots. So I'm gonna just figure out a way to mute that music, and then we should be good with this main 5-part series again.
Welcome to whoever just joined in.
Just watched Toronto choke as always.
Awesome. And dang, I got so used to saying welcome over on the guest servers that I'm doing it here now.
I'm gonna post a link in the chat. So Sky Free has like a compilation of like different guys that have done observations. Heath Comedy, he did it one time. He had an underwater camera, so the water level was cutting halfway through the image. This was a while back. So you can use the drop formula. You don't even have to use the obscured height. And he could see all the way like 7 miles across some water in Canada. Yeah, but I'm just, my point is that like there's flight editors that are doing observations regularly all the time, documenting like what is actually out there, right? And it ain't no freaking globe.
Saving these for later too.
Dodgers just clinched the World Series.
Or like the Blue Jays choked.
The Blue Jays
Hey, man.
choked.
Who did what?
The
America
city
is
of
just
Toronto
better. America just better in every way.
Choked.
Dude, all the fucking players in Canada aren't Canadian. They're all Americans. What are you talking about?
And that's why they lost.
There's
lost
only
'cause
one
Sean,
player in the Blue Jays who's a Canadian. Everybody else is an American.
Hey, they say the weakest link drags down all the ships. I mean, what does the saying go? You're only as strong as your weakest link. There you go.
Yeah, so,
My buddy flew for game 6 and 7 from Vancouver, so he's probably pissed.
Oh yeah, he's tight right now, for sure.
so Dodgers won the World Series? Is that what you're saying?
They just did. Yep.
Yeah, I went to overtime.
In
Dude,
LA?
it was a really good game. No, in Toronto.
Wait.
They won 2 games away?
Weren't they
Yep,
in
that's
LA?
Toronto for you.
They're in
What the
Toronto
fuck,
tonight.
bro.
Yeah,
You gonna
Toronto
choke
back
at
to back.
home? Choking at home, bro. Really?
Yes, that's Toronto. That's like the legacy of Toronto is to choke at home.
Yeah, they should have
I mean,
won
I don't-
yesterday.
Yeah, the Red Sox used to do the same shit. I don't feel bad. Well, fucking Bill
Who's gonna-
Buckner.
Who's gonna be the first conspiracy theorist to say it's rigged?
People are already saying that in the politics chat. They're playing it. Doo-doo. They're playing that music all the time. But
You don't
no, it was
yesterday's game. Yesterday's game, they had the winning run on base and they choked it.
Baseball's got to be the easiest game to rig because it never ends until the last out. You got so much time to do fuckery. You could flip scores back and forth 10 times.
Well, the one game went to 18 innings at one time.
19 innings.
Yeah. And then this one was really close. They were, I think it was like they're down 3-0. Then it was like 4-1, then 4-2, 4-3, then 4-4. In the last, in the ninth, they tied it. And
they're not there to like, show you baseball. Fuck, dude. Baseball's a sideshow. They're there to show you commercials.
Oh yeah, the Wendy's Tendies.
Well, they're not making money off the baseball. They're making money off the commercials. That's why they're there.
Yeah, they had Ozempic.
TV was for the shows.
But no, the ump was actually pretty
conspiracy
good.
theorist here.
Dude, that's not a conspiracy theory. That's economics. Look, 2.5 Men don't pay them to be on their show, like on the network. They make the show 2.5 Men to fucking show you commercials. That's where they make their money. The business, remember? These are for-profit businesses.
The 2.5 Men
commercials.
shows.
We got Refracted Ghost. Congratulations on the bottom slot. Pause.
You know, there's got to be a porn named 2.5 Men, and the third dude's a midget.
Oh my! How do you know that?
Educated guess, man.
Oh, you're just guessing? Oh.
Yeah, dude, I don't watch midget porn with male midgets. Frick, dude, think I'm a pervert? Female midgets only.
They have to be doing math problems on a giant blackboard while standing on a stool.
Oddly specific there, Ethergris.
Baby.
It's almost like you're in my search bar. Read my history.
Damn.
Oh, we're live. I'll save it for FU.
Indio, Aethergress. I love you guys.
Yeah, we love you too.
Yeah, welcome.
Who the hell are you?
Yeah,
Iron.
Who the fuck is that good?
Iron Bar?
Who
You
the
been at the
fuck
bar?
is that guy?
Who the fuck is that guy?
Oh, it's
He's
Iron
been
Bear.
around. Yeah, he's been
I remember
around.
Oh, what's up, bro?
Bear. Good to see you
Welcome
guys.
back, man.
Good to see you too, man. Welcome to the club, man. Welcome to the show.
I got muted and they wouldn't let me talk for a while.
What did you do?
I was bad.
You're bad?
You admitted it. You just admitted it, dude.
I was saying truth stuff and they didn't like it.
Oh, that makes people uncomfortable.
Wait, so I still don't know what.
Yeah, people really don't like that. That's my experience also, Iron Bear.
Oh, I know your voice. I love you too.
I heard that very thing today.
Dandelion, what is 3i divided by Atlas?
Oh, can you guys please talk with me about 3i Atlas? I don't.
Yeah,
I mean,
I have no idea.
first of all, 3i Atlas, is that like a freaking 3i Cyclops? Atlas was the dude that held up a globe, right? So, kind of weird.
Originally, he held up the celestial sphere, and then they switched it.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I actually, I was doing a little research on this guy that made globes. I see a thing, it was supposedly a copper globe that they etched, so it wasn't like made of paper or whatever. So it in Russia it was called Tartaria. It was part. I fell down the Tartaria rabbit hole, but the only reason I was going down it is because of the different globes that these people created. There's one in England, Jedi. What is it? Where was it? I actually looked it up where it was at. It was made in 1547 or something by some guy. It was the first English-produced globe. It's really weird looking.
Royal Astronomical Society, something like that?
It's at the Middle Inn.
Middle
You know
Inn?
what that is? The Middle Inn is like the Warriors thing.
Oh, yeah, okay. Temple Bar.
Yeah, so they have the only existing original celestial and terrestrial globes created by the first English globe maker.
Oh, wow.
Of all the places where it would be, right?
Yeah, of course. But making globes since America was a country. Crazy.
I had one of those globe bars. You open it up and it's a bar, whatever. It was an old one, right? It had like a Tartaria maps and dragons and all that. So it's kind of cool. So I was a Tartaria tard.
I heard if you took a globe and turned it upside down, it says for educational purposes only. Anybody else seen that?
I've seen the clips on YouTube where it says not for educational purposes. But got all types of stickers on all sorts of things, mate.
Yeah, I think I went to IKEA and it said that on the bottom. I looked.
I can already hear the Globers coping when they see that. They're like, "Well, that's just those, but like the ones in the colleges, like they don't see that."
Those are the scientific ones.
Yeah, they're like, "Well, those are just like those are like the cheap ones."
I got kicked out of 5 other fucking chats today just because I proudly displayed the flat earth badge on my fucking name. And oh wait, you're a flat earther? Get out of here. So that's fun.
But they just saw the badge, like the flat thing, and they're like, "You have to go."
They they talk to me for like 5 minutes and we have good repartee back and forth, and then they're like, wait, you're a flat earther? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, bloop, bloop, bloop. What the
Bigots. Sounds like something a bigot would do.
What does bigot mean?
They can't handle it.
They're judgmental
They
of other
can't
people based off of a religious.
Contradicting opinion.
They judge people based off of a religious bias.
No. Maybe. Person who obstinately or unreasonably attached to a belief, opinion, or faction. Especially one who is prejudiced against or antagonist toward a person or people on the basis of their membership of a particular group.
That's why I said religion, belief. Yeah, I completed that.
But at the same time, they run away and mute me when they could offer me some proof that their belief system is correct. They don't offer me any proof. They just mute me.
Yeah, because they have no proof, and they don't want everybody to see that.
I think most people just don't care. They just laugh at you and don't think about it.
I think that's horseshit.
That's cap.
You care a lot. You've seen your face
You
in
guys
here.
are balls deep into this, so you think about it a lot. So, like, it makes sense to you. But I'm telling you, the average person does not give a fuck about this.
Oh, you mean the average person? The average person isn't even on the internet.
It's an NPC retard.
The average person isn't a person.
The largest
the
demographic
average
in
Discord
America
user.
are baby boomers, right? So the average person isn't even on the internet.
Facts.
And people don't know what to laugh at.
They're
when
still
you say,
reading
like, oh, they're-
newspapers, dude. They're still buying the New York Times and the Washington Post and reading newspapers and freaking magazines and National Geographic and fucking sewing and doing shit that was inconceivable to you. That's most of the people.
MSNBC said.
So if we want to talk about statistical freaking outliers, you're one of them.
Boom, roasted.
And I see why I invoked religion. It's tied to the etymology.
I think it's funny when people that they try to make these sociological arguments like, oh, you're not part of the fucking in crowd. Well, neither are they, because they don't understand that the in crowd is actually a bunch of old motherfuckers in the United States. Every young generation, they think that all eyes are on them. They're not. No one's paying attention to you. Just saying, get out the fuck out of the way.
Smart. I figured it out more than you.
No, it's because the way advertising is, right? Like pop music and pop culture. It's geared toward the freaking young children, young men, young women. So they think that the whole world is revolving around them. No, we're just keeping you freaking occupied so you don't break anything. Putting little shiny shit in front of your fucking face so you don't break anything. Ooh,
Right,
shiny.
Amen. This man just told you the most truth you've heard in the last year. Fuck yes.
You know, most soldiers.
That actually makes sense.
Well, I was going to
Look at the
caveat to
mobile
that.
above
The
the
reason
bed.
why is most soldiers, if you look across the world in war zones, are 11 to 14 years old.
Infantry.
I'm talking like in Africa and freaking, South America. Most of the world isn't developed.
The Middle East has got a lot of teenage soldiers as well.
You know why? Because they don't fucking know any better and they'll do anything.
Yeah, it's that tradition in their culture and what they're told to do.
Yeah. But the average age in Palestine's like 30, isn't it?
Not anymore.
17 or something.
Yeah, damn.
It's gotten a lot lower.
Dude. Well, I mean, it's probably getting higher because they're killing mostly children.
I don't think there's anybody old left.
War never changes.
Palestine was like 75% 18 or younger. Wasn't that what it was? 75% children? Yeah, so let's not talk about that, though.
Statistically, your interpretation is actually valid. And there's another one or two that are valid as well. But we can't know because it's fucking Palestine, Israel.
So Mansky, if nobody cared about this topic, why when I turn on the TV, there's fucking globes everywhere?
No, I just mean nobody is seriously trying to engage you guys in a debate. They just mock you and move on with their day. They're not trying to come
I
up
don't
with
know what's a
arguments.
mock.
It's not true.
I don't
How,
know
People
what's a
have
mock.
been here for years.
can you tell us about the sample size you're making this judgment from?
If you go into any other
Are you going to answer my question? The sample size you're making this judgment from.
I don't have like data.
You
I'm
just
just
said
saying, if you go
most,
into
dude.
other
You
rooms,
quantified it. Well, you quantified it when you said most people. They're not
Yeah,
debating you; they're just mocking you. Where did you come up with these most numbers?
well, every time this room is brought up in the other channels on Discord, it just turns into like
Every
"God, this
time.
person's retarded.
Every time.
Pretty much every time, yeah. Nobody's like,
So it's just rhetorical.
How do you go to so many channels at once so you know what people are doing most of the time?
I don't know. I'm in
You're
different rooms.
embarrassing yourself because you're just talking out your ass, showing your butt hurt.
I'm giving you guys
Yeah,
another
you're showing
perspective.
your butt hurt, dude.
You guys should
That's all
come
you're
to the other
doing.
channels sometime.
Boom roasted.
I hate to break it to you, Mansky, but this is our second server, and the other one also had 32,000 people on it. The only reason this server doesn't have 80,000 people is because they auto-purge the server. Did you know that?
I did not.
No, they auto-purge the server. So I've been tracking this for about 3-4 years now. So about 4 years ago, every month, the amount of people we'd gain in here would go up 100 a month. So it went from 800 a month, 900 a month, 1,000 a month, 1,100 a month, 1,200 a month, 1,300 a month. And then it stopped. And then from that point on, just stopped. Whatever amount of people join the server, leave the server.
That sounds like my X account every day.
And I've been tracking this for 3-4 years now. If 50 people join the server in a month, 50 people leave in a month. They'll purge them.
I'm not making an argument. I'm just giving you some outside perspective.
How come 250,000 people have been in this server? More than that. That was like 6 months ago the last time I checked.
Morbid curiosity.
Morbid
These guys
curiosity.
actually
Is that what
believe
you have to tell yourself to sleep at night?
Like, nobody thinks about flat Earth like that. It's just kind of like a joke.
How do you know what people think, Amazing Kreskin?
We got
You're psychic.
I'm telling
no one thinks
you,
about
if you
your
go into
psychic
some other
ability like that
Discord,
either.
you go into some of the other rooms and bring up flat Earth.
You ever think that maybe you're in an echo chamber?
I think this room is an echo chamber, but
this is
Really?
interesting.
Why you hear so much?
What is it? Define echo chamber for us.
Fun.
Hello, 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 hello.
Oh, he must not have caught the part
like-minded
where
people.
AI was. Never mind.
Telling each other the same stuff.
You must have missed the part where AI was grilling me earlier. But okay, echo chamber,
No,
whatever you say.
I respect him. Like he keeps you guys in check. It's cool.
Yeah, it's the
An
fact that
environment
you
in
come
which-
from a
Well,
Go
let me
on,
read
yeah,
this
sorry.
definition. An environment in which a person encounters only beliefs or opinions that coincide with their own, so that their existing views are enforced and alternative ideas are not considered. Now, you're talking. You have a belief which is not my own, and we're talking about it and whether it's valid. So your belief is being considered. So
Okay, technically, if you're
full of
going by that
shit.
definition, you're right.
The definition in the Oxford Dictionary, you got a better one?
No, I mean by that definition, okay. If that's the definition, you're right. But you guys are just in this room with each other all the time.
No, with
don't really...
you. No.
I'm on X. Bro, I'm on X. I've gone on TikTok. I go on other servers. What are you talking about? We
Go on
interact
other
with
channels,
Gold Cards all the time.
Yeah. So it baffled
It's
me.
people that come in here to like, they're just curious if you actually believe in. Nobody like outside of this room on in the politics Discord actually is thinking about this.
Really?
Does that
Tea
idea
leaves
make you feel better about yourself? Does it make you sleep better at night?
There's
Thinking
going to
that
be
people
people
don't
that have
believe that?
dedicated. There's going to be people that are dedicated to opposing us.
Yeah, like Talon and
like you.
Yeah, you got a couple of people that are.
No,
see you guys
I'll
on the
destroy your
puzzle.
whole thesis.
Couple
It's a puzzle for
servers
them.
of them. The servers of these
They
people
literally
dedicated to being
cloned this
anti to
entire.
us.
Yeah, so Jerry brings up a good point. They have cloned multiple times this entire server in all the fucking channels and named it 24/7 Globe Earth. In fact, at one time, someone cloned the YouTube channel and named it the identical thing so that if you search for it, you'd go to their dead channel that was live streaming absolutely nothing, was live streaming a black fucking screen. You don't know what you're talking about. That's why I asked you, what's your sample size? Okay? You don't know anything about this topic, what goes on in this topic, what's fucking happening. You have your own little fucking anecdotal experience of your own fucking little echo chamber DM chat group of fucking like-minded retards. Like fucking, who's the other? Mage and fucking JJ and all you
Which happened?
idiots, dude. Who
Fucking
else?
preach.
There's an interesting history that occurred on politics. So when we went over there, obviously we were there before, then we were not there for a while, then we got invited back and we built the channel. We eventually got it to be in the #1 position. And it pretty much stayed in #1 almost the entire year, and it was probably #1 for the overall year. But earlier on, people were getting offended that the Flat Earth was being so successful there. And they actually tried to complain to the owners of the server, and they even so much as went into a town hall that the owners were holding, and they complained. And you know what the owner told them? He said, "Go make your own channel and see if people will attend. And if you want their channel to fail, stop attending it." But guess what? We still were #1 that year. So it's not the case that people just ignore us and just don't care.
And then another dude tried to take a poll, and then Peter and fucking friends started freaking GF6. They actually started a little fucking group to take us down. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, let me ask this: how many people have you turned to your side from
That's
like?
not, no, I'm not. Bro, why do you think that that's our goal?
Turn him to the dark side. What the fuck?
Yeah, how many people have you
Did you say
converted?
turn to the
'Cause I
dark
think
side?
Most people are just
Mansky,
coming in
so
here
there's
to
a moral connotation to this? Is it
No,
immoral to be a Mansky, is it immoral to be a flat earther?
dark side.
That was me.
Mansky, is it immoral to be a flat earther? I want to know. Is it
No,
immoral?
that was me. I said that.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I'm asking him anyway.
moral to be a flat
Is
earther?
it immoral to be a flat earther? Is it immoral?
I don't get into those weird morality debates. I don't really care.
Do you believe there is morality?
Ski's got a good question though. That how many people have we converted? Right?
Who cares?
Well, how many people
I don't care.
have converted to flat Earth and then went back to globe Earth? That's the real question. Zero.
Look, how many people could I convert if I got a bunch of children and forced them to go to fucking school and said, "You're going to fail this grade if you don't fucking write this flat Earth shit down on this piece of paper"?
I want people saying none. Never.
How many people could I fucking make believe the flat Earth if I did that? If I took their children, forced them into a building, said you're not going to advance unless you write flat. The world is flat on this fucking piece of paper. How many people, Mansky? Because that's the situation you're in. That's your side.
Yeah, I don't know. I think most people just come in here to troll you guys and then move on.
Yeah,
with
but
their
that's
lives.
your side. You endorse that? Forcing children to write down Earth's a globe on a piece of paper?
People do come in here to troll. You're right, but there is people that come in here and they stay in here and argue for a while.
Yeah,
Why
but
would they
just
waste
see it
their
as a
time doing
puzzle.
that?
They just want to win.
How do you know? What made you a mind reader, Mansky? We want to know how you know any of what you're saying.
I've talked to these people. They're all.
Oh, really?
Like,
Can you share some DMs? Hey, post a DM. Admit their name. Just post the chat, dude. Post it right in here.
I mean, is it a couple or is it a
Yeah,
lot?
that's right,
I mean,
Mansky. You're a liar, and we know you're a liar. You're just making shit up. I don't know why you guys try to spin narratives, dude. I don't understand it. It's never worked. It hasn't worked in a decade. It isn't going to start working now. You're not the first fucking idiot to scroll through this fucking server and go, I'll try and spin some fucking narrative about flat earthers instead of talking about the topic, because I'll get cooked if I do that. Dude, the shit don't work.
All right,
Neil,
well, I
they
can
think
DM you some
Go back into the
screenshots.
fucking. I don't want you to DM. I want you to post in the chat for everyone to see.
Nah, dude, that's like I don't want to. I don't know. It's
They
weird,
think
like
you're
posting
stupid.
private DMs.
Omit their names,
Monsky.
dude. Scratch their name out, dude. We just want to see the dialogue.
Oh, it's such a pain in the ass. Come on, dude. I mean, I've talked to Talon quite a bit.
You're the one that
I've
said
talked.
it. You're the one
I
that
talked
posted
to
in
an
the chat.
anti-flat
Put your name on
earther. You talked to an anti-flat earther.
I know he's trying to win. He doesn't actually care
Is he a
about this. He just
representative
wants to win.
sample? You think that he's a representative sample? One guy.
But no, but like the guys that regularly come in here,
Like who?
like Mez, Talon.
Mez is not a representative sample either. Mez is fucking psychotic. He's been fucking following us
You
around like
think
a
Mez
groupie for 2 years,
represents us?
dude.
Wasn't Mez in GF6?
Yeah.
It's anti-flat earth.
January 6th?
GF6, Globe Force 6.
Oh, okay.
Like, are these
Mez
guys
does
your
not
leader? Are they like
represent
toting you
the
around, bro?
average-
Fucker 6. We're not sure yet.
These are the people you're looking up to? Are you serious?
Oh, I'm just saying they're just trying to like win against you. They're not trying to have like a discussion. They see you
they
as a
failed
puzzle.
every fucking single time.
You're
So why are you
calling out
listening to
people that
losers?
are trying to cope?
No. If you come in here to win, you've lost already.
Dude, Mez is like a dude that
Monsky,
runs up the stairs and then falls down
So
them
it's
when he
fake.
gets up to the top.
So it's rigged.
Hey, here's an example we just had today. A Finnish guy came. He said he hadn't even been on Discord for a year. He came and he joined
Don't
the
start
server
with
to listen. And he's been talking to people in his hometown who themselves are his two friends, which are flat earthers, who are explaining to him an observation from his hometown to a tower in another country and how it's impossible if the earth is a globe, right? Completely divorced from this server altogether. He did that on his own and they did it on their own. There's many flat earthers out there. In fact, there's plenty of like censuses type things you can look at in polls where, for example, Brazil has tens of millions of flat earthers. It might be 11 million. But either way, there's a large portion of flat earthers. Not only that, in the past decade, flat earth relevant search results on social media, especially YouTube, surpassed Justin Bieber and Donald Trump. Then shortly thereafter, they had meetings about Congress. It's literally mentioned from the presidential pulpit, dude. It's on people's minds all the time.
Is it possible that people who grew up in a society or education system that were not like Rothschild or Rockefeller funded might assume flat, not globe? Because
Well,
it hadn't been
who cares,
indoctrinated in
It's off the
globe?
topic.
All of
It
us
doesn't-
were fucking
That's great.
Rockefeller, whatever, educated.
So, Mansky, last week I was watching a video. It's a guy, he used to be in the U.S. military. He was a captain. He was talking about weapon systems, and he mentioned flat Earth. Now, he wasn't a flat Earth purveyor. He was a globe earther. He was talking about rail guns, which was ironic. He said rail guns can't work because the Earth isn't flat. And we talked about how some people think the Earth is flat, but the rest of us know the Earth is a globe, which you don't actually know. And in fact, railguns were a flat Earth argument for fucking 5 years. So
that was me.
The week before, I was watching two PhD physicists talk to another one, and they started talking about flat Earth. Every week, I see somebody in a non-flat Earth topic mention flat Earth. Every fucking week.
Yeah. Well, I concur with that. I see not related flat Earth topics when people bring up flat Earth all
We
the
don't
time.
have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Convention.
Was that Obama?
Can I pose a question or a thought experiment for Mansky?
Yes.
Obama did say that we don't have time for
hypothetically, everything we're saying here is absolutely correct.
What do you think the only option of the control structure in our society is to do at that point? If the globe is not an objective reality, it will never be demonstrated as an objective reality. It's an object they're proposing to you exists in reality, but they can never conjure it up physically in front of you. What's the only tactics left? It's to disrupt the
tactics or what are
dialogue, the interactions, the access to information endlessly, because that's all they have to do.
I think I have
Whereas
an
we often
answer.
say if the globe's real, just fucking go measure it and bring us the measurement. We'll concede
I
to
think
flat
what
Earth.
they're trying to do is to kill God.
No, hold on, Iron Bear. I want to hear Mansky's thoughts.
I don't think, again, like I'm coming at this from a different perspective than you guys. I mean, you guys have been balls deep in
Well,
flat
Mansky,
Earth
you
for
take
I don't
on
know how many years.
the perspective of the hypothetical.
You've been
and
balls
address
deep in
that.
flat Earth too. You just deny it.
I mean, I'm balls deep
It's not a
lately because I'm in here with you guys.
Well, no,
As I
I'm
told
saying
Quantum
before you were ever
Eraser, I
involved.
don't have those.
Oh, sorry.
I didn't even.
The only one that's
I mean,
not
I
balls
knew
deep
about
in
flat
here is
earthers.
Andy Ryan, and if over the fences
Thank
was here, she
you.
wouldn't be either. The point is that you've always been balls deep in flat Earth. You just denied it. Somebody told you different, and you believe them. That's the only difference. You've accepted that your reality is something other than what you experience. That's the difference between us and you.
Be honest, you're trying to disprove it.
No,
Aren't you?
okay. So when I spoke up, this was in the context of I think we were talking about, or I forget. I don't even remember. I only wanted to say
Why would
that.
we, let's just do this. Why would we declare what delusional people think? You're in the class of delusional people.
I guess could be. Yeah.
Well, if you go to the fucking ocean and look and you see that it looks flat and you're like, that's curved, dude, that's delusional.
I think most people just aren't thinking about it at all.
We know that.
I don't have numbers
matter
to
what
back that up.
People are doing or not.
Why does it matter what most people are thinking about? What are you thinking?
Because they're not. It's not some like.
Is that all life is about to you? It's just you know, tempting to hang with what you perceive as the cool kids.
No, but I don't even remember the
See,
context.
that's all you've fucking said.
Is
Since
there a
you've been in here
consensus
speaking.
reality? Does reality like merge the freaking hive mind?
My only
Cosmic
point was
consciousness?
like
reality doesn't give a shit about consensus.
yeah. Okay, yeah, I know.
Let him finish.
Yeah, my only point was like, okay, if you go to the politics server, the English hub, nobody in there is thinking about flat Earth. They're not like coming at you with this nefarious fucking strategy to, I don't know, get rid of you guys or silence you. They just don't
That's
care about it at all.
bullshit, dude. We were in the politics and religion server, and they specifically fucking nerfed us when the mods that supported us left. You don't know what you're talking about, Manti. Why are you talking about shit you can't possibly have any information about because you're a fucking outsider?
I actually asked, I was in a chat with one of the, I think, executive mods or an ex-executive mod on politics, and I asked about you guys. Like,
Politics and
flat
religion.
Earth has nothing to do with politics. So why does Doobie allow them on this? And she said that Doobie just wants, he just likes anything that's popular. So he'll just let anything that's popular. So you guys are
just said it
controversial.
wasn't
It's
popular.
fun to engage with you guys.
Yeah.
You just said it wasn't
It's
popular.
popular
Hold
then.
on.
It's popular. We just
You
stop the
just fucking
conversation.
dynamite your own argument?
Yeah, he did.
Like, no, but it's a fun thing to engage with you guys. Like, it's not that people are taking it seriously. It's just fun.
People are taking it seriously. Can I say
How do
something
you
real
know
quick?
how people take it, Mansky? We're gonna ask you again. How are you divining people's minds, dude? Other than the fucking two people in your fucking DMs.
You just
that are both known anti-flat earthers and actually formed groups that were anti-flat earth groups, and you're getting what people think from these people. It's crazy, dude.
Okay, make a
don't think you
different
have a-
account and then go into some of the other rooms and then try to bring up flat Earth and then see what people say. I guarantee you, 100%
because you guys
of
are
the
all
rooms
fucking social signaling, dude. I don't take that stuff seriously. Oh no, I don't believe in any of that flat Earth stuff. They don't want to be ridiculed.
Yeah.
It doesn't even get that
See
far.
that
They
quite
just call
often
you
as well.
retarded and then move
Like
on.
Mansky, I'm sure here's like a comparison.
You're
I'm
such
sure
a
you can
fool.
understand. You understand how homosexuals used to, keep their, sexuality very secretive back in, like, say, 70s, 80s, 90s. Do you remember that? You know of that phenomenon, right? It's no
In fact,
fucking
hold on.
different
I know.
when it comes to
I had
fire.
a gay friend that before we knew he was gay, if we talk about bitches, he would talk about bitches if he wanted to fuck bitches. He never wanted to fuck bitches.
Where is CP? Is he in there?
Yeah. Oh, shit.
He's a closet flat earther.
The exact same psychological phenomenon, right? It's just
He totally
self-preservation
deserved
within the
that.
crowd, right? So you're telling us you're seeing through these deep psychological facades of everyone. You know they're real. That they really don't give a fuck about flat Earth, right? Is that what you're telling us?
That's exactly what I'm telling you. People do not give a fuck.
You know they're deep personal thoughts that they only share with themselves in their own solitude.
I mean, they could be considering it. I don't think so. But
when it's
You
put
hope
like
not.
that, do you not
It's more
feel like
like
you
it.
sound like
You
a bit of an
hope
idiot?
that.
I don't really care if they do or not. I'm just saying,
you
like,
do.
You care, Mansky. Don't lie. This is all
guys
your
need to make-
coping mechanism.
Everybody
Morpheus
recognizes
has
your
named you
name?
Kopsky.
Okay, everybody
Like
recognizes
fucking
your name.
7 stages of grief theme.
So you need to make other accounts and join some of these different rooms and bring up Flat Earth. I encourage you to do that.
Why do we need to go in there? They come in here and they bring it to us.
You
They come
think
in
that we
and-
care. That's
and
what's
they
funny is
troll
that you
and
think
Because they
we
come in
care.
here just to. They're not like they're never going to entertain Flat Earth seriously. It's just like a fun thing for them to do to come in here.
Yeah, we're not worried about
know
it.
what they're gonna do.
They don't take Kennan fucking seriously. They go and
You
sit
guys
and
are
talk
way
about
too
left
balls
and
deep
right
into
politics.
this.
They don't
See
even
clearly.
take that seriously. These people are just talkers. They talk and talk. They're rabble. They're environmental obstacles in the world. You can't barely consider them like sentient beings. They're just there for
Mansky,
spice and noise.
Mansky, are you coming in here and telling us that if we go into another room and talk about it, then they'll make fun of us or kick us out? Is that supposed to make us do something? Is that supposed to make us feel bad
bring up the
about
topic.
ourselves? Or
And then
Just
what?
bring it
Then
up and see what
do
they
you
say.
think will happen,
But if we
Mansky?
bring it
Make
up-
a prediction for us. What'll happen?
No, you guys need to.
Yeah,
I don't know.
what'll
I feel
happen?
like you're a little out of touch.
What do you think will happen? What'll happen? Tell us.
Wait, what'll happen if what?
What'll happen to us if we bring up Flat Earth on one of the non-Flat Earth topic fucking channels?
You can see how people actually feel about you guys.
I'm going to go into the
In a
cooking. I'm going to go into the
non-Flat Earth
cooking
topic
room.
channel, I'm gonna figure out what people really feel. I'm gonna go into the
care?
God Ain't Real channel and start talking about Flat Earth, and they're gonna listen to me.
In a lot of the rooms, they're not always on topic. They're just talking about bullshit. You can bring up whatever you want.
So if I go into these other rooms
communists are
and I
talking
talk
about you.
about it, and they make, if I go into these other rooms and I talk about it and they make fun of me, am I going to be scared and I'm going to go back to being a globe earther again or something? Like what?
No, just go undercover.
hoping so.
Just to see what people say about you guys.
Yeah, we already know what people
Who
say.
I'm
cares?
going to feel bad about it.
Do not
I'm going to feel bad about what people say about
Are
me.
you think you're giving us news that we're socially ostracized, made fun of? You think this is news to us or something?
You guys think that like everybody's
We have seen
thinking about
Professor
Flat
Day
Earth.
videos before, which are 280 logical fallacies of fucking insults of flat earthers. The entire video is an ad hom attack. Like, we have seen this shit before. You're late to the party, dude. We are aware.
Yeah, but
We're
check this out.
low-hanging
Let's
fruit.
get some real world. Let's give some non-internet examples. So, for example, in my life, there's people that speak about things, and when they're talking about things about the globe, they go out of their way to make sure they mention something about flat Earth, like either flat earthers are crazy or flat earthers are their opinions are irrelevant, something like that. To try to social signal to everyone else that what they just said about the globe, that they double down on in some kind of truth. It's like they can't just say it without mentioning flat Earth in some way. Now, that may be a response to the social upswell of flat Earth over the past 10 years. That may be the case, but it's not the case that people are just not caring about it and not talking about it. They literally go out of their way to mention it. And so I'm talking about some even like preachers. They'll be saying something about making some claim that has theological implications, and it'll be about something about the stars and God created them. And then they'll make sure to mention and not flat Earth or something. It's like, well, why are they going out of their way to mention that? Like, why is it on their mind? If what you say is true, that nobody cares. They're making sure everybody knows what they're saying, and they're speaking to an audience of hundreds of people.
Well, it's what you said. Like, flat Earth has become like a topic of conversation. I mean, more so than ever. And it's just like a way of, I don't know, making a joke. You guys are like the butt of the joke to kind of.
What's the joke part? What's the joke part? What's the joke part?
It's so funny, but you have to tell yourself to sleep better. You have zero evidence for what you say other than some small circle of fucking DMs and freaking speds on the politics server that just like to fucking argue. That don't know anything.
So here's how much it's the butt of the joke. There's people that I know in my social circle and close circle of friends that I grew up with that know that I'm into this topic and that I'm advanced in this topic. Not only that, but advanced in theological matters. I'm able to discuss a lot of different cults and all this type of stuff. And so when it comes to those matters, they actually come to me because they respect my knowledge base. It's not about a joke. It's about they're really concerned about either their loved one being involved in flat Earth, maybe for the wrong reasons, or they don't understand it, or this or that. And it's my job when they come to me in that way to explain to them what's going on in that side of things, so that they see it through the lens of the people who it's impacting, which, by the way, are their friends, are their siblings, are their loved ones, are their spouses. And when it comes to religious organizations that care about their people, right, they want harmony among the people and not people to be hating each other over things that really have no true bearing on what their main point is. And so, yeah, this has real impact on people. And I have to deal with real people in my life about it. It's not like it's just some passing fad that flat Earth is just the accepted butt of the joke anymore. That's fading away.
Interesting. I've never encountered flat Earth in my daily life, but maybe you guys
You're self-selecting.
Why would you?
You're self-selecting.
You're sitting on channels like 24/7 as much as us.
I go out. I stay in here when I go out. I don't leave Discord when I go outside.
Fair enough, dude, but check it out, bro. I guarantee you've passed flat earthers in your daily life and you've interacted with flat earthers in your daily life. One of the reasons why they don't talk to you about it, because there is that expectation of social stigma. But there actually is a well-known phenomenon in psychology, which I can't remember the actual name for, it doesn't matter. The point is that once a social network group reaches a certain saturation, if they believe that a certain amount of people are willing to talk about a topic, they no longer keep it secret, and then it becomes open within that group.
So
your circle of friends, right? Yeah, something like that. But the main point is, Mansky, is that your circle of friends are actually the echo chamber homeboys, not us. That's the problem with you, because you're not in an environment that's open enough for people to discuss it. But the statistics on who's interested in it, the relevant search result, all of the polls that have been done over the past decade, the chances are that out of 100 people that 10 or greater of them don't believe the Earth is a globe, and 10 or greater of them actually think the Earth is flat.
Yeah, possibly.
I would add to that to say that I highly doubt you even know your friends on any level are relevant to flat Earth.
Probably barely know your friends at all. You don't really know somebody till you live with them, quite honestly.
Yeah, I guess I'd asking people.
You're young. You have your perception of what friendship and connection is, and you think it's just sitting around bullshitting over beers. So it's like you don't know a person over that.
I want an example of what a flat Earth, the butt of the joke is. Give me an example.
He was saying people in other rooms are basically making fun of us, and we should know that. We should go there and listen to them.
Yeah. So what are they saying to make fun of us? Yeah, what are they saying? Because I haven't heard
Well, you
anything.
know what? Because we make fun of you guys. We're gonna make fun of you.
Yeah,
Actually,
we
we're
make
making
fun of you, and
right
you guys
now.
know it. Yeah, we know you guys know we rip on you, and you know why, and you guys can't do shit about it.
I mean, do you want me to replay Dandelion ripping Josh a new one? I mean, I can replay that shit.
I want to hear it.
Now I got to go back and listen because I wasn't here for
Dude,
that.
it's in the bot music. I'll just post it right
Replay
in
it.
the
Just
channel.
replay it right now. It's palatable for right now.
More than once.
Ask some bros at the gym about flat Earth.
You
never
never
go to the gym.
Yeah, Mansky, you're just not the first Glober that's came into Flat Earth server like this, a serious one. You've hung around a bit too long and you listened a bit too closely to what's being said, and you've realised there's serious issues with the globe one way or another. Right? You're not the first. And now you've hit a wall, and you're scrambling to kind of piece together your old paradigm, right? So you can't move forward, you can't move back.
All
So you
stages of
come up
grief,
with all
dude.
this intersocial bullshit, right?
Emotional damage.
And didn't Tool make a song about that?
What is it?
Sober?
I know the pieces fit because I watched them crumble down.
I'm here because it's entertaining. I'm not really. This isn't
That's
really.
fucking cap, bro.
Schism.
Yeah.
Of course.
Hey, so we're gonna. Did I ask you this yesterday?
I don't care about it all the time.
Didn't I ask you, Kopsky, whether you ever questioned the globe?
Yeah, I watched Eric Dubé for a couple of years, and the Morguile.
Eric Dubé. The Morguile. So you're fucking watching junkies. Holy shit!
No, that was like 7 years ago.
Who watches Eric Dubé? I mean,
Who watches
here's
the
what I mean.
Morguile, dude? Like, what the fuck, dude? Dude just begs
Dude,
to
that
get
was
high. all the
7, 8
time.
years ago.
Man, how do you watch them for a couple of years? I mean, I saw one thing and probably half of that video, and I couldn't take it anymore. But whoever watches them for a couple of years, no wonder why you're annoyed with flat earthers.
I mostly put his videos on while falling asleep because he has that voice.
Why though? Why?
You love it so much that you actually fall asleep to flat Earth. That's the craziest thing in the world.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, man.
I used to.
You could listen to anything else in the world, but you choose us.
Fucking fucked up, bro. So, all these people that make fun of flat Earth, do you think they know the Earth is a globe?
I think, they know the Earth is a globe. They don't believe it. They know it.
Okay, so how
Stop the cap.
hold on. What information do they have that they know the Earth is a globe?
You'd have to ask them.
You just said you know that they know, so I want to know how you know they know.
Because they call you retards, so I know.
Oh, so that means so if you call someone a retard, that means you know something.
If they call you retards for thinking the Earth is flat, then yes, I have to believe that they think the Earth is a globe.
They win the argument. They win.
No, I didn't ask you whether they believe the Earth is a globe. I said, how did they know the Earth is a globe? See, we need to make this distinction. You guys like to run away from the distinction of knowledge versus belief because you want to pretend you have knowledge when you actually have belief. And we point this out all the time, and you guys flee from that shit like crazy. What do we care if a bunch of fucking globe believers think we're retarded for not sharing their cult beliefs? We don't give a fuck. Sorry, we don't care. If I go through the airport and the fucking Moonies get mad at me because I don't become a Moonie, I don't give a shit. You know what the Moonies are? They used to be a fucking cult that used to hang out in fucking airports and try to get you to join them. Okay?
They wear a toga, had bald heads.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, they were funny as fuck, though.
What do they do?
I saw
they moon
real
people?
life hanging out at the airport.
No, they followed some Korean guy, Kim Sung Moon or something like that. It's like Moon.
I've been in the same stage as Kopsky, and I get it, but he's just not that deep yet. and he doesn't want to be called a retard like we are being called retards.
Man, he's got all the answers.
7 years.
He's got all the answers. He listened to Eric Dubay for years, dude. You could have just did one test and you'd know more than listen to Eric Dubay for 30 freaking years.
That was a while ago, and I didn't really think about it again until I came into that politics Discord.
Have you ever tested? Have you done any tests yet, Kopsky? Done anything?
Not yet. I don't know if I want to spend that money on a camera.
How much? You don't need you can use a fucking mirror, dude. You got $6? Go buy a fucking $6 door mirror off of Amazon and you use it to reflect sunlight, okay?
And use your phone camera.
Yeah, dude, this shit ain't complicated. You guys try to
just
make
gotta take a
remember
picture.
I was saying it? They try to make it complex, dude. It's fucking simple.
Dude, just video the flash using your camera on your phone. Your camera on your phone is very good for that.
Hey, real quick, friends, real quick. You only need a camera if you want to record it. If you want to witness it yourself, you can just go with your eyeballs.
Well, he'll need a friend for the mirror. I think they got those at Walmart cheap too.
Yeah, plus he wants to record it to show his friend. So yeah, he needs to record it to show his friend anyway. So he should just record it. That way he can show us too how cool it looks.
Yeah, that
P900. When I
P900.
first heard Mansky talking about getting a P900 or something, I thought it was like a new thing he's debating about doing. But now I realize he's probably been stuck for years going back and forth on this.
No,
Yeah,
I said I haven't really thought about this at all.
You think that like I think what I think about you, Mansky, now is that you have an idea about flat earthers from watching anti-flat earth nonsense, and you're just completely fucking lost. Why did you ever think that you needed to go buy some crazy expensive fucking equipment to test that shit? You could literally get a fucking $2 plastic signal mirror, emergency signal mirror they use for fucking signaling airplanes. It's idiot proof. Literally, all you got to do is look through the fucking hole at where you want the freaking reflection to go.
The point was to get a flat earther approved camera, go to some big ass lake.
There is no flat earther approved camera, dude.
Why can't you just use any camera, dude?
Why are you trying to prove it to us?
With a good zoom,
you know, you want to use.
Why are you trying to prove it to us though? Like, why aren't you trying to prove it to yourself first?
I mean, you can't zoom with a GoPro. I have 2 of them. They don't zoom. They might have digital zoom in 1 or 2 or something, but they're not like zoom cameras like my P900. But I use it for other things too. Besides the 3 or 4 things that I was like, well, Earth is already flat now at this point, so what's the point of
basically an iPhone 4 camera? That's what they are. iPhone 4S camera inside of a hard casing. That's all they are.
I mean, if they're fine. So
yeah, you could use it for a mirror flash, no problem. You know what I mean? That wouldn't be an issue.
Well, we can see his dilemma now. Oh, should I go and get empirical evidence of what I believe? Or should I just keep listening to fucking retards?
Yeah, I'll listen to... I'll read Mez's DMs. That'll figure it out.
Matthew made it, so he'll go and do this because he knows it's easy to do. Him and Kopsky should go at the same time.
Well, I just got here. I don't know what
revealed that you never really
were talking about.
Here, I'll bring you up to speed, Matt. Matt, whenever you go into other rooms, other servers, and talk about other stuff, and you bring up flat Earth, do they make fun of you? Do they say that this is an echo chamber? What do they say?
Talking to me?
What do other people say? I mean, they typically call me liars and like that I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know. Depends on the room, I guess.
Not the flat earthers, dude. The globe earthers.
Yeah.
What do the globe earthers say?
Yeah, when you just go to a normal fucking chat room. I don't know if you go to normal chat rooms, but if you did,
if I talk to normal people in the real
just
life.
bring up the topic.
Right. Yes. People are generally curious why anybody would believe that. I tell them, hey, I've been in flat Earth Discord servers and they ask me about it. They're generally like curious about what the arguments are, and so I tell them. But mostly they don't think it's true.
You steel man us, right? Don't straw man us or anything.
Of course, yeah. You've seen my video, right? I steel man like Miggy's 3 points.
All right, thank you for that.
Right.
Big fucking L.
Then they told you that. Then they told you that they don't care and we're retards, right? They told you that as well.
No, nobody. I haven't heard anybody say retards.
Yeah, what about on Discord? Save me here.
Okay, so Mansky,
Discord, sure.
Mansky seems to hear it all the time.
Yeah, Discord's a dumpster fire, so all bets are off depending what server you're in, right?
Yeah,
right, so Discord wouldn't be a representative sample size of normal people, right?
Right. When you're talking about normal people out, when I talk to people in real life, they're generally just curious about flat Earth.
We're talking about the bastion of servility known as the politics server.
Also, welcome quick.
Copsy, why would we use the politics server as a litmus test about how people act normally? That is definitely not.
I wasn't doing
server.
that, but wasn't
people
that the
named
context of like when I
kids should
started
be trans or teach your kids trans? You think that shit's fucking normal?
Hell no.
No. But
I wanted to say them is like half the executive.
That might get you murdered in half the world. Okay?
You know that.
I don't know. You guys were talking about something, and I don't know. Maybe I misunderstood, or I don't remember the context of when I started speaking up. I could have sworn it was about the other people on the Discord.
Is this your Mia?
Well, what we had been talking about prior was a bunch of bad actions that Globers had done to flat earthers over the years in our community. They tried to get Brian Mullen fired, try to convince women to fall in love with them so that they could use romance to trick them to win a bet to say, I'm no longer a flat earther. And the list of dirtbaggery goes on and on. They didn't care so much that they decided to do all of those actions. Interesting.
Well, maybe I'll ask some Chinese bros at the gym. I just never encountered this topic in real life.
How many times you bring it up?
I've never personally brought it up, but yeah, maybe I should. I'll ask some Chinese guys at the gym.
Okay.
I gotta go to the gym.
Have you ever encountered Tartaria in real life?
No.
Well, you do know it's on maps, right? It was on a lot of old world maps. This place called Tartaria, the place you called Russia now. Does that not exist because you don't talk about it with some fucking gym bros?
My point was,
like, you have a very myopic view, dude. It's almost like a fucking narcissistic. Like, if it doesn't exist in some part of your world,
no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not a debater. I'm not good at like explaining myself. I get that.
Does he understand what the Overton window is? Someone explain it to him.
Probably not.
No, I do. You're talking about just in terms of politics.
Can you explain the Overton window to us?
The Overton window, in my own words, isn't that kind of like on the left-right spectrum of politics, kind of where society is at? Like, kind of, like for example, the U.S. would be like more right on the Overton window compared to Europe.
It's not necessarily to do with any one political stance.
Okay, I don't know then.
The Overton window is basically an accepted ideas and concepts with it. What is deemed acceptable, socially acceptable ideas and concepts in day-to-day speech between people.
Okay, so flat Earth to be outside that window.
It's like the box of conversation we keep ourselves in, so that we're not, outcast or something like that. You just jump into anybody, anywhere, and start speaking about flat Earth. Like, seriously, they're just going to turn their backs on you, walk away. After they mock and ridicule you.
I think if you
Depends
ask
on how you
people
bring it
about
up.
they won't care.
So
But if you
you're
start,
saying, "Oh, I never experienced flat Earth in my day-to-day life." It's like, yeah, because it's not within the Overton window. It's not within the acceptable forms of social interaction.
I wonder if there are any
But think
Chinese
about
flat
the
earthers.
stupid
Like, it
things
might
that
not even
are
be.
acceptable. Well, have you thought about the things that are acceptable? You can talk about Kim Kardashian's fat fucking ass. That would be fine, even though she's a brain dead guppy. But you think
Why
that's
would
okay?
Chinese people think they live on a globe, dude?
I don't know. I've never asked a Chinese person.
It's like, here's an example, right? Sympathy towards paedophilia was not in the Overton window in the 2000s. It's come into the Overton window in the 2010s.
It has?
Yes. Pay attention.
Epstein and all that shit.
Well, I don't think that at all. Not among anybody I know.
Like if you sat around the fucking dinner table, 90s and
It's not
90s,
polite conversation.
Tried to say we should really attempt to incorporate paedophiliacs into society, and attend to their needs and whatnot, because it's just a sexual orientation. They'd be like, yeah, give me back my family name, Now you'll just hear that.
Well, the thing about the Overton window is there's extremes within the window to the left spectrum and the right spectrum on any particular issue, but the actual window shifts along those topics. So whereas before the extremes included certain topics to the right and certain to the left, right, it then shifts to allow ones that used to not be. But the boundaries of how far you can go in either direction also shift.
I think the Overton window is very fucking narrow. And that's because people are fucking lazy and they don't want to think. I think it's primarily motivated by fucking laziness. They don't want to think about hard topics. They want to think about Kim Kardashian's ass. I can bring up the Kardashians at any freaking, in any group of people, and they'll know who that person is, and they might have opinions one way or another. But it's perfectly socially acceptable to bring up Kim Kardashian, her fucking family, their makeup products, their brand, any of that crap. When she's famous for being videotaped having sex with somebody. That's why she's famous.
So
Everybody
you
forgot
called her
about
brain dead guppy, but I think she's smart in her own way, in her own cunning way. Like, she's a brilliant businesswoman that has turned that stuff into like $1 million. So, she's smart.
Well, I mean,
she's
I think
smart
it's her mother more than her.
pretending to be smart.
Availability and impressionability of
Paris Hilton even more so,
Matt,
by the way.
It's her mom, Matt. It's her mom. It's not her.
Okay, maybe so.
You are aware.
What are you talking about?
One more
Very,
example.
very fucking clever.
Hold on. Could I just bring up one more example to kind of, demonstrate the insanity of the Overton window? Mansky, consider that in 2020, right, during COVID, it was not within the Overton window to have any questions, genuine questions or criticism towards the very thing that was impacting everybody's life directly for almost 2 years. That's the insanity of fucking humanity.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I'm done with that.
I mean, people are fucking people, dude. They're fucking fascinated by shiny little things, dude. They're like fucking crows. Ooh, shiny. That's fucking a human being. But Matt, it's definitely her mom. Her mom fucking is her pimp. Anyway.
It could be. But in Paris Hilton's case, I think it was herself.
Yeah, probably. But I wouldn't call her dumb. Kim Kardashian, she had a freaking reality show. She's certainly dumb. Whereas Paris Hilton is sly.
I've seen literally less than 4 minutes total from both of them combined. So I wouldn't. I shouldn't talk. I don't.
All right, so let's talk about an actual talented woman. The singer and drummer from the band Skillet, who can sing and drum simultaneously. And if you watch the videos, see how talented she is in a unique skill. Very hard to sing and drum, right? And she actually sings good music. A lot of their music is uplifting and powerful, and not about being a scandalous skank.
Well, I mean, we're way off the point in dealing with the actual people. The point was there are certain things in society which are just acceptable not because of merit. Okay, that was the point. Like we talk about Kim Kardashian not because she has merit or because she adds value to anything in society. She's literally famous for being famous. She's literally just like this self-reinforcing fucking echo chamber of, hey, did you hear about Kim Kardashian talking about Kim Kardashian? It's stupid. So like going, hey, flat Earth is not socially acceptable. It's not within the Overton window. Who gives a shit, dude? I really don't. Because the shit that's inside the Overton window is mundane bullshit.
I don't mind telling people we
just
never went to the moon.
Topics that they go nowhere. They produce nothing. I mean,
exactly. The things inside. If you're in the Overton window, you're in the wrong fucking place.
Yeah, this is what's meant. There's a quote that says, if you ever find yourself on this side of the majority, it's time to stop and
The
reflect.
point of that, the point of all of that being said is that you can ask someone what they think about flat Earth, and they will respond within the narrow limits of that window and not actually tell you the real opinion because they think you're operating under those pretenses. That's why it's not just as simple as, what do you think about flat Earth? Oh, yeah, those guys are crazy, right? Yeah, of course. And then you both walk away and you never really have an actual discussion at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Versus if you stand up unequivocally for your position that the Earth is flat in a group of people, you might inspire other people. And I've heard numerous stories from people that did so, or their children did so in certain avenues. Then they found out there was like a dozen people around them that also thought the same. And they wouldn't have known it otherwise unless they stood up and gave the other people permission to speak.
What I'm more concerned about is why Mansky thinks that social considerations matter. Why do they matter?
They don't.
Tell you what, social considerations are definitely antithetical to science. So,
literally, the scientific method was invented to eliminate that. Right? To eliminate bias. If you follow the scientific method, the bias of the experimenter doesn't fucking matter. Right? As long as he isn't committing fraud. If he isn't committing fraud, then his personal feelings aren't going to change the results of the experiment. His political affiliations, his views, his religiosity, all these things, the scientific method is supposed to be an objective method where bias does not enter into it. Now, after the fact, after you've done the experiment and got the results, the interpretation of the results, you kind of can't eliminate human biases from that. It's impossible. But at least the data is agnostic, and anybody can look at the data. That was the point of the scientific method, is to make the data available, right? Like, this is what I did. This is the result I got. This was my experimental setup. Someone can read that and go, and what they did, Mansky, is scientists, unlike today, would actually go repeat the experiment. They would actually go do everything that they said in their write-up and go, yeah, I'm going to do that too, and we're going to see if we get the same thing. And if they didn't get the same thing, they'd go, that's bullshit. Or they'd write them and say, hey, I tried the same thing. I got this result. What did I do wrong? This is what I used. And they'd collaborate that way. But nowadays, it's just people doing an experiment, and as long as the paper, the write-up looks okay by the peer reviewers, that's good. And nobody's replicating the experiment. No one's reproducing the experiment. And then when people actually try, it can't be reproduced and replicated. And the people that make fun of us don't know anything about any of this crap. Why do I care about what the fuck they think? I don't, dude. Like, I don't know why you guys come in here with this. You're not going to gaslight us into submission.
I brought up the thing about science and being, there to get rid of social issues or considered biases, because obviously we know that someone like Mansky considers himself scientifically minded, loyal to science. But from everything you've said over the last hour, you can't be. It's impossible for you to be. You're far too concerned with the opinions of other people.
Yeah. Also saying, wolves don't concern themselves with the opinion of sheep.
Yeah, that too. But of course, everything that was just said will be fucking glossed over, and he'll continue on believing he is a proponent of real science in this world, and yada yada.
Well, I mean, it's not his fault.
Directly address it.
For 3 decades now, they've been hammering this consensus thing. This idea that, like, scientific consensus is actually a thing. No, it's not a thing. It never was a thing. Doesn't matter what the consensus is of fucking scientists. Who gives a shit what everybody thinks? Doesn't tell you what the truth is, even if fucking 100%. You could have freaking scientific unanimity, and that still wouldn't tell you what the truth is. All I'm telling you, that statement is a statement about what people think. That's what a lot of people don't parse these things out. When you say all the scientists agree on blah, 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 all you're really saying is all the scientists agree. It doesn't say anything about the truth of what they agree upon.
Yeah. And I think the statement somehow changes from just saying, like, all the common folk agree. I was going to say, it's kind of ironic that they push such a heavy idea that of scientific consensus in the age where, as you just explained, scientists barely, if ever, actually replicate each other's experiments, if they even do a genuine experiment in the first place.
So
there's the most consensus in the most unscientific time.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's funny, right? That's ironic. But that's the tell, though, to me. When they start saying scientific consensus and not present the evidence, I know they're full of shit. Because if they had the evidence, they would present that. They wouldn't try to present they wouldn't appeal to the personalities. They would present the evidence.
Yeah, and see, regarding things that we claim are experiments regarding astronomy and space and whatnot, we already know there's only like 1, maybe 2, like, organizations in the world that would have the means and resources to replicate each other's supposed experiments. So even then, the sample size is minuscule. It's just farcical, man, when you think about it. See it for what it actually is. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna get the exact same satellite probe with the exact same electronics on it. Take the exact same trajectory to whatever orbital body, right, to make sure the instrumentation is affected all the same, and then go and replicate what you've said you've done. It's just not fucking happening. So ultimately, there's only ever one organization making a claim about what they.
How do you replicate anything CERN produces?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Well, they just say that they self-replicate in a way, right? They are their own validators.
But they can't even do that. Higgs boson. Oh, we got a detection. It's going to take us another 5 decades till we get another one, because the probability of getting a detection is 10 to the fucking 200th power, right? So, justice, bro. Same with the gravitational wave nonsense.
We discovered this thing that justifies this, billions upon billions of funding and decades of construction. Yeah. Yeah, the state of what's proposed to be modern science is just this fucking hilarious.
Never put all your eggs in one basket, as they say. Should've had your bet, Kopsky.
Within all the self-help and therapy communities of normies, they're all constantly telling each other, stop giving a fuck what other people think about you. Just live your own way, live your dreams, pursue your things, stop caring. But never really listen to that advice, do they?
No, they do not, because they're broken people and they're looking for adoration from others. They got freaking mommy issues, daddy issues, family issues, whatever, right? So they're looking for external validation.
Yeah, Kopsky, you understand that the ridicule you have observed is the end result of the propaganda campaign to make Flat Earth look ridiculous by using joke organizations and controlled opposition, limited hangout, pushing out of straw men models and ridiculous memes and so on to make the whole concept look ridiculous. But I would have thought, since you've spent time seeing and hearing the real evidence, such as we present here regarding the measurements that present a serious question to the globe model, and you've even indicated that you think there might be something to that evidence, to the point where you've even considered making a major purchase of a P900 camera, that you would realize that these knee-jerk responses to the flat earth idea are a programmed response from a careful media propaganda campaign that's been going on for decades. So, I find it unfortunate that you'd be so easily fooled by such a thing. That doesn't bother you, Kopsky? Are you still there? Knock, knock.
Crying into his pillow.
Okay. We know
I
it's
think that was the
hard.
bargaining phase. Do you think that was the bargaining phase? The stage of the grief, or?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Well, yeah, maybe it's kind of a combo. If I lick the boots of these anti-flat earthers, then will you let me forget the measurements I've seen so I can go back to the globe? Is that the bargain?
Send him Tang.
Tang.
Yeah, man, you can pay him in Tang, man.
Are the astronauts drinking Tang?
Dude, I remember watching that when I was a kid. and wanting some.
We had Tang just
Yeah,
because of the reason.
Sorry. Go ahead, Rylan.
My brother liked Tang, but I never liked the taste of it. Yeah, maybe it was. Maybe they were trying to appeal to the boys there.
Maybe.
God, I can't say it.
Was it too tangy?
It's like poontang.
It was too tangy.
How do you know,
Yes.
How do you know what that tastes like, India? No, it's probably just all high fructose corn syrup, let's be honest.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Dude, fucking Tang's a powder.
It's a powder?
Yeah, you mix it in water.
Oh, wow.
What's with that poontang?
Still probably
Remember, it came in a jar that was shaped like the Planters peanut jar. But they had astronauts chilling for that shit, bro. It wasn't like on TV commercials. They didn't have the astronauts on the TV commercials, but they had the astronauts in the magazine ads for Tang. But they weren't. They didn't have NASA logos. They were wearing like shiny ass fucking jumpsuits or something, made like silver jumpsuits.
The drink of the future. Oh shit, well I guess we're back in echo chamber mode.
Echo. I feel so cozy in here.
Oh my god! Since there's no Glover's talking, I'm gonna be an extra flat earther now because of the echo chamber. I'm gonna be flat earther squared now.
I always want to ask him, like, if we finally got to some ultimate truth, would it not sound like an echo chamber? You know? It's like say I start a community about my dining table that's, 8 foot long and 4 foot wide, and that's the community, and that's our Lord and Savior, right? And that's how it is. It's like, are we going to speak about anything different ever? Right? We're just going to repeat the same thing that's true.
Mathematics is an example of an echo chamber. Everybody pretty much
exactly what you said is true. Right? There is no echo to objective truth. You're just, I guess, repeating objective truth.
But that's what I mean. Like, when we finally get down to it, it is going to be an echo chamber, because that is all there is. You know what I mean?
Like Matt was saying, though, I
like,
dare someone that we could start arguing 1 + 1 isn't 2, man. That would be fucking hilarious.
Yeah, and mathematics, it's not an argument about what's true or what's not. It's like, can we push the boundaries of what we know to be true and make new proofs and stuff like that? So everybody agrees that there's an infinite number of primes, that the square root of a perfect of an even square is even.
I don't think everybody agrees with that. Not everybody agrees that infinity
all mathematicians, people within the wait, what'd you say?
Not all mathematicians agree that infinity is an actual thing. That it's an actual real mathematical object.
Yeah. So to say it more carefully, there is no end to the. You can't find a largest prime number. Maybe I'd have to word it
there you go,
super carefully.
I mean, either way. There's no last prime number. Is that what you're saying?
There is no largest prime number. You can always find a larger one.
Okay, I guess that's an acceptable definition. I'm just
The
saying.
point is, there's not like
in
arguments
pure
within
mathematics, they do debate whether infinity actually exists. I've seen some of the debates, in fact.
Well,
I'm not
all
trying to
I was trying
contradict
get
you,
at
man.
is-
Yeah,
all I was
no, I
trying
was
to get
just
at
giving an
was-
example of place.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, but I agree with you. Most mathematical statements are deductively true within the axioms that they're set up in. They have to be true. Like, there's nothing to debate. The only debate is whether some proof is actual proof or whether it's not. I mean, that makes me, I understand the allure of mathematics, because you can, within the mathematics, you can be certain about the mathematical statements. So I think that's a comforting little security blanket for some people's minds. Here's something I can know
So for
absolutely to be
example,
true.
for Ma's last theorem, nobody knew. Everybody thought it was true for 300 years, but nobody knew for sure until Andrew Wiles proved it, like 25 years ago. So there are
he
conjectures
cheated,
that
though.
everybody think is true. I don't think he did. I think he made new math that people generally say is okay.
Yeah, but Fermat said, like, I would have wrote it here, but it wouldn't fit in this margin. Come on, man. Like, I don't think he was going to write it, like, I don't know, Wiles' paper's like, what, 400, 200 pages? I don't think he was going to.
Yeah, it's like 200 pages.
Because, like, I couldn't fit the 200 pages in this margin. I don't think frickin' Fermat would. He probably had
so
a very
nobody-
simplistic proof, which I'd be like, I want someone to find that. That would impress me.
Yeah, me too. Erdesh said that God has his proof of books, a book of proofs, like the perfect proofs. And he said, okay, so Andrew Wiles has a proof, but he didn't find God's proof. Euclid's proof of the infinitude of the primes is so simple and elegant that it probably is the same as God's proof in God's book, but not Andrew Wiles's.
Well, then again, maybe God liked complexity.
200 pages, though? Even God would get bored with that.
Oh, his proof is probably like 1 million pages.
Yeah, most people think that Fermat didn't really have a proof. He says he discovered one, but it's like Michael Scott's management books that he wrote. He said he wrote 2 books, so they're still on his head. He hasn't actually typed them out. So who knows if Fermat really did have a proof? If he did, he might have had there's several simplistic proofs that have been discovered to not actually work. So most people think he might have come up with one of those, or he didn't have it. But I'm still holding out hope that someday somebody will write down 15 lines and say, voila, here's a simple proof that everybody was looking for 400 years.
I'm waiting to hear what the Chinese Jimbros have to say about Flat Earth.
Got a question for the panel. Is there anyone you'd like to see be a flat earther? A celebrity, a politician, anybody you want to see, you wish were a flat earther?
Yeah, easy one for me, Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, boy. That's a good one.
He isn't a flat earth because he's a bitch.
Wait, you got beef?
He's a bitch?
I think he's scared, dude.
Yeah.
He's
maybe.
talked about it before. He said it doesn't interest him. I just don't think he or he could know his limitations that he doesn't have the intellectual firepower to deal with that shit. He probably imagines it's something different than it is and doesn't want to wade into those waters.
I can imagine he listens to our streams low key.
Even Neil deGrasse Tyson come out as a flat earther. I want to see Bill Nye come out as a flat earther. That would be fucking hilarious, dude.
Ooh, Candace Owens. Yeah, that'd be good.
Come on, dude. Bill Nye.
I reckon Trumpy. All the woke tards would go off their heads. They wouldn't be able to handle it.
Who?
Trump.
All the Democrats would go, we knew it. We knew he was a flat earther. That explains all his behavior.
Yeah, how to turn the population of America 100% left in one statement.
I think they would all just believe it with him. To be honest, I don't think they would lose support.
He wouldn't gain support, that's for
Santa
sure.
Claus come out.
Because I don't know of any flat earther that would endorse that dunce. He's schizo.
Santa Claus.
Yeah. He doesn't want to release the Epstein files because he's in it.
Ooh, I'll say Myron Gaines.
Myron Gaines.
Yeah, that'd be cool if he was a flat earther. He's like,
How about Andrew
oh my
Tate,
God.
dude?
Andrew Tate? I think he already is.
Yeah, me too.
He's not
the hate
super
border
vocal
would be
about it.
so big.
I just want to hear Myron, like the way he he cooks every other demographic, just like to cook the Globetards. You fucking Globetards! You guys don't even listen to nothing. Like just have him go off.
What about Joe Rogan?
Compromise.
No, dude. Do you want to know? Would be the most fun. Benjamin Netanyahu comes out as a flat earther.
Oh my God,
bro! Dude. No, years ago. That's anti-Semitic.
Ooh, you know what? Yeah, to make the flat earther hate to be anti-Semitic.
Things up, eh?
That's some 5D chess right there.
Yeah, yeah. How can we make the
Dude, that
globe
would turn the world upside
anti-Semitic?
down, bro. That would be great.
So someone want to ask AI that? How can we make the globe
Why are you bombing the Gazans? Because they're globe earthers. All
Wait,
those
what are we
kids
supposed to
learn
ask
the Earth
AI?
is a globe. I have to destroy them.
That's left.
What if Elon Musk came out and said the Earth is flat?
Mm.
He is
You
a
know what?
space guy.
Seeing a few of his interviews lately, man, it's like he's on the brink of something like that.
It wouldn't surprise me,
Did
actually.
you hear what he said to Joe Rogan about the
Hilariously,
alien
what to
comment?
think about, he's the head of like modernizing the space race again and all this shit.
I'm sure none of you heard about the Bereshnik missile, right? Anybody?
What's that?
Unbelievable. Okay. Who heard of it? Who? Ethergrass?
No, me.
Okay. The ballistic missile is allegedly a nuclear-powered missile powered by a nuclear reactor, with basically a submarine reactor that's been shrunk down 1,000-fold and can start up, unlike a regular nuclear reactor, which takes days. It can start up in minutes, and has the same amount of power as generates the same amount of electrical power as a nuclear submarine. Okay, now think about that for a second. If this is true, it's an indefinitely flying missile. But even if the missile part's not the important part is the miniaturization of a nuclear reactor. That with nearly instantaneous startup time, you could fucking run a car with a house, fucking whatever the goddamn line, and it would run nearly indefinitely. Now, they test fired this missile and it flew for 14 hours. Okay.
What happened after 14 hours? Did it like lose energy?
It was only a test. It was a test.
Oh, okay.
But what can fly for 14 fucking hours? It was a missile. They didn't have that much gas in the missile.
No, it's impressive. Yeah.
Well, I mean, what else flies for 14 hours, right? There's frickin' 787 extended range, right? Well, it can do 14-hour flights, but its wings are full of fuel. Right, so we don't have it. There's nothing known that can fly for 14 hours with no fuel. You know what I'm saying? So they're doing something. They're not doing nothing.
My mind went straight to
So
the
it's like,
ISS.
if this technology actually is true, fucking shit like rockets, that fucking, who cares? That don't mean anything, dude. That's like fucking old shit. That's like old news. This is like revolutionary that like you can't even comprehend what, if it's true. I'm not saying it is true. We're talking about fucking change of paradigm, dude. Paradigm shift. This is like finding fucking oil. When they first discovered fucking oil and started pumping it on the ground and realized that you can fucking run shit with it.
And you can make shit.
The miniaturization of a nuclear reactor, like
a miniaturized nuclear reactor that generates electricity.
Yeah, like what problems does that entail? You know,
now it might leak radiation.
Like, the reactors we've got, right? We could half their size right now. Could we half it again? And half it, you know, when does it become like there's real, you know, need to make new scientific advancements to get it working at a missile scale, you know?
I think.
Well, apparently they've been developing
Sean
that
Ryan
since 1991 or something. But I don't know.
You'll ever see the Sean Ryan
listen to what you
podcast?
said. It's like, yeah, can't see. Well, yeah, why would this not be possible? You know what I mean? What is the power output of a nuclear sub on average, by the way?
Sure, it's fucking like megawatts. Now, when they say power output, that might not mean peak power. That might mean power across its lifetime. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For the same quantity of radioactive material. You know what I mean? You know, sometimes shit gets lost in the way people say things.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if it's megawatts, then it's how many watts it's putting out. If it's megawatt hours, then that would be like the lifetime, you know, the amount over a lifetime.
So have you heard about this missile, Matt?
I've heard that idea before, not that specific missile. My impression is that getting the plutonium or whatever necessary to make that kind of thing is super expensive. So that's why they put it on a few spacecraft, like the Voyager spacecraft and one of the Mars landers or something. Also, you don't want that kind of nuclear material going up in a rocket too often, because if something like explodes and scatters, you know, radiation stuff all over the place, that'd be bad news too.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
That risk
their
of making the
technology has
American
not.
population smarter.
Then why do we have nuclear warheads?
Well, at that point, you're intending to cause mayhem, right?
So I posted a link from the Reuters article. Now, it is Western media reporting about Russia, so, take it for what it's worth. But there is a NATO name for it. It's called Skyfall for whatever reason. Unsure how it's powered by heated exhaust or anything like that. Whether it's fucking turbojet. But he uses a 2-stage rocket to get into flight, and then once it's in flight, it can fly indefinitely. And it flies at 10 to 50 meters, which that's the scary part, kind of. I mean, but if it's not a leaky radioactive propulsion device, then you could stick that shit in a fucking car. All depends. They haven't released the details, so obviously it's classified.
I feel like they need to keep rocket technology to where the public thinks it is indefinitely. They need to keep it big and clunky and expensive, and risky and all this. Because if they start advancing in these ways that whether this is true or not, what you're speaking about, I'm sure they will.
I'm just thinking about the power source. That's what intrigues me, not the missile. The fucking missile shit I couldn't give a shit about.
No, I know, but as soon as they start making it much more efficient to produce and launch rockets and all this type of stuff, and they're smaller, everyone's more manageable, the obligations come with that, then they're going to have to start, we really need to get into space colonization now, commercial space travel, which we know they're never going to do, they can't do, so you don't get that.
Yeah.
It's like they need to keep themselves artificially handicapped. Because
they'll just start another arms race.
Yeah, then they're going to have to produce results.
Because they're about to do it. Because the New START treaty is about to run out, right? So there'll be no treaties between Russia and the United States, none. They can start the fucking arms race bullshit all over. All the glom and grift, and it's going to, on their side, they're going to fucking, stuff the pockets of the people they like, and on our side, we're going to stuff the pockets of the people we like. And, we'll do that for fucking 4 decades and then sign treaties and we'll never do that again. After you get done fucking milking the cows. Shit ain't cheap, bro. I did see a thing. The Ukrainians said that it's a fucking crazy number. It's almost unfathomable. That they had 5,000 reported first-person vehicle FPV drone attacks in a single fucking day. 5,000. Dude, that's like fucking drones raining from the sky. Now, granted, the line of contact is fucking 1,000 kilometers long, but still, it's still a fucking lot of drones.
I guess this applies to warfare as well.
Yeah.
It's like it's kept at a certain level because at this point, like the technology is so advanced that you could end wars in weeks. I mean, excluding nuclear mutually assured destruction.
Yeah, but you always got to hold the territory, so that always takes people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then we know what that ratio is. Like, you need a certain number of frickin' soldiers per civilian. You know.
Did you see that Black Mirror episode with the mechanized bees, bee drones?
No, you're scaring me already, though.
Yeah, well, the plot was based in the UK, of course. The narrative that is in real life that the bee colonies are, going to shit. So they artificially supplement them with mechanized bee drones, But then somebody, gets into the database and can take control of these and starts playing this like social game where he has people vote for a politician they want to die on social media, And everybody thinks it's just some lighthearted nonsense. But at the end, he ends up pretty much targeting every single person that took part in that kind of social game. Because he did kill politicians that were voted for, right? And so he ends up, there's like this mass murder, basically. Gets these bees, basically fly in their ear and burrow into their brain and kill them. Pretty horrific.
Remember on the X-Files movie where Scully gets bit by the bee? It has like a vaccine in it or something.
Weird.
Don't know that one.
That's even worse than the mini drones with a little piece of C4 that explodes next to somebody, like drilling it. Holy crap! I don't want to think about that.
Yeah.
Somebody's been on 4chan.
The X-Files.
We've seen demonstrations of that. We've seen little drones, about
crazy,
flying in formation and all this type of stuff. I can't imagine that this stuff couldn't be mass-produced, turned into an explosive, and just directed at each individual soldier, as if that would be some task that we're incapable of.
How about the hive mind?
They could do it with cell phones. I mean, Israel does it with pagers.
They've got these augmented reality goggles for soldiers where they share kind of a hive mind view of everything. It can show people moving behind walls, like little stick figures and stuff. They can literally shoot through walls. They've got wall hacks now.
Yeah.
Fucking hackers.
Just saying. And it shares that information with all the drones and everything else, so everybody sees everything together.
Yeah, so I imagine with the full real capabilities of technology, if it was leaned into, say it was a developed nation versus a guerrilla army, something akin to the Vietnam War, that should be over in about less than a week at this point.
Yeah,
but that's
pretty damn cool.
business, of course.
It could be over within 24 hours, really. They can show up that quick. They got the logistics for the drones like that. Bring in a mothership and drop a bunch of tiny drones out. Boom. Yeah. The whole area is now covered.
Yeah, so what I was saying is that they need to artificially hold back our means of warfare. We need to kind of stay with what we have,
Oh yeah, they don't want their adversaries knowing what they have, so it's got to be a secret.
No,
as
it's
soon
just
as they go into modern warfare, everyone's going to know.
War is business. You know what I mean? The longer wars draw out, the better business is.
Yeah.
There's no point in a short war. They don't actually give a shit about killing these people for ideological differences.
Yeah. Certain folks who make the equipment is selling to both sides. They do not care. They just want the money.
Yeah. So I always wonder when this is going to kind of become obvious to the public that we seem to be stuck in in a certain kind of time period of technology,
Because they're making money off of it. Like someone just said, the United States is selling missiles to Hezbollah and giving missiles to Israel. I mean, it's, or they're buying them from us apparently, but it's a business. It's money, it's power, control, and death.
I mean, you really think if space was real that there would be something far superior to the nuclear weapon that would kind of, how like everybody has the nuke, so that's what prevents war, right? You'd think there'd be something bigger and available by now that's space based. Rod from is it Rod from God or something, for example?
Maybe that's why they're pushing the flat Earth and pushing the fake space, because they don't want us to look and see their high energy weapons floating around up there.
Yeah, but eventually it should become so self-evident that we're just not making the progress we should be making, I really think that's why there's a big push.
Are you talking about the advancement of technology and how it speeds up?
It's almost as if it's keeping up, like on the sci-fi shows, like Star Trek and on, then it makes sense in their mind as well.
What?
Like,
because I was joking with my nephew that, by the time he's like 16 right now, I said to him, by the time you're 50, you'll all still be complaining. You'll be complaining about the same stuff you're hearing adults complain about right now. Cost of living, price of energy, and you'll probably have like fusion technology cutting about at that time, or something else, or whatever. Some advancements, and you'll be paying higher prices for energy. And it's like, when you're going to notice it's all a joke, abundance has been readily available in pretty much all areas of resources for a long, long time at this point. The reason it's not available is because there's a hand that doesn't allow it to be available.
That make things convenient for us through technology and through grocery stores and Walmarts. It's a way to kind of steer us in a direction to buy the things that they're mass producing and keeping us, sick or making us think a certain way. It's all about the convenience of things. Like, if we really wanted to stop all this, then we need to go and kill our own food, grow our own gardens, filter our own water. I mean, no one's going to go do that. I mean, I wish I had the motivation to do it. I would, but I don't have it. I'm just stuck in the convenience of all this stuff.
Oh yeah, there's no shortage of abundance for things that are bad for you. That's how you can tell there's a lie going on,
But why is it bad that it's flat or it's a globe? What does it matter?
Because the social controllers, they must know this moment is coming, and I think they're preparing for it. I think how they're going to tackle it is pushing people towards transhumanism and augmented reality, and also kind of just numbing them with drugs and whatnot, and comforts, pleasures, and of course dumbing them down. We've all seen Idiocracy. It's like an average citizen from Idiocracy truly could not care if the world was a globe or flat, or who was lying about it, or whatever. They, go away baiting.
What do y'all think about Hurricane Melissa hitting Jamaica? See how intense the eye of the storm was? It kind of looked man-made.
Well, yeah, they would certainly benefit from artificial weather control, with their climate narratives and stuff. Creating hysteria.
Yeah.
So many wins with that, they get to, destroy a country with it, cause mayhem, reduce the population a little bit, then claim it's all because of climate change, and further take away people's freedoms and rights and what they think they're entitled to, things like this.
It's a good way for them to make excuses for stuff while doubling down on their climate change narrative. And then shame people. If you don't let us do this, then you were the reason why folks are dying. Damn.
Yeah. The oldest play in the book. Saw how that narrative went in 2020. Oh, you're killing grandma. Fuck your grandma.
Yeah, they went nuts. Yeah. Honestly, after all that, my give a damn's busted.
Yeah, mine pretty much bust as well during that.
Yep. Whatever they thought they were going to do, it did not work on us. It had the opposite effect.
I was super impressed that humanity was so much more stupid than I ever imagined. I was taken aback.
Or seeing people that you know are highly intelligent make stupid decisions. And it's like, I know that you're capable of thinking better than this. And just, it's flabbergasting. It's mind-boggling.
It's virtually took the wind out of me for a good while.
Why is it the programming didn't stick to us, but it did stick to other people? What do we do different to everyone else? Get up in the morning, have breakfast, go to work, do what we got to do at work, come home.
The greatest crime is to notice, and we're criminals. That's why.
Well, we noticed all right. Even pointed out to a few of them, you're doing it wrong. Nope, they didn't want to listen. Yeah, it's just very interesting how the programming seemed to stick to some people more so than others.
You know, for those people, just following orders probably has worked for them. It's kept them alive this long, so just following orders should allow them to live a long, happy life. They honestly believe that.
Yeah.
In reality, we actually do need some kind of government. Idealistically, everybody wants folks to think for themselves and all that, but people can't. The average person isn't going to. They want to be told something so that they don't have to. It's a burden to be responsible for those kind of things, and they would rather somebody else do it.
You are right, and it's actually in the Bible as well. Weirdly.
Yeah.
We need government to protect our borders, but we also have a problem with voting. We need like I think someone here was saying we need less people to vote. I think it was AI. We need there needs to be just 100 people that vote for us in the whole country. Representatives, not every single 18-year-old. And we need less corruption. A lot less.
Or more chance to get in on it.
Okay, that's really weird, Toby Dog.
Yeah, we certainly need changes to the voting system.
Check this out. It's easier to get ChatGPT to say certain things than it is Google, but I actually got Google to concede to a point. I mean, obviously it can't actually concede because they're just automatically filling out text. But just check this out, what I posted in the side chat. I didn't expect it.
So it's basically just threw the Big Bang under the bus.
Yeah, exactly. And prior to that, it kept on defending the Big Bang, but I worded a sentence in just the right way where it said that, because I was pretty much reducing it to absurdity. And I was like, yeah, no, that's not how things work. I think it's funny that in doing that, it threw the Big Bang under the bus. They'll fix that eventually, I guess.
Well, you got the receipts.
Yep.
You should record videos of these. You know, people just call this shit fake once they can no longer find it for themselves. Then again, video could be fake.
Yeah. But they're more likely to believe the recorded, like screen recording rather than just a screenshot, so that's fair. But yeah, I could actually just go into Google and do inspect element and edit anything there and type whatever I wanted to if I wanted to. So it's not proof of anything. Just an interesting find.
I've yet to touch an LLM since they've come out. I mean, this is a whole new fucking thing in itself, sitting around fucking getting an AI to, like, fucking trip up on its own shoelaces, you know? Like, who gives a fuck, honestly? I'm not throwing shade at you either, but it's like, yeah.
Well, I like doing this because it debunks the people who try and put too much faith in. I'm like, dude, you cannot trust AI. Here's the opposite of everything you're saying. And that, yeah.
Yeah, but remember what I was saying about, like, the Black Swan, or him and Avery were talking about why are we even debunking their position in the first place? Why are we even taking anybody that brings any AI shit to our fucking doorstep seriously in the first place? Get lost.
Yeah.
You're subpar intellectually. If that's
They can't
what you're
word it
utilizing.
themselves. If they don't have the ability to word it themselves, then they're not qualified to have the conversation to begin with. And none of us want to talk to a chatbot.
Yeah, they've just signed away all rights to thought.
Exactly. Fuck, I'm kind of out here. Yeah, I think that's like the ultimate kind of hard truth to accept regarding humanity. Is just most people should be ignored completely.
Yeah, it should be something that you earn. You want to be heard, you have to earn it. It's not like just given to you. You have to like make a name for yourself to be heard, to get that vote for your state or whatever. People have to stand behind you. Can't be just anybody.
That's true. Nobody's going to put their faith in a random nobody.
That's what we do now.
Yeah, technically. But think about it, they vote for somebody they think they know because they've heard all these things, but they don't actually know any of the politicians they're voting for.
Yeah.
And some people will worship them like you're talking about their best friend or something. It's like, you have never met that guy. Why do you love them so much?
Like the boomers, the baby boomers, like they love Trump. That's all they talk about. It's insane.
Yep. And if that dude ever saw any of us like out on the street, they wouldn't bat it an eye. He wouldn't think twice, wouldn't look at us twice, whatever. He don't care. He don't know any of us. It's just weird, man. Like, especially when folks put kind of a messiah level expectation on their political figure, as though that person's Jesus or something. Weird.
It's like a, I don't know the name for it, but it's like a football. It's like a football game, like they want their team to win so bad. Like, doesn't matter if their team does anything wrong or gets any penalties. It's like, doesn't matter. I want my team to win no matter what. Like, who cares about the team? What's best for the whole country?
Yep.
If they have better ideas over here and we have bad ideas over there, then you can communicate with each other and discuss it and have a debate about it. No, we can't. We can't make them. No, we can't let them know that we're wrong. We have to win, no matter what.
What we doing? What would you guys set the voting age at?
What'd you just say?
Set the voting age. I don't know.
Voting age.
That's a good question.
Well, it's not younger
Doesn't
than
matter
20,
about
that's
age.
for sure.
Set it so they've got to be at least working a 30-hour week or greater.
30 hours? Shit, make it 60 hours. I'm a hard worker.
Oh, well, I mean, I have some controversial opinions on voting rights and all that anyway, so.
And let the military run it. Next time you're doing your little voting scam. I mean, running your voting system, sorry.
Are you talking about those Dominion voting systems that were developed in Venezuela? Yeah, what happened to in-person voting with your driver's license and a piece of paper and a pen? Let's go. Let's do it the old school way.
Interesting part, that's the way they do it over here. But here's the really odd thing. I can go to voting centre A, give them my name, have my name ticked off, and they ask me, have you voted today, sir? Yes or no? No, I have not. Like, seriously, I'm not going to drive around voting everywhere. That'll do my head in. But there's nothing stopping me from going to another voting centre. Have you voted today, sir? No, I have not. Here's your bit of paper. Tick. There's absolutely no penalty for voting multiple times. There is a penalty for not voting if you're registered.
What's the penalty for not voting? I'm just curious.
About $80. Depending on which level of
Fucking
government.
God, democracy.
Yeah.
So it's a
And they'll
civil
make
offense.
Fuck off then, won't they?
Only if you're registered as a voter. So when you turn 18, you don't have to register. Nobody tells you this as when you're younger. There's no rule saying that you have to register at all. They tell you if you want to have your say that you have to, but here's the kicker. The only way you can get out of it is through some religious exemption or something along those lines. There should be somewhere where you can just go, excuse me, I've had enough. I don't want to play anymore. You can stick your voting up your nose. I've had me lot. But no, it's an absolute nightmare to get off the register. But to get on it, you just fill in a form, get your mum to sign it, you're in. That's great.
That's crazy.
But yeah, if I'd have known years ago that you'd get fined for not voting, because a couple of times I haven't. One of them when I owned my computer shop, I had customers still coming in and out of the shop. Went over to the nearest voting centre. Oh, sorry, you've got to go to your local one. It's like, okay, I've got 5 minutes to drive into town to drop my off-sider off and then turn around and drive another 15 minutes. Well, I suggest you put your foot down. So you're telling me, as an official at a voting centre, you're telling me to break the law in order to not break the law. Well, I didn't say that. You just told me to put my foot down. I suggest you move with haste. All right.
No, she was saying put your foot down, stand up to the man, and demand your rights back.
I did. When they sent me fine, I turned around and wrote a letter back. Sorry, I was up at my business and I couldn't make it to the electoral centre. And they sent another letter. Why didn't you vote early? Oh, well, I wasn't expecting to be held back on the day of voting. Sorry for any inconvenience. And that was it.
Do you think it's a form of oppression to tell someone they're not allowed to vote?
It all depends on what country.
Not unless you have a good reason why. Like if someone said, "Hey, why aren't you letting these 18-year-olds vote?" I would say, "Well, they're too young. They don't know economics. They don't know how the world works. They don't know how to, own their own home. Like they're not ready for this. Their choice, their opinion doesn't matter yet."
If you don't have an ID, you can't vote. That's not oppression.
If you don't have an ID, you need to have an ID. Yeah, you need to be here legally, voting for the country you live in. Yeah, you need to have dedication.
Sorry if I missed the context. I just got here.
I mean, that's the whole reason why Biden brought in 10 million illegals. I mean, it was obvious they're trying to rig it, but it didn't work.
Welcome, Time. How's it going, man? We're just talking
Alright,
about
could be
politics.
going better.
Welcome to the politics / flat Earth.
Yeah. We can get back to flat Earth if you have any questions about it.
Oh, I'm still doing my own studies. No questions yet.
Fair.
Kind of a rising tide in the quote manosphere. I wanted to repeal the 19th Amendment, the women's vote.
Misogyny.
Based.
And I can't say I'm in disagreement, to be honest.
I agree.
I'll take it a step further.
Dandelion's not here.
Take their driver's license away too.
Right.
Well, I just can't help reason it in my own mind that if we know through lived life experience and studies done that men and women have drastically different forms of how they interpret information and process it, how can you mesh that into one grand voting block? You know, it's like pick one, forfeit the other, you know? Give it all the voting to women and none to men, or give it all to men and none to women. Because
You know what you're
the
talking
thinking
about? Is it
styles are
just American women that
in direct opposition of each other, you know?
I believe women can vote, but they have to vote on behalf of their husband. So only married women, and the husband has to cast a vote for them on their behalf.
Well, yeah, I've heard and I agree with the argument for one vote per household. And that would be married couples, families, you know? And it
I'm
wouldn't
saying, like, if
necessarily
you're
be
married
the man or the
to
woman's
your wife,
vote, you know? It
you're
would be
getting
an
2
agreed
votes out
upon
of your
thing.
household.
That's fair.
Can you repeat that?
I said, I believe, like, if you're married to your husband or you're married to your wife, you'll get 2 votes out of your household, but her vote has to go through the husband first. You know, like, he controls basically her vote, but you know what I mean? Like, it's the incentive of getting the chance to vote, but you got to be married and you have to listen to the head of the household, who's your husband.
So she
You
can
know, so they're
vote
kind
the
of
opposite what the husband votes for. It just has to be approved by him.
exactly. It has to. I mean, obviously, they're always going to vote for the same person, but most of the time, it'd be kind of weird to have a couple that's going to do that. But that's that's the incentive, and then it also kind of gets rid of all the, you know, all the
infighting
junk in the background. You know, if it was done that way, and also it gives the incentive to get people to get married and stay together and have kids. I mean, the incentives for child support are insane. It's stupid. It's idiotic. I hate child support. I think it's like the worst thing to ever happen to this country, and I'm sure other countries have it too.
It's half the reason I'm not getting married. It doesn't even have to do with marriage, actually. You don't even have to get married to have to get under the ties with child support.
Yeah, you
trying to prenup.
Yeah, child support is. Yeah, prenups will help you, but it's just disgusting how the system works. It basically incentivizes women to just let the kid not have a father anymore, and they get paid for it. Then they go farm kids.
Yep.
And the courts are far more likely to side with the mother than the father.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we've made some major fucking mistakes in the West regarding the rights and entitlements to each sex. That's for 100% sure. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if this country gets messed up enough, I'm just gonna sell all my assets and go to another country. Who wants to buy all my properties?
There's nowhere
Well,
to
so
go.
far we found out that it sucks to live in Australia because you have to pay to vote, and if you don't, you get fined.
Only
Or
if you don't vote. If you go and vote, there's no problem. And it's only if you are registered. So just don't register. You just come voting day, all the other sheep will line up, and you just walk past them, point and laugh.
And then Jedi was in here earlier telling us that in the UK, people are getting fucking stabbed and nobody's doing anything about it. They're just taking it.
Well, I'm saying the
these
whole
migrants.
world's gone to hell. There's nowhere to go. The whole world is messed up. Go get a private island, I guess. I don't know.
Well, then they'll suicide you if you do that. That's what Epstein did. He got his own private island.
Oh, shit.
You mean private island on international waters? You can still buy private islands in lakes, in like Lake Michigan.
Build your own.
Yeah, be like the Chinese and just make islands.
Wait, you can make them?
Yeah, get a 3D printer. Just start printing an island.
Is there a practical way to make them?
Well, there was that event, right? And they made a movie on it of like some Italian dude making a fucking offshore platform, right? And yeah,
I guess
it was in
with a floating
international
device.
waters, so he made the laws there, and it just became like a fucking glorified party boat, you know?
How do you establish trade with like other countries at that point if you make your own country?
Yeah, well, better get your military in order fast.
Right.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. So I don't think there's really anywhere to go.
I mean, you can save up a bunch of money and buy like a yacht and just live off the boat. Technically, you're not a part of any country. Just in open water. I mean, you would have to park into the docks and get supplies every now and then, but with what money?
Well, I suppose if you had an invaluable asset like a time machine, then you make your own country, then everybody's going to want to trade with you.
Or you can just mine Bitcoin on your boat using solar or something. I don't know.
So it's setting out solar powered crypto buoys.
Yeah.
Now you can get your miniature nuclear reactors like India was talking about earlier.
Oh, yeah. This guy was talking on the Sean Ryan podcast about that. He was talking about these like 18-wheeler size like miniature reactors that run on 20%. I forgot the name of the fuel, but it's like only refined to 20%, and they last for like 10 years nonstop running. And yeah, I mean, if you get one of those, you can at least go for 10 years. Fit it on your yacht. It generates like a gigawatt or something, I believe. Plenty of power.
Was he talking
That would
about
be so
thorium?
cool, man.
What's that
called?
Was he talking about thorium?
The material they use, they get the nuclear material they pull from the ground and then refine it into. I don't know much about this, but it was just interesting, the conversation. I was like, oh, cool. They're making like miniature nuclear reactors that generate power. They can couple them together to generate enough power for a little city or a little town or whatever.
It might yeah. There might have been that. There's a revival sort of, kind of push in that sector. I think China's been experimenting with them. Yeah, like the idea is you have like these I don't know, soccer ball sized or even smaller, a fist size pellet or whatever, and it lasts like fucking ever. Not really forever there, but like it's substantial, compared to the amount of actual substance. Like the power to actual material ratio is incredible. So if you have a stockpile of that, you can go for fuck long time.
Yeah, I remember him saying it was golf ball size pellets, by the way. So,
there you go. It might be that, yeah. Fuck, even better. Cool. Yeah.
That'll be good in 10 or 20 years. We can get our next day delivery of nuclear fuel rods from Amazon. Or fuel pellets.
It would have to be delivered with a drone because none of the workers would want to touch it.
That would be pretty cool. You had some villa or something powered by your own little miniature nuclear
I
reactor.
think I can make my car battery out of.
So Mansky never came back after he said he was going to speak to the Gym Bros. I wonder if he got fucking like bodied by them for bringing up Flat Earth and he's knocked out in a dumpster or something around the back now.
He was saying that he like leaves his Discord on or something. I don't know if he was saying that just to make us feel like he doesn't really listen to us. He's just in here. He doesn't really care.
We're probably helping him fall asleep.
Oh yeah, that's true. Falling asleep to our
Telling a
voices.
lullaby of some flat measurements. Globe is there. The globe is there.
That's not what they do, though. They don't come in here, like Glovers don't come in here and say, I'm here to prove you guys wrong. They come in here and they just wait for us to say something and then they pop off on that subject. I'm waiting for someone to come in here and just give me some proof. Give me some proof that it's curves. Just show me how the water sticks to the ball. I want to know.
They don't know their position. They don't know our position. I think we're just mentally insane. Which really questions their, puts their character in a question. It's like, so you genuinely think we're a community of mentally insane people, and you're going to come in here and pick on us? Like, what type of person are you? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That speaks volumes. Some of these folks really are just bullies who think that they found an easy target.
Yeah. You can hear it in them. You can hear the childhood trauma. You can hear the disappointment of their daddies and their mummies. You can hear their angst and the need to go somewhere and buff their chest out to get through the day. So people always say humans are complicated creatures. I really don't think they are at all anymore. I think they're really simple creatures. And what I think is complicated is just the immense amount of ways a person will go to avoid ever admitting to a reality they don't like, you know? That's where the complication starts. I think when you really get down to it, you can see the kind of issue. You can hear the issues coming out of any given individual. You know, you can see where their motives lie. Like Mansky can speak for 20 seconds. You already know his motives in life are, tribal acceptance, essentially. You know, not being outcast. It's like that's what he lives and dies for. I always forget the flow of glowers is much lower at home base because we've got, the VC check-in process and all that.
Yeah.
Most of them don't even make it past lobby.
Yeah. They don't even try to get VC verified. The way I've been doing it, when we have a conversation with somebody who ends up joining the home server, I go ahead and verify them since we've already had a conversation, and I can do it right there, even though we're on a guest thing. Makes it easier. May as well take care of it while we're at it.
Yeah, I don't think we're as strict on the VC verified process as we were years ago.
Yeah.
Kind of before politics started up a couple of years ago, when we were still primarily here, there was this problem going on that people were just getting unmuted straight in the VC, they had no roles or anything.
Yeah.
and it was a back and forth between trying to get people to make sure you VC verify them before you unmute them on stream and all that. And it was just kind of half stuck to the rules and half just stopped really caring about them.
It makes sense to do that because they need to be warned that it's being recorded before they unmute. It's kind of too late if they're already being recorded and you're warning them while they're being recorded. So I see why they have it that way. That makes sense. Plus, it prevents the random trolls.
We're also much more concerned with what was going to be said on the streams then, because YouTube cracked the hammer quick. But
and there's a lot of
the
trolls
feeling nowadays is YouTube doesn't really care all that much except for really a few niche things,
Yeah. I guess the way we handle stuff has to change as they do. Kind of got to submit to certain truths about the technocracy. Like if this automatically happens, we can't do that because it'll ruin us. We got to prevent bad shit from happening to the channel. It's not being moderated by people, it's all AI.
Okay, yeah, there's no people involved. That's why they can never give you an answer to why your channel got struck or whatever, because they don't even have a fucking clue what's going on themselves. You just set this thing in motion and forgot about it.
Seems like the United States is trying to build an artificially intelligent government. Like they want an AI god to run everything.
See how that ends.
Yeah, that's going to be horrifying. A cold, unfeeling thing, an idol, that's basically governing human beings in a very mechanical process. I don't like that at all.
Well, not much beyond what we already got, no?
Fair enough. Hell, the AI may have more heart than the damn cold-blooded people up there now.
If the AI had any fucking brains about it, actual intelligence, it'd tell you to take your job and shove it up your ass.
I think that uploaded intelligence is going to be far more dangerous if they figure that out, especially if they've got that connected to their weird organic brain computers. The AI will no longer be just cold, unfeeling chips. There'll be organic matter with it, and that's going to get really damn weird.
I have to imagine the creator built in fail-safes for this very moment in human technological progress.
Yeah.
The fail-safe might be that he just floods the world again or something like that, you know what I mean?
Two things come to mind: iron and clay, and men will seek death and death will flee from them.
Yeah. Stuck in a robot body or something.
That and breathing life into the image of the beast and causing it to speak.
But, I already think we're eternal, so there's no death to ever be found anyway. Change of form, sure.
We already know what happens at the end of the story, so there's nothing to be afraid of.
But if this is a finite construct that we're in, right? How do I put this? If everything within this construct does follow physical laws and the laws of logic, right, and cause and effect, then right up until the end of it, there can be no metaphysics involved until the end of the construct, basically. So that means we do have a means to pose a threat to the construct, potentially, if we advance far enough, And I've always thought of like Antarctica and the stuff surrounding it, and how it seems to be built as like a natural defense barrier to prevent exploration beyond a certain point, or interference beyond a certain point. But if we ever overcome that, you know what I mean? What then? Does the creator kind of shut down the experiment because it's got out of hand? The whole thing like Truman Show, when Truman gets right up to the wall, finds the door. See, my theory on why the lie and who's behind it is it might well be the creator himself. It could well be that, like, somewhere up until about the 1900s, things were genuine within science and exploration, and we didn't know what we were going to discover. And, they had their, Operation High Jump and Deep Freeze and all this type of stuff, and Admiral Byrd, and they discovered things they didn't expect to discover. And one wonders if they may have had some interaction with some entity that sent them backwards and said, keep this to yourselves or else, you know what I mean? But that's just some wild speculation. Yeah, there you go, Adam. That's the cycle there. Just a suggestion. Maybe we want to jump over to politics and populate it there, and we get some Globers in talking.
Yeah, that sounds good. Either there or over at English Hub. Doesn't matter.
You know, I fair politics to English Hub. It's like
You
this
like the
topic is a fucking struggle enough with someone who speaks perfect English.
Yeah.
It's just like fuck when they come in and they know 5 words in English. It's like, oh, are you fucking serious? We're gonna get into this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What is that one called? English Pub?
English Hub.
And it's under politics? I don't see it.
No, it's its own server. It's an English
I'm not in
learning
there.
server.
Oh, okay.
I'll invite you over. Send you an invite.
I was just getting the link. I was going to post it in the live stream voice text.
Okay. Somebody started a NASA Lies room under politics. Go jump in there.
What?
Yeah.
Where's that? It's a lie.
There's like 2 people in there.
There'll be some fucking stupid shit like, oh,
says no
NASA's
dishonesty.
withholding information about this mysterious object sitting off of Jupiter. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would
Won't
agree.
be
Let's
like-
go to. I don't know if we want to teach people English right now. Personally, the struggle is real for that.
I posted both links, so.
Alright, sweet.
If anybody's not there, there's both links to
Oh,
the
yeah.
server.
NASA Lies, you see it right at the bottom. 1 guy in there, or 2 guys in there. Yeah, I'm going to jump over, but probably not going to be leading the conversation. It's going to go quiet for a bit here.
Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, can you hear me? Nothing good is happening here.
little bit longer, but in the event of an emergency, at least you're over land, right? Shit like that, they can claim. But yeah, like if you do raw geometry, yeah, you'll see that, taking those two, the triangle is longer, so it wouldn't be as fuel efficient.
But it's so weird that it happens like you could say that, but it's more like
that's what,
every single time, single time, you know what I mean? Like, wouldn't that be a single flight, that would,
I know what you mean. Yeah. And the peculiar part is if you map that on a AE projection, it looks like it's a straight line. It's like, it must be that they're going in a straight line. Like you can draw that.
I'm definitely coming
to that conclusion, right?
That's for sure.
Well, the thing is, we don't really know that for sure, but it is an interesting thing to maybe put in the bag and consider, right? But it's hard to really.
Do you guys think that's weird? Does anybody does anybody think that it's more likely that I'm just tripping? Like, does anybody think that it's more likely that there's likely another explanation regarding this what I'm talking about right now? Like,
I don't think you're tripping, man, because everybody's wondering, everybody's asking the questions like, what is so special about Antarctica? Why can't we just go there? Blah 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 blah. Like, yeah, it's a huge question. Now there's claims on the table, right, from both sides that if you go south from any point on Earth, you just continue to go south, you'll hit Antarctica. Now I don't know if that's true. I know that you get to some ice shelf and ice, like a very ice covered land, if you go south from the tip of
really
South America, Argentina,
ice wall, if you will, like.
Right. Apparently there is tourism. There's tourist flights from the tip of South Africa to Antarctica, and apparently you can take tourist flights from the bottom of Australia to Antarctica. But that's only 3 places, right? Where's all these other points that people have just gone south and shown that if you just go directly south from any point, you reach Antarctica? I don't know if it's true.
I don't think it's real.
I cannot back up that claim, bro.
You got to look at these islands, right? So I was looking at these islands. I'm sure you've seen it a million times. I feel like I'm not the only one who's seen it, but these islands, they go there and they're like, okay, so the only two fucking places that you could go once you get to this island is Easter Island, or you go to an island that's unknown. It's not like, how do you call it? It's not in the database. It's unknown where you go at this point. So 50% of these fucking boats that are going to this island, either you go to Easter Island or unknown place. Unknown place, it's more like it's the closest area that you can go to the fucking what do you call it? Astaghfirullah. To the what do you call it? What do you call it? The ice wall? The ice wall? Is that what you call it? The closest place to that ice wall, if you will. It's so crazy to me. Like, that is the way. If you were to go to Antarctica, that would be the way. That would be the way. Am I crazy? Have I just been seeing too many memes?
Now, my understanding is kind of along those lines. There's only a select few spots that, if you go there on a tourist or like a tour.
No, stop messing with these people that are trying to convince you about where you can go, where you're allowed to go. You know what I'm saying? You feel me?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
To allow you. Yes, you're like, no, I disallow you from allowing, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to do what you tell me to do. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's the difficult part of this whole thing, man. Can't really know.
Yeah.
Not by making claims about Antarctica. It's kind of It's kind of trippy. It's better off just to look at what we can know. You know what I mean?
I think this is way better than any type of space exploration. I mean, any kind of space exploration, ocean exploration, I feel like fucking Antarctica exploration is way better than all of those things combined. Way better. You know what I mean? It's so crazy to think about, isn't it?
Independent exploration is the problem. I mean, like, they grant you certain permissions to do certain things, like allegedly circumnavigate around the Earth, right? Like, and all that. Like, but that it's such a huge undertaking, and plus, like, they're not exploring unknown parts, right? They're not.
We gotta create a political
exploring.
We gotta take over these motherfuckers, and we gotta say, look, we're gonna fucking take over Antarctica, and there's nothing that you can do about it. Otherwise, we're gonna, you know what I'm saying? But then I don't know. Then who's gonna get in the way, right? Who is gonna get in the way? That's the question. Who do you think is gonna if we have a real political revolution where we're gonna discover these places? You know, I mean, who's
They're coming up for a renewal of the treaty in a few years. I'm not sure exactly when. It's like 2040 or something like that. I mean, that's when
rays are getting in the way. Like, who's gonna get in the way?
I don't know, but like, people could, like, the people of the nations involved with the treaty could protest, like, basically, like, say, I'm not on board with this. No, we're not signing another treaty. No, this place should be open to independent research and exploration. All right.
It would be AIPAC that would do it. They would all, not just AIPAC. That's a joke. All of these people that fund these congressmen, they would all be on the same page, and they would all say, you know what, don't do it. You know, they would all fund these people to not, like, all the congressmen to just not fund it, you know, to go against it, to not fund.
As soon as it's not protected, though, soon as it's not protected, you'll have a bunch of rich tycoons wanting to go.
There's no such thing as
exploit the resources.
Of course, it's protected. Of course, it's protected. You know, what country? I mean, where is there non-protection of Antarctica? You know, no such thing. There's federal like eyes on.
No, what I think he's saying is, right now it's protected by the treaty, the Antarctic Treaty. If there was, like, if it was resolved, for example,
how far does that go? How far does that go? That's my question, right?
I think
it exists, but how far? You know what I'm saying? You can surpass it. You know.
Well, it's an entire area, though, right? It's beyond the 60th parallel, I think.
But
so once you
to what extent could you tell them to just F off?
You're in that jurisdiction. Well, dude, they got the guns and shit.
Who?
What do you mean? Who?
I mean,
dude, there's like military shit.
United States does, yeah.
But, exactly.
But okay, let's say that you have the United States. Let's say that you're Donald Trump, right? For an example, I mean, not really a realistic example. Let's say that you were this guy. Do you think that he would be able to be like, you know what? You know, fuck that. Like, I'm re-exploring that. You know, do you think he'd be able to do it?
I don't know, man. If it's an agreement amongst, you know, a bunch of countries, one country can stand up and say fuck it, and then would depend on, you know, the you know, what the other ones think, if they're going to try and contest it or whatever, and what they would do about it. You know, it's I can't.
Yeah. No, it's a political thing. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, well, I just feel like it's a cop out. It's such a cop out. It's like, I don't know.
But it makes the whole thing interesting. It's one of those things. You know?
If I was president, I would have the fucking I would have the United States military go through one of the gates. And we'll see what happens. You know? And you can come back. There's a few gates. Through the ice wall.
What do you mean? How do you hang on? How do you even know it's a wall to begin with?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
And how do you know there are gates?
I don't know.
Okay.
At all.
Then where are these gates that you would say, if you were president, you would send the military through?
Look, if I send them and there's no gates, then there's a loss. And if I send them and there is a gate, then there's a win. But if there's not, there's also a loss. You know what I mean? So it's loss or win. You know, it's just more like whatever you do, you win or lose. You know, and
that's like a Hail Mary. Like fuck it, you know, shot in the dark.
Well, it's more like we've been waiting for this for a long time, and now we know. You know what I mean? Now we know. You know.
Okay.
But there's also other gates. I'll go this gate and be like, okay, this gate didn't work. Now I'm gonna go through the other gate and the other gate, and there's like 8 gates. I'm gonna go through all of them. And if they all don't count, and we all just met each other in the center, and we're all like, oh yeah, well, you know, no point then. Well, then I can honestly say that there's no such thing. That's it. We live in this circle world, this spherical world. You know, yeah. And then we're fine.
They would have to prove the ground is curving then.
Prove the what?
That the ground is curving.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Think about it. If we're told that we live on a giant sphere, right? Picture like a giant basketball, right? Like a giant one, right?
Oh,
well,
I'm gonna have to convince these people that it's curving.
No, they're already convinced that it is.
Yeah, so I don't have to convince them.
No, you're right. They have to prove that it is.
Yeah, that's not my fault.
Well, I know. That's one of the reasons why we're here, dude. Because people claim we live on a giant ball. We ask them, okay, you know, where's the curve? Prove us that there's actual curve. And they give us some math that would describe what the curve would be if the dimensions provided, right, were true, actually held up. And we say, okay, well, then that means we would expect this, that, the other thing, but we don't find it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, you know,
So
it's like to me, you know what it is to me? It's totally inconsequential. It's totally inconsequential. Like these people, like if people believe that it's flat or round, like it's not. There's no difference to me. To me, there's no difference. Really, like there isn't. What's the difference? What is the difference that you're gonna make? Like realistically,
on a day-to-day basis, you could argue that there's not much.
Yeah.
If anything at all, for the average person.
When somebody says the world is flat, I'm like, well, you know, that's interesting that you say that. You know, and I think that's a valid argument. I tell them because Islamically, again, in the Islamic religion, there is an argument to be had there. You know, and I'm like, okay, well, that's interesting. You know, but I don't believe that. But you know, and whatever, and people do, and people believe either way.
So you think we live on a giant ball?
I don't know. But you know what I will say? You know what I believe? If you want to know what I believe, I think that personally, I think it's not that we live in a giant ball. It's more like that. I think the question is, what do we know? You know what I mean? I think that it's very arrogant to think that we just assume that everything is according to the Einsteinian way of thinking. I don't just believe what he says, you know, because he said it, you know, and because he did all this fucking research. No. But I do think that, you know, I think it has merit. I think it's really good theoretically. If you're talking about theoretical mathematics, I think it's really interesting. I think it's good, you know, but it doesn't mean that's the end of all things. It doesn't mean that somebody comes up to me and is like, what do you believe? Like, oh, I believe in Einsteinian mathematics. No. I'm not that guy. What I will say is that the world that we live in, I know that we have the stars above. We can go by those stars above. We know that in the northern hemisphere we can observe certain stars. We know in the southern hemisphere we can observe those things. We know that you know, we have seasons. You know, we have warm, we have warm, we have cold, we have a lot of things that tell us about the world, but doesn't 100% say that it's round, because those things can be accepted, but it doesn't exactly mean that it's round. It could mean a lot of different things. It could mean that it's a big sphere, but not that it's round. Like, not that we know of the whole roundness of it. It could mean that there's 50% of sphericalness that we don't know of. You know, there could be a lot of sphericalness of the world that we don't know that exists, that we have not discovered. And there's things, you know, in the stars, you know, there's a lot of things that I don't know of. You know what I mean?
Dude, the thing is, dude, it's implied. If it's a sphere, it's curving all around, right?
Yeah.
So we ask people, it's like, if you think it's a sphere, prove that it's actually curving. Don't give us some math, you know, so that came from some guy 3,000 years ago, you know, that he kind of like theorized that it would be a sphere, did some calculations, and affirmed that it was, even though those calculations don't really...
I do have a few things that make me convinced about that, about it being a sphere. Like...
What?
Like, for example, like, okay, so, you know, when you're in the northern hemisphere, you can see that you... Okay, so, you know what? Explain this to me. So, when you're in the northern hemisphere, you can see in the winter, you can see the North Pole. But when you're in Australia, you can't see it. Why is that?
You mean the North Pole Star? The North Star?
Yeah, the North Star. Yeah. Like, because
TW, you want to take that?
in Australia, you can't see it.
You tell them, you're in Australia.
Yeah, in Australia. No,
Yeah,
in Australia,
I can't see it. Yeah. I can't see it, yeah.
Yeah. So you can't see it. But if you're in the north, you can definitely see it. I can see it right now. I can see, if I went outside, I could probably see it right now.
Yeah.
But that would be my argument as to, like, okay, that shows like curvature, you know what I mean?
Not necessarily, because number one, it's the sky, right? You're not looking at the ground. Now, you could infer that there would be curvature, maybe, right? You could suggest that there may be, but then you would still have to prove that there is, right? Like, so a lot of the arguments that we hear about this are inferential. Like, you see something, notice something, and then
that's my first assumption.
Or you propose the possibility that the reason why this is happening is because the ground is curving.
So
right?
what's the flat Earth argument?
Hold on, may I finish? Right? They mostly, they all, like, if not all of them, are like this, right? But that means that there may be one or two or more than that other possible reasons that don't really get explored or talked about. But people kind of just run with them and affirm them to be the truth. At least that's how they speak of it. And that's not necessarily, the best way to go about things, because you think you know something, but you really don't. It may be your best guess, but, it's worth taking a second look at, perhaps. Like, for example, let me go back.
Would you consider like the best like argument for that? Like,
yeah, I just want, before I go into that, I just want to say, like, it just came to mind, right? So when you talk about the star thing, number one, we don't really tend to harp on star stuff because it's stuff that's happening in the sky, and there's no real way for us to know what's actually going on up there, because number one, we're not there, and number two, these things are allegedly billions and billions and billions of miles away, according to their story. So to really confirm anything that we suppose about them, it's not very practical for basically everybody, right? So it's not, and it's not logical either. It's like when you look at your ceiling, what about the ceiling tells you about the floor of your room? Like, no.
Creation.
You know what I mean? So it's not.
I think that's cheap to say. Can't you say? I think that's cheap to say. Can't you say, like? I mean, I think it's really obvious to say, like, okay, we got the stars. I think that says a lot about what we're like observing of it. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, it doesn't mean that
you have to take a number of assumptions if you're going to make any claim about the ground based on what you see in the sky. You have to go by a certain set of assumptions. So one of the assumptions are, for example, that we're on a giant ball, right? Or, that we're on a giant object, and everything that you see in the sky are sets of other kind of floating objects embedded in space, right? Like we're on like a giant ball, And all those things up there are burning gas balls or fusion reactor balls or whatever. Okay? So there's an implied assumption that those are true. And then you can build your theory around that. But unless you prove those premises, you're not really, you're spinning your wheels. If you're honest about it.
I want to concede this this thing that we're talking about, but I do want to actually go bring up another thing, and I want you guys to be charitable to me for a second.
By all means, man. That's what we're doing.
I actually have, and I know this to be true. So I actually want you to be charitable and know, like, when I'm saying this, I really, really saw it. So there's this website that I saw a long time ago because I was into it. I joined a flat Earth server. So, and then in that server, I found somebody gave me a link. I was like, okay, cool. So this link actually gave me what it was the link was that they had a camera footage, which was I guess this camera had such fidelity to where they could zoom in to like and have it into a microscope, not a microscope, into a telescope, and they would have it like zoom in into like let's say Mars, and they had it up into like other planets and stuff, but they had it zoom into Mars, and they were able to take photographs about on Mars with different phases. So they had Mars at this phase, they had Mars on the phase a few hours later, and then you could see Mars rotate, if that makes sense, rotating with different phases, and you would see the mountains, if you will, like you would see the
No, that's not true.
Yeah, you would have it, and then you would see like it was pictures. You know what I'm saying? So you could see it move.
No, that's bullshit. You don't see. It is because you don't see that. No, you don't see that sort of detail through any commercially available telescope.
No. It's hard to see. It's hard to see T-Dub, but if you saw like lines, it's like dark. You could see dark lines, like mountains, like huge.
Yeah, I understand.
It's not what I mean. It's type T-Dub. It's not like the like what you might be imagining. It's more.
Take a breath.
You know what I mean?
I hear you, Dave. Take a breath.
You feel what I'm saying, right?
I do, and I have some questions about that. Okay, so number one, the first statement was you see it rotating. Okay. Or at least that's what you.
I would come to that conclusion by how it was changing.
See, that's the thing, right? So if at one point in time you see, a giant red circle with certain patterns on it, okay, and then moments later, an hour later, minutes later, what have you, you see those things shifted around or different patterns emerge or whatever, and then later on you see the same thing. Okay, fantastic. How do you know that means it's rotating?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I would really just have to give you the source, to be honest with you. Yeah, but
I mean, by all means, if you want, but I just think of it.
If I could find it, it was a long time ago, but this is something.
Think of it rational. That's fine, dude. But the question is, like I implore you to think of this rationally, right? So, like, we're given this story since we're kids, so it seems very natural for us to say, "Oh, it must be rotating," because implied in the story is that these things are giant balls. So, if we're going to see one side of a ball, and then we see another, pattern on the ball, on the same ball, well, it must just be because the ball rotated and we're seeing a different side. It comes very naturally. But if you don't have a means, to confirm that it is a ball, number one, and number two, that it is rotating, you have to be honest and say that that's your best guess at best. At worst, you'd have no fucking clue.
Well,
just really quickly, would you not agree that like that's kind of the definition of empiricism? Is like your.
I think that's the whole point of the flat Earth theory is that it's empiricism. Yeah, of course.
Oh no,
What's
not flat Earth. Sorry, let me clarify. I mean in terms of like when you look at empirical data, right? Empirical data is predicated upon like your ability to observe. So then any conclusions you draw from it would inherently be, assuming you did,
No.
you did your logic right. It'd be like your best likely case.
Well, that's the thing. The empirical part is you witness certain patterns at one given time, and you witness different patterns at another given time.
It's a little more than that, but yeah, it's a little more than that.
Well, okay. Well, what's more than that?
Sure. So if you make certain observations, right, and then you're able to come up with models to make future predictions,
then now you've stepped out of empiricism.
Validate.
Now you've stepped out of
predictions by making more observations. Right? Then you've demonstrated
steered away from empiricism now, bro. As soon as you say model, you've steered away. You've steered away from empiricism.
I was talking. Could I finish?
Yeah, and I'm stopping you because now you've steered. Because now you've steered away from empiricism. No.
Yeah, there's a problem, dude. You're building a model.
I'm going to step in as soon as you say that. If you're on this line of empiricism and empirical data and reasoning, and right, as soon as you step out of that, I'm going to pull you up. And you did as soon as you said model, bro.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so if you knew what empiricism meant, you wouldn't be saying that. So empiricism is relating to the idea that like all of our quote unquote knowledge, right? Depends what your philosophical definition of knowledge is, but let's just assume knowledge is like a rationally held like true belief, right? Something held to be true. So if we hold that system, right, then we can entirely make models of reality through empiricism, because all models are doing are just describing our observations, right? Hold on. Let me explain it. Let me tie it together for you. All right. So models are how we describe the observation, right? And the observations are our empirical understanding. So we get understandings from observing.
And you wouldn't need a model. You wouldn't need a model.
Hold on. I'm almost done. One more sentence, and I promise you can go. So we see things, right? We observe. We come up with ways to describe what we observe, right? And then we do more observing to see whether or not how we're describing it is a valid way to describe it or not. This is entirely valid within the empirical system.
No, it's not. You're not describing what you're seeing. No, you're imagining it to be something else that you're not observing. So you've stepped outside of empiricism. You've gone away from it. It doesn't need modeling. You have the observation.
How so?
Right? Just go with that. Just describe that. You don't need to imagine anything else. Why are you bringing a model into it? Why are you trying to model something that doesn't require one?
Sure. Because models have predictive power. Right? So it's one thing just to like make a bunch of observations and be like, okay, so here's the trend of our past observations, right? But that tells us nothing about the future. So if we want to make any like useful predictions about the future, right, to have any kind of understanding about what we're observing, right, that's when models comes in, because we can make predictive measures, right, and then we can take future observations. We can see, do our observations in the future, right? Did they align with our predictions? Yes or no? If yes, okay, cool. Then like our prediction or our model, how these things work, maybe it's true. And if it doesn't agree, it's like, so we need to refine how we think of it.
And here's the other issue. There's an issue to that though. Okay, so even if your model predicts something accurately, okay, the base foundations of your model, like in this case, for example, you think that thing is a ball. Okay, so you're treating it like a ball, and you're able to you predict. Hang on, dude. Okay, so for example, if you look at Mars, right, you see one face of it at certain time X or X1, and then X2 you see a different thing, and then you use some math and you say, okay, it looks like it might be a ball rotating at this angular velocity or whatever, and therefore at time X11 or 12 or whatever, we should expect to see this thing. You end up seeing that thing, and then you affirm, therefore it must be a ball.
No.
Okay. What do you mean no?
No, that's not how. That's not how
correlation.
originally.
We know that in science and empiricism, correlation is not causation.
Correct.
So I would ask.
That's kind of what we were talking about earlier.
I would ask you. So can I ask you then? Okay, like obviously I simplified everything. Okay, and tried to condense it into 2 sentences. But could you elaborate on that and tell everybody where what I said, right, in obviously a very simplified form, was not a basically an analogy to what you were talking about.
Sure. So it's not. So your simplification is to the absurd, right? That's the problem with it.
Why?
So if you sure, I'll explain. So the problem is that you're simplifying a forgive me for saying, but hyperdimensional. In that there's many different factors, right, that go into the conclusion that Mars is most likely spheroid. Right? You simplify it down to a single variable, i.e., we observe a change. We observe. Hold on, I'm not quite done. So you are simplifying it down to a single observation, right? A single change. In that you're saying, we can look through a telescope and we can look at the change that we see of this body. Right, and so therefore, just from that alone, it must be which is like not how any of this works.
Forgive me, dude. Hang on. I just want to say, I'm not saying that you guys are saying it must be a ball solely based off of what you guys are calling the phase change. I'm just giving you an example, okay? That over time you notice a change of something. In this particular case, is unidimensional, of course, just based off of the face supposedly that we see, right? And then over time that face changes, okay? And then at some point you see it again, right? So over time, right? There's something cyclical to it. There's something that's there's a pattern to it. There's something periodic to it. Okay.
Correct.
Now you can tack on to that, of course, other dimensional other variables to it. So you can make a very elaborate complex model, all of which have their own periodicity to them. Okay, like orbit or change or supposed orbit or displacement in in the sky, angular size or what have you, right? All these different things. Okay, my point is, if all these things have periodicity to them, and you are going to model that. And then reckon that, oh shit, our model is correct, okay? Because we think something is going to repeat, X is going to repeat, X, Y is going to repeat over time, and then it matches your model. You're going to affirm that the underlying premises are true.
I see where the disconnect is. So the method of which you validate like a model, right? Is not simply like in this scenario. It wouldn't just be saying like, the cyclic, the patterns that we're seeing are going to go repeat, right? Because then you could just put in like any fucking explanation, right? It's like magic pixies from Narnia are coming and like making it right, like cosmic. Sure. So hold on, calm down, buddy. So, obviously it's not just, the existing observations and patterns that we're seeing are going to continue, therefore our explanation of them are true, right? Like, obviously that's an absurd way, and no, like, science is done in that method. How? Yes, they have! No, what are you fucking doing? You're describing exactly that! Calm down, Jesus Christ, why are you screaming? So, the way that scientific models are validated, in quotes, right? Because obviously we can't prove that these models are 100%. But to the extent that they represent reality, is that they have to make. Hold on.
I'm throwing them out now.
Hold
on. No, not hold on. I'm throwing them out.
I let you.
No, you just. No, bro. You just shut your own fucking mouth, bro. No, bro. I'm not letting him go on with his fucking word salad.
But he's already shot. Yeah, he already shot himself in the foot, dude. I know that.
Yep.
Know that.
We don't need to listen to him go on. Or he can't. It's not proof. It's not proof. You heard him say it. It's not proof.
Yeah. Ariel, if you're honest with yourself, okay, you already said it. okay, even before you use certain wording, right? That it's your best. Forgive me if I'm not quoting you directly there, but in essence, to paraphrase what you said, right? This is this model, right? Because it has predictive power, is your best guess or your best explanation, right? As to why you think something happens or how it's happening. Okay. Now, can you confirm that that's basically what you're saying? Go ahead.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so then are you, or is what you're describing basically a way or a method to prove your conception of something? Or is it basically a way to try and narrow down to a best guess, a best,
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, which one is it?
Sure. So as I was saying before, right, the way in which we quote unquote prove scientific models is through these models making novel predictions, right? And then us going about and experimenting or observing, right, and seeing whether or not these novel predictions are true. Okay. In that, not only do the models already, explain why we see what we currently, but they make they have explanations and predictions about things we haven't seen yet, right? And when those things, then when we do see those things, right, that means that, oh, this model predicted something we didn't even know existed before, right? Therefore, this model might have some legitimacy.
Thank you very much.
And the more and more evidence that stacks up in its favor, right, in that it's able to continue to make novel predictions, which we weren't able to just see like a pattern in the sky, right, and continue the pattern indefinitely. Right, novel predictions are the like the building blocks of new models.
Yeah, I understand that, dude. The whole point is, as you're already kind of alluding to, okay, it's your best guess, and it happens to line up time and time again that you can kind of quote unquote forecast a novel event or whatever. But how do you verify? How do you confirm? How do you verify that the underlying premises are true? So, for example, if implied or embedded into this entire model is A, this thing is a sphere, B, that it's rotating, right, distance away, how do you confirm these attributes of what you see?
Sure. So the short answer is they're not baked in.
Explain.
Sure. So humans have been looking up at the sky for eons. Right, they've come up with quite a number of ways for calculating the rough size, position, velocity, etc. of stellar bodies, especially ones in our solar system. So, not only that, we've sent probes beyond Earth, right, to these stellar objects. We've observed them. We've measured their gravitational forces.
Okay, so again, implied is that these are giant masses that you can send these little probes to, i.e. exactly what I said before. Implied in your entire assumption is that these things are physical masses.
So we make observations.
Yes or no, sir? Yes or no, sir?
Which
hang on, sir.
Incorrect. Incorrect.
Okay. So if what you're saying is not necessarily implying that you're guessing that these things are giant masses, why are you going to send an object to them if you don't think that there's an object up there to send something to?
Sure. So I disagree with your phrasing, right? You're going, oh, well, we just presume that they're like big masses, right? Like, no, we have models that have, evidentiary basis behind them, which predict that they are objects, right?
Okay, there you go. So therefore, you do have to take it on face value that, given your model, that this model is allegedly telling you that these are giant masses that you can send something to.
No, it's not the model saying so.
Of course, the model, it's just a mathematical description, I get that, but the philosophical underpinning of the entire thing leads you to assume that it is a giant ball to send something.
There's no assumptions. This is where your
so therefore, no, it's not falling apart, dude.
No, it absolutely is.
Corner. You don't even know it.
You are completely bastardizing what you're discussing.
No, dude. Because if that's the case, then you tell me how it is known ahead of time before setting a probe to this thing that you know for absolute certainty that this is a giant ball to send a probe to.
So sure. So this just goes into like fallacious phrasing. Right, so there's more than two options besides we are just like assuming it, or that we have like divine knowledge. Right, this is a fallacious like line of reasoning.
I didn't say that.
So, no,
I didn't say that.
You did. No,
dude,
you did.
I didn't say divine knowledge, dude. I did not say divine knowledge. I did not say divine knowledge.
I know you didn't use those exact words, right? But your phrasing was. Hold on. Your phrasing was
dude,
either. Hold on. Your phrase. You've talked for a minute, right? Let me speak now. So your phrasing was either. Hold on.
You're going on mute.
Hold on.
Don't put words in your mouth. Don't put
You'll
words
have more time to speak. I promise you'll have more time to speak.
No. Hang on. You gotta get something clear, dude. You don't run the fucking room. Okay? Don't put words in my mouth. Okay? And you can keep going. All right? That's all I wanted to say. Please continue.
I'm not putting any words in your mouth. I'm just describing what you said.
Hold on, wait. So go back to you justifying the premises so that you are not affirming the consequence.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so anyway, it was basically put between, like two possibilities, right? That's how you phrased it. It was either,
I didn't create a dichotomy. I did not create a dichotomy.
I can't even get a fucking sentence.
I didn't. No, but again, you're putting words in my mouth. Fuck. I did not create a false dichotomy. I'm asking you to prove your premises. Okay? Is it or is it not the case that you take on face value that your model is basically telling you that this thing might be a giant object in the sky ahead of you actually being able to go there and verify that? True or false?
Yeah, so I understand you disagree that it was a dichotomy.
True or false, motherfucker? You're not going to get away from this. True or false?
The only one running here is you. So
no, dude, you're not answering the question. You're the one that's running.
So I'm making a point.
True or false that you do or do not assume that it must No. It's not going to work like that, dude. True or false that your assumption is that it is a giant ball based off of your modeling, okay? That it is a giant object that you can go send a probe to in the first instance. How do you know that?
All right, so I just want to clarify, right, before I answer that statement. I just want everyone to, can you repeat that question word for word? Just so we're all clear.
Does your model indicate to you somehow that this is a giant ball or a giant mass at some unknown distance, yet somewhat predictable, okay, that you can send a probe to in the first instance? How can you confirm that it is such, a mass or whatever beforehand? Or are you just guessing?
Okay. So your question is either, do we have essentially definitive proof that it is a spheroid object, or is it an assumption? Am I paraphrasing correctly?
That's a fair
okay.
Fair paraphrase.
Awesome. So now that you've agreed to that, I thank you for agreeing to how it's a false dichotomy, which was my point from the beginning. Well, if you would let me explain it, I would explain how it is
dichotomy, dude. You guys assume that it's a ball.
Well, if you would let me explain how it is a false dichotomy, I would explain it, but you've muted me 4 times now.
Dude, is it a ball or not? And how do you know that? That's all we want to know, dude.
Will you let me explain how it's a false dichotomy, or will you mute me?
Dude, what do you mean a false dichotomy? You say it's a ball.
It's a false dichotomy.
It's either a ball or it's not.
That's not the false dichotomy I'm referring to, and I think you know that.
That's all I'm asking you. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Oh, no, that's not what you're asking. Come on, let's be honest.
I am asking you.
I'm being an honest actor here, right? You can at least be honest with me.
No, dude,
right? Your question.
You're dodging the question.
Your question was not whether or not it's a ball, dude. Right? Your question actually didn't ask that at all.
How you know it's a ball, or are you assuming it's a ball?
And again, that's my disagreement. Phrasing it in that way is invalid. There is more than just.
Why?
There is more than just It's either absolutely 100% God like given divine knowledge that it's a spheroid, or that it's just a rudimentary assumption that has no basis.
I didn't say rudimentary. See, this is why I fucking mean, dude. I didn't say rudimentary, dude. When I say assumption,
see, now you're crying about like
wait. No, because you're putting fucking words in my mouth, or it's saying that I'm implying something that I'm not. I didn't say it was rudimentary. I used the word assumption, right? You could be 80%, 85%, 90% confident, however you even begin to try and quantify that something is the case, right? With high degree certainty, 90% is pretty high. But if you're not sure, you have to go on a hunch. You have to assume that however you're modeling that predictability or that probability, right? In plain English, dude, you're not sure, so you have to go with an assumption. True or not.
So just to clarify, you are stating that like statistical probability is an assumption.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're just like,
dude, I've done statistical modeling before.
Okay. So if we have like a 95% confidence factor, you would consider acting on that confidence factor an assumption?
You have to assume with a certain probability that you might get something right or not. Right? For example,
so
if you're building,
just to clarify,
watch this.
Just to clarify.
No. Let me clarify. Right? If you build a machine learning model, right? You're going to do a classifier. You got this thing. Okay, you give it some data, an image or whatnot. Okay, you train it on a data set. You've got different classes. Dog, cat, bird. This is a dog. This is a cat. This is a bird. Right? You train millions and millions of times. To the computer. This is what these different things look like. Whatnot. Then you give it something. You ask it, "What is this?" Okay, it's going to give you a value, right? A probability that it's one thing or the other, right? It doesn't know for sure. It's giving you a confidence level, right? And then you have to take it like, okay, well, that thing is assuming this is this thing, right? It's best guess.
So the problem with this,
that's how that works.
Hold on. The problem with this analogy is that like machine learning models only work off statistical inference, right? They don't work on like physical modeling, right, or predictive capability.
I know, but
they are simply reactive systems based on Hold on, I'm not quite done. Right, I let you go on for like 5 fucking minutes. You can let me speak for 30 seconds.
I understand this already, dude.
The problem is you're not making. Then shut up and let me speak it for everyone else who might not understand it. You're not the only one in the room.
I'll let you continue, but
holy shit,
dude! Hold on, bro. Okay, you're not making the connection between the analogy that I just gave you and what you guys are doing. The only difference.
I'm explaining how your analogy is invalid.
It's not invalid, dude.
I just explained how it's invalid.
No, bro, you're just being very stubborn. Okay, the reality is
I'm the one being stubborn.
You're damn fucking right. Okay, because the reality is what you guys are doing is basically the same process, just to apply to different variables.
How so?
Okay, because you're basically saying, okay, we've got this physical model, it's multidimensional or whatever, but somehow it's different than this other thing because it's physical. No, you still have to make.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You're still making. Watch this, right? You've got a model of what you see up in the sky. Okay, you see its movements, you see these different patterns or whatever. You build a model that helps you predict something or whatever. You get you make a prediction, you get a value, it's true or not or whatever, and it confirms your model, yes or no, right? Now, with that, you can have a high or low degree of confidence in your model based off of the results that you get and the predictive power that you have with it.
No,
you just have different dimensions of.
This is just fundamentally wrong. No.
Okay, explain. Go ahead.
Sure. So AI models, right, like machine learning models, are again like based off statistical inference. They cannot make novel predictions by definition because they only learn off previously observed information, and thus can only make quote unquote predictions, which in reality, again, is just statistical inference based on what the observed information is. They cannot make novel predictions, right? The difference between an AI, like machine learning model, and like a scientific like theory, right, or prediction or model, however you want to describe it, is that they take the existing information, but instead of doing like massive amounts of statistical modeling, right, or statistical inference, they come up with a predictive model which comes up with novel predictions, right? Predictions which do not relate to the existing base of observation, right? Which, so in other words, right, if we compare it to the machine learning model, right, it'd be like you show the machine learning model photos of cats and dogs, right, and that's it. And somehow now it's able to like tell you what the difference would likely be between like a horse and a plane, right, without any observation of a horse and a plane, because it's been able to identify things like, you know, object existence and difference between objects, so on and so forth, which obviously it's not able to do because it's based solely on statistical.
Boring. Just get to the part where you prove the premises that upon which your so-called predictions are based. Because until then, your predictions and any correlation to anything happening in reality that you've predicted means jack fucking shit.
Or in other words, they're your best guess, dude, which is the entire thing that I've been trying to point out to you this entire time. Because you've created
I'm just disassembling your comparison, right?
Just because you've created layers and layers of scaffolds of different interconnected things that are somewhat related to the previous prediction of the other thing or the previous assumption of the other thing that links to it. Okay,
what are you talking about?
Okay, watch this. Right, you have a model. Okay, it has certain predictive power. You haven't proven anything, but it's your best guess. It's your best, you're the best estimate or means of estimating something.
And what have you? Hold on, let's pause right there. Let's pause right there. Hold on. Let's pause right there.
And based off of that, hold on, dude. I'm not fucking done.
Before there's a very important thing right there.
No, dude, you're not letting me
very important right there.
No, let me finish, and then you can point it out. Okay.
Well, you guys don't let me finish, so I feel like it's fine for me to interrupt.
Yeah. Well, guess what? You're not a fucking mod. Shut the fuck up. Okay. You don't control the room. Okay. So you have the first set of observations. You build a model off of that, and then kind of what, if I'm not mistaken, what you were saying before is based on these things, you can kind of I'm losing my words here, but you can basically create novel explanations or something to other things, right? That's kind of like what you were trying to highlight with the whole AI thing. You can't really do that because it's based only on what it's seen before, and it can't make novel interpretations or novel explanations for other things, right? So if you have that, you have your model number one, and then from there you're going to leapfrog from there and use that to tie into other observations of some other phenomena that you're then going to basically have to make another model with also, but you're also going to link in the previous model, okay, if it's somehow related, tie that in with that one, and then also make further predictions or try to make further predictions with that taken into account, right? So you're creating this giant abstract scaffold with nothing in which you've actually been able to prove yet. This is the whole point. So unless you prove one of the premises, it says you lose confidence the higher and higher up the scaffold that you go. So if you can prove one of the premises, then you really actually have something to go by. Okay, so that's why we're harping on this first part. If you can prove that, then we can actually move forward with higher confidence. Okay. Excuse me. Try to address that.
Yeah, so as I said before, right, when you say like, oh, this is like the best guess, right, can you describe to me in like a couple sentences why we consider it to be the best guess, right? Why we have like existing models to describe existing observations, why we consider them to be quote unquote the best guess?
Didn't you say it before? Because they have quote unquote predictive power?
Well, it's a little more than that, but that is certainly a part of it.
Please elaborate.
Sure. So it's not only the fact that like they do have some, predictive power, but that they have made the predictions, and then we went out and like tested whether or not the predictions were, or to be more succinct, we tested whether or not the predictions were false. and every time that we prove the predictions are not false, right? We gain more confidence in the model itself, right? So it's extremely hard to. It's extremely hard to.
Consequent.
That's the whole point, dude.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
It is a permanent consequence. All you do, we've been saying the whole fucking time, bro. You're going to have to justify your premises as being true in the first instances, because what you're saying is a consequent of your premise isn't confirmation of your premise being true. And it doesn't matter how much you insert confidence levels or percentages or anything, it's still affirming the consequence.
That's what I was telling you.
So do we? Let's clarify that.
Ariel, I asked you at least
let's
5
clarify.
times to unravel yourself. Hold on, listen, dude. Let me just point something out before
I got interrupted
continue.
before.
No, dude. Again, I just want to summarize this. Okay.
Now they got a yap.
Because I've tried to point this out to you at least 5 times up until now. Unless you've proven the premises, again, to put it colloquial or highly simplified, it's your best guess.
Okay. Let's clarify something. Do we agree that empirical reasoning is valid? Yes or no?
Empirical reasoning.
Yes. Let me simplify it for you. Can you make decisions, valid decisions, based on empirical reasoning?
Empirical reasoning. Do you mean deductive reasoning or inductive reasoning?
No, I mean empirical, not inductive. Empirical.
So if it's empirical, that would be demonstrated to be true, like through an experiment.
No, that's not what empirical means.
It does.
Nope. That's not what empirical.
Should we get a definition of how we come to empirical truths?
Yeah. What you'll find with empiricism, right, is it relates to the observation, right?
The
observation of occurrence.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with whether or not you've quote unquote proven something to be true or not. It comes with observation of reality.
Hold on. If that's your standard, I'll agree with you. The observation is the Earth is flat. That's the empirical standard. That's what we all see.
No, that's your conclusion from your observation.
Hold on. That was
right.
Hold on.
Do you understand the difference there?
You said observation. It's an empirical truth.
No, that's not how that works. Sorry.
What, am I missing what you said? You said this is how we come to empirical understanding.
You actually are missing.
Observation. Dude, you said observation.
What you're missing is, so what you're missing is, right, when I'm just going to presume what you're going to say. You can correct me if I'm going on here, but I'm assuming you're going to go something along the lines of, I go to the beach and I look at the water and the water looks flat, so therefore the Earth is flat. Am I getting too far off straight here, or is that kind of?
I mean, that's where we are. Yeah.
All right. Awesome. So the problem with this line of reasoning, right? So the empirical part ends at the water looks flat, right?
You just said we observe. I was pointing out that we would have to. My friend, sorry. Before you start miscategorizing what I said and agreeing with now what I said.
The observation was the first sentence, and then the unjustified conclusion was the second.
Like the experimental evidence to demonstrate that are you going to talk for me all the whole time?
I was still making my point, but you're free to make your point when I'm done.
It seems really weird. This is what I said.
Well, that's
you disagreed with what I said, and now you're going to
make a point and
reformulate
the other person discusses.
Sounds what I said. What the fuck?
Exactly. He's the one he's the one.
I'm making my point. Right, and you guys can respond to it. It's a very simple way of communicating. I don't know where the problem is here.
Aaron, you're the one that said no to experiment, bro. You're the one that said that no further action is necessary. All you need is the observation, and now you're saying, no, that's not enough. You are talking out two sides of your fucking mouth, bro.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, well, let's start again then. T-Dub, let's start again. How do we come to the understanding of empirical truth? What do we do?
What do you mean? So before we go down this tangent, right, let's make sure we're on the same basis for empirical truth. So empirical truth, generally speaking, would be referring to some kind of statement, right? A premise, for example, which based on existing evidence, an explanation of the existing evidence, and
like a self-evident truth, like an axiom.
And if it's a predictive system, right? The ability to make a true prediction, right? We would refer to that either that statement or that model as an empirical truth. Would you agree with that?
No, you can have many models. Because I'll tell you, you can have many models that are supposed to predict the same phenomenon and have the same predictive power, but they're based in, completely
How
different
so?
geometries for. Well, pardon?
How so?
What do you mean, how so?
Can
Gravitational
you give me
models.
any example of that?
Yes, gravitational
I've never
models.
seen that.
What, gravitational models?
Really? Is there a
really? Yeah, all based on the same apparent phenomena and the mechanisms or causes for that phenomena. Same predictive power.
Okay,
but different causal mechanisms.
Sure. Can you show me the paper which discusses an alternate mechanism for gravity than general and special relativity, which predicted, for example, the bending of light, around the sun, which is kind of how it was like the first major piece of evidence to show that general and special relativity were like in fact true? Is there a competing model that also is able to make that like novel prediction without relying
on novel prediction? But you understand where I'm going, right? You can't have models.
I'm saying when you're referring to a competing model of gravity,
dude, I do try to speak to you, but you keep fucking talking.
Sure, I'm referring to the groundbreaking. Oh, I'm sorry. There's an ambulance by.
You're talking about models. You're trying to reify a fucking model at the moment, and I don't understand why.
Sure. So when you're saying there's,
do you understand what reification is, Ariel?
So you are bringing up, right, gravity as an example. That there's competing models to explain gravity. I'm saying let's go back to the original experiment, right, which tested whether or not the novel prediction that general relativity made, right, was true or not true. So if there's a competing model that makes the same novel prediction through the mathematics that general relativity did, which was that our sun would bend the light from stars, next to it.
Sorry.
If there's a model for that, then let's see it.
Please. Are you trying to use the bending and warping of space-time, that model that Einstein proposed, which gives the prediction of light being bent around stars? Are you saying that's the concrete reality?
It is currently the best method we have of explaining gravity.
No, the question is that the concrete reality?
Define concrete reality. I don't know what you mean by that.
Is space and time being physically distorted by mass?
From our current understanding, yes.
From Einstein's current understanding, no.
That's literally what
it's literally a mathematical conception that you can make to make predictions. I can look at the universe this way, and if I look at it this way, I can make predictive models based on the phenomena that I see.
Yes,
it's mathematical. Excuse me, it's mathematical equations, dude.
Yes. Obviously, math underlies the concept, but the idea is that we are describing reality.
It is describing reality then. So it is a reification.
That's the point of it. The point of it is to be able to describe reality.
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Shush.
Hello. You're not disconnected.
Do you understand what reification is?
Yes. I've heard you guys
can you explain
yap on about it for a long fucking time.
Good. So why are you doing it? Why are you reifying model? Sorry. The best current understanding that we have. Why are you reifying models?
We're not.
You are. This is the concrete reality, you said.
No, that's not what I said.
I asked you, is this the concrete reality? And you said,
I said no. And I said no.
Oh my God. Go back and listen to the tape. I can't talk to that.
Yeah. You asked if it was concrete reality. I asked you to describe it. Right?
Is space and time being physically distorted by mass? And you said,
I said, no, that's not what I said. Rewind the tapes. Right. I said, I'll quote myself. Right? I said, according to our current understanding of reality,
according to our current understanding,
based on our observations, based on the model, then that is what is happening. Not that it's absolute. Hold on. No, that's an oversimplification. No, that's an oversimplification.
It's what is happening.
That's an oversimplification. You are oversimplifying what I'm saying.
I mean, you can try and back
you are intentionally oversimplifying what I am saying, and it's quite deceitful.
Not really. It's what you said.
No, that's not what I said.
It is.
No, you just agreed. Actually, that's not what I said. So I don't know why you're trying to lie now.
You said. Dude, please stop being slimy.
I'm not the one being slimy. I'm not the one trying to,
when
twist
people
people's
start
words.
doing this.
Why are you
You're
trying to
supposed to
twist
be
my words?
defining to us empirical truths.
Yes, and I already described it. And then when it didn't go on the route you wanted, you have to lie about what I said.
Aren't you?
Why are you lying about what I said?
Dude, I'm readdressing the situation, dude. Are you not listening?
Oh, I'm listening quite clearly.
How can you? You're talking through me.
Oh, I can hear you.
You should probably be quiet, dude.
I'm good.
You're supposed to be demonstrating to us an empirical truth. Or what? Where we started from. What fucking empirical truths were. And you started talking about models.
Yep, that's a part of empirical truth, right? That was part of the definition we agreed on, right? Is that models could be empirically true. It doesn't mean that in God's eye they're absolutely true in an objective sense.
Fuck are you
because
talking
again,
about?
they're empirical. Right? That's kind of the basis of the fact that they are empirical.
Based on what? So the Earth being a sphere is based on what? Empirical what?
Based on both our prior observations, and then if it's a predictive model, right? Their ability to make novel predictions.
Of what?
What do you mean of what? Of reality.
Predictions of what?
Of reality.
That's fucking ambiguous. When my kettle's going to boil?
What do you mean that's ambiguous? How is reality ambiguous?
When water's going to boil?
No, it's not that
right,
simple.
Exactly. So fucking ambiguous. Stop being a little
that's
prick.
not ambiguous.
So
no,
what
you're
predictions?
You're just being dishonest now.
What predictions?
Novel
predictions?
Novel predictions. It depends on what model we're talking about.
Which ones?
It depends on what model we're talking about.
Of what?
Of what model we're talking about?
Of what? Of what model? What model is making what predictions? Of which part of reality?
You want me to list every single scientific model? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You're just going schizo.
Give an example which confirms that the Earth is a sphere.
We just gave one. We just discussed one. For example, general relativity predicting the bending of stars. Right, the light of the stars, and then we look in the sky during solar eclipse, and we see the exact right amount of bending from their light. Right, that's an example of a novel prediction which hadn't been done before. No one was trying to measure with the bending of the light of.
Thank you. What the fuck? I clearly stated with regards to the surface of the Earth being curved, the Earth being a sphere, not predictions about why things go up and down or round and round in the fucking sky. You're supposed to be giving us empirical truths. Stop leading us down the fucking garden path into fucking nowhere.
And just for context, we started with Mars, by the way. That's when you jumped in. We were talking about, how we know Mars is a giant ball. And they started with this whole thing, and then here we are. So, long journey so far to nowhere. Go ahead, Ariel. You're unmuted, by the way.
Give us something that isn't affirming the consequent or begging the question.
Yeah, I already gave one.
What? Eddington's
we've talked about it like 4 times.
Eddington.
Eddington? Or were we talking about fucking DS9? What?
Arthur Eddington and Einstein, 1919, observation of a solar eclipse and the stars behind the sun being bent by the gravitational well of the sun so you can see them next to the sun.
Yep.
Affirming
he was one of many to make those observations.
To affirm the consequent, yes, exactly. So have you got something that isn't illogical reasoning?
How is it affirming the consequent?
Because he said, if I'm correct about the sun being a massive body and being able to distort space-time, and space-time is something which does surround this physical body, then I will see the stars in this X position. I see the stars in this X position at this certain time, as I predicted. Therefore, this sun is a massive body and is distorting space.
That's actually no. So let's just be clear, right? The prediction was, hey, the sun is, right, a massive body, and it has roughly this mass. So therefore, using this new understanding of gravity, right, bending space-time, that it will cause the light to bend, and so we will see the light in these positions. No, it's not, because the point of the observation was not to determine whether or not the sun is a massive fucking object in the sky that has massive amount. Hold on.
If the sun is distorting space-time, we will see stars in such position. It doesn't matter if you think you know what the sun is, bro. You're still making a prediction based on something that you haven't confirmed to be true yet, and then you're using the observation of your prediction to confirm your premise.
So again, right, let's keep on track of what this discussion was, right? The question was about, can you show...
Dude, we are on track. Come on. We are. We are on track.
You keep jumping between five different topics. Dude. No, the question was, right, can you show something that's not affirming the consequent, and then you grossly misrepresent what the experiment was, right, what it was trying to demonstrate, or rather what it was trying to prove, right? That's what I'm demonstrating. The experiment was not to be like, oh, is the sun, a massive stellar body or not, right? It was whether or not general relativity is making valid predictions, right, about how light travels through the universe. That's what it was. It was about whether or not general relativity was like making accurate predictions. It had nothing to do with whether or not the sun is a massive object in the sky.
Does it still make accurate predictions?
So again, this goes back to our original discussion, right, of what empirical truth is.
Does it still make accurate predictions?
Empirical truth are things.
I wonder if it still makes
either observe.
I wonder if it does that. I wonder if somebody could answer that question.
Through our observation.
I wonder what that answer would be. If it still makes
which have predictive capability. Novel predictive capability.
Ariel, you got to let people talk sometimes, man. Jedi, can you repeat what you were saying, please?
I wonder whether it still makes these predictions. Whether it still makes accurate predictions, or whether we've had to move away from these ideas in recent time and play around with the math because the math doesn't work. I wonder if it's changing day by day, year by year, and the narrative that we seem to be repeating here is like 20, 30 years out of date. It's kind of sad, really. If this is our defensive mechanism, or to say that this is an empirical truth, when the current understanding is it isn't. So I fucking, what's the point?
Ariel, can you address that, please?
Sorry, what was his point?
Jedi?
No, he's just being rude now.
I genuinely didn't hear it. I was texting.
How rude of you. Stay on mute, dude. Fuck him. You hear that laugh at the end there? He knows what he's doing. This guy's a piece of shit. God damn it. Appreciate that, gentlemen.
It doesn't matter how you try and weasel around it, right? It basically boils down to this. If my modeling is correct, I'll observe X. I observe X, therefore my modeling is correct. And even if you say my modeling could be correct, it's still affirming the consequent.
That's why I was harping on him. At least give us some reason to believe your premises. Right? Like, what was done to confirm them in the first place? Started off with the whole Mars thing. Like, how do you know it's a ball? A giant rock that you can send something to. He's like, oh, well, the model predicts it would be. I'm like, okay, well, if you're going to send a probe up there, well, you're going to want to know it's a giant ball first. So how do you know that first before you send something up there? Because for all you know, it might not be anything that you can send your thing up there to. So at best, it's your best guess. He's like, no, it's not a guess. The model predicts this. Like, yeah, it's your best. It's your best guess. So he didn't want to accept that because it sounds like it's a diminution of his position or whatever.
Oh, you mean like Michio Kaku was honest and said it's guesswork, leaps of logic.
Yeah. Oh yeah, pretty much. But you couldn't handle that. He thinks that if we use the word assumption, that it's a degrading of the position. It's like, no, dude. If you're 99.9999999% confident, or probably, that's your calculated probability that something is true. Okay, even if it's not high, and you go with it, you're assuming. You're assuming. Doesn't matter how confident you are. You're not 100% sure. It's not a bad thing per se. It's just not conclusive. I mean, it's fairly fucking close. Can be. But it's not 100%. He just didn't like that. He didn't like those words. So, hey, what can you do?
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah. And you said it way earlier on, I wanted to hold him to that, but he kept on wanting to get skirt off to the side, like where you were just saying, just justify the premises, and then you've got something to build on. Like, don't rely on the prediction, getting the prediction correct to confirm that your premises are true, right? Because it doesn't matter. Like, this is the thing. As soon as you say therefore, you're committing, affirming the consequence. Consequent. It doesn't matter if you put probability into it, right? Anything that follows the therefore qualifies it as being a affirming the consequent logical fallacy. So you can either not do that, don't draw a therefore, don't draw a conclusion. Just note it down that this is what occurred. Right? Don't perform a fallacy based on that, or you can justify your premises, or you can perform a scientific experiment if there's one available, if there's a viable hypothesis to be tested.
Right, like in these contexts where he's using models and shit. That's what you're saying, right? Anytime you use a therefore in the context of the predictions coming out of a model, right? It's affirming the consequent, or okay, yeah.
Yes, and it doesn't matter how much you weasel around with the conclusion and say, well, it's not affirmative, it's not positive in the sense of like certainty. It's like 99 point whatever percent, confidence. So it doesn't matter. It's the fact that you're drawing a conclusion from your logic form.
Have any of you guys spoken to that guy before?
Sorry, spoken with who?
Ariel.
Yeah, he's been around before. Yeah, he's not new.
Yeah. Okay.
I think he's home server old.
Man, you know, sometimes I wonder how you guys do it. Like, so early in the morning? Like, Jedi, I guess it's like, 8, 9 o'clock in the morning for you? How you guys take on these guys so early? I can't. I can only listen. Like, fuck.
Yeah, sometimes I'll get up, right?
Yeah.
I'll go to I'll wake up, go to the bathroom, wash my face, whatever, come out, make a cup of coffee, make Mrs. a cup of coffee, she's already up. And then come sit down, light a cigarette. And I'll have been listening, you know, like maybe have the headphone in, you know, like I've gone to the bathroom, they've gone, got my phone. I'll be listening while I'm making coffee, and I'll come and sit down, light a smoke, have a few puffs, and then I'm into it. And my missus is like, "Already?" It's like, can't I have a cup of coffee in peace?
I get it. I can only listen, you know, that early, man. I can't do it. So you guys are good. Kudos.
I've been trying to do that less. Like I've been trying, like, you know, like, yeah, instead of walking around like a cyborg, you know, put the phone down. You don't need the earplug in all the time, etc. Like my missus is trying to point it out to me that like I'm sort of, you know, becoming a cyber freak, you know. So yeah, trying to work on that and like give her like some space, you know, like in the morning, you know, not just like get straight into it.
It's hard not
you know, yeah.
It's really hard not to, dude. Like I'll pass out with conversations going on, and I'll wake up with them going on. It's literally 24/7, you know, minus, you know, the time that I'm out there. But yeah, it's difficult. It's too interesting.
I often just like even like listening on YouTube, you know, just for the background, like a podcast kind of thing while I'm doing stuff. So, yeah. And then I'll be listening on YouTube, and then I'm like, I'll be listening for a while. I'm like, no, I'm gonna go into Discord. I gotta say, I gotta join in. I gotta say something. It's like, just no, stop, don't do it. Just let them go. They got this. They got this.
Yeah.
And I did get excited earlier because when he said, like, just calm down, bro, calm down. Because I was getting excited because he was literally claiming not to be doing the thing he was describing in the same sentence. He's like, I'm not doing that. It's like, you just described that exact thing. Like, and then now you're saying that's not what you're doing. I was like, it frustrates me, and I do get flustered, and I will get loud, and I was like, fuck you are doing that, bro.
He just has to swap a word out, and then it changes the meaning, right? It's the same thing, but it's a different word, so to him it's different. You know? Very Weasley.
I mean, like, just the whole thing with the model, like, maybe I'm not fully correct with the whole, like, models, not being justified through empiricism or whatever. But the way he was going about it was like, I just knew, like, what he was saying was, yeah, okay, so we observe something, that's empirical, right? But then if we imagine this other thing, like, imagine that there's this other thing taking place, and we add this variable into it, and this other thing, right? That we're not observing that, but let's just imagine for a second, and we have this perspective of the whole thing that when we don't have, right? Let's imagine that, right? That's what he's talking about when he's talking about modeling. That's what he's talking about, bro. And I just was like instantly like, no, I don't want to let you do that. No, you're not going to fucking insert your bullshit pseudoscience and conflate it with empiricism. Not having it.
Yeah, unless he could actually go verify something that would lead him to maybe hypothesize that there's room for that extra variable, right? Only then is that really appropriate, or at least potentially appropriate. But he doesn't do that. For example, if he's going to start assuming, these things got like gravitational fields and shit doing these things, well, implied in that is that these things are giant, massive bodies. So before you do that, go confirm somehow these things are giant masses of bodies, at the very least, right? It would be a good starting point. But they don't do that. This is where I was saying, like, they're building scaffolding a bunch of shit. Right? They're stacking assumptions on other assumptions. Right?
Yeah, it's a good way of putting it. Yeah, I mean, it's a bunch of logical fallacy after logical fallacy, stacked on top of one another. The scaffolding, yeah.
I mean, is it fair to say that they're all logical fallacies stacked on top of each other? I mean, like, for me, it would seem sufficient to just say that they're assuming something and stacking assumptions on assumptions, whether they're fallacious or not, right? Or like, what would be fallacious about it? To assert that the assumption is not an assumption, or to use that kind of construct to build like probability models?
Well, that'd be begging the question. Circular reasoning.
Yeah, that part, yeah. Okay.
I mean, like, sometimes, like, in reality, you kind of think, in ways that may sort of reflect what, like, they're talking about. But you can get hands-on, and you can find out if you're right or not. I mean, like, it's not. So you've just made an observation about your car, like it's spitting smoke or something, right? Like something's wrong with it. And instead of going and just like, you could sit down and have a think about it and go, well, it could be this, it could be that, could be this, could be that. Like I'm going to assume it's something within the whole structure that I can like ascertain, right? you're gonna be brainstorming, right? You're gonna be brainstorming. That's basically what they're saying they're doing, right? These assumptions, right? Well, what if this? What if that? What if this? What if that? Right? And it, like, but then you can get hands on with your car and find out if you're right or not. You can eliminate, right? Certain. Well, I was wrong. I assumed it was that, but obviously I've tried this and that with that, and it's not that, right? Now I've got to think of something else, right? Like, I mean, when you can get hands-on and it's not just reliant on the observation alone, right? You've observed something, car spitting smoke, right? It's as if the car is like out of your reach and you can't do anything else but just observe that it's spitting smoke and then just theorize on why it's doing it, right? And you can't get to it, right? Or your friend's showing you overseas that his car's spitting smoke, right? And then you say, well, it could be this or that. And he goes, oh, yeah, it could be this or that. Well, you're going to go have a look? No, I'm not going to go have a look. You're probably right, though. That's probably what it is, right? Like, it's this kind of thing, you know what I mean? Like, you can use certain inductive reasoning to like, if you can use more than just one of your senses to like find out if you are right or not, then you've basically justified your reasoning. You know what I mean? Like it's led to something concrete, positive. Like
you're actually isolating thing.
Right? Yeah. Right. Your prediction wasn't just. Your prediction is justified through. It'd be like, so right. Oh, right. So, if I'm right about this, next time I start the car, it will spit smoke again. Right? And spit smoke again. Therefore, I must be right.
Yeah.
Or you haven't done anything else but just observe the thing again, right? Like it's just stupid.
Well, and what's worse yet, in these cases that they bring up, the only real variable that they have is time, right? A duration passes, and then something else happens, and they find patterns within that, right? It's just time elapsed and something occurs, rather than a particular variable that they can hands-on manipulate, right? Even retroactively, right? Like you bring a variable up and you bring it down, up, higher, up, to the experimenter's discretion. You know what I mean? It's very different.
Globe.
Yeah, well, Oh, hello.
Yeah. I was going to say, Globers don't come in wanting to get into this thing. Just want to drop their gotchas and leave it at that. We're always saying Globers are full of imagination. They're really not. Like, they're the most devoid of imagination people in existence.
Well, they're borrowing imagination from someone else, right?
Only work on a globe. It's like, well, have you ever thought about that? Like, really thought about it? You can't come up with any other possible way something can work, It doesn't include a globe. Just T-Dub saying, just look at the smoking car and I guess it's happening for X reason. I'm not going to go and challenge that or check it any further. X reason suits me. Yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt your conversation, guys.
No, you're good.
Getting
He tried to say it earlier, like, because he was saying, oh, that'd be just like me saying, like, fairies or whatever, right? And that's not what we're doing, right? And I was like, that's when I got exasperated. I was like, yes, it is, bro. That's exactly what you're doing. So you've got these you've got these values, right, in a mathematical model that you're attributing to those values reasons, like qualities, things like forces or other things, and I could literally replace all them with something else, like instead of gravity, like give it magic gnomes, right, or fairies, like whatever, like just insert whatever else you want to represent that value, and the math is still going to work, and your predictions are still going to be the same, and your outcome's still going to be the same.
Yeah, it's all interchangeable because it's theoretical nonsense at the end of the day.
I think I've heard it put in the past. It's like, they get off or they get away with this with their reasoning afterwards. They try and justify the way they present the story as to why they came to that particular conclusion, as to why that particular variable is rational or reasonable, as opposed to three-toed gnomes pulling shit down that are invisible or whatever. They justify that because, it's reasonable to think this versus the other thing, and that's where the weird part comes in, because that's where it becomes subjective.
Reasonable. It's
right?
just philosophical at that point.
Exactly.
Reasonable,
exactly. Yeah. I think Indio pointed it out at some point. It's like after, like, the whole experimental process, or somebody put it. I don't want to pin it on Indio, but one of those guys, either him or AI or somebody, right? They put it like the experiment itself is the only real, actual scientific part of everything. And then once the experiment closes and they close shop and they go in the back room and they start thinking about stuff, that's when it starts getting philosophical. The conclusion of the entire thing is, the philosophical part. Or at least in many cases, at least now.
Yeah, the experiment's the only tangible part.
Right, there you go.
You could say the observed phenomenon is also tangible, but...
Yeah.
But the rest is just, it's all in the mind, I was thinking just earlier, so you know how we tell children when they ask, Mom, Dad, where do babies come from? And they, a stork brings them. A stork dropped you off. You don't tell them about the birds and the bees when they're really young. It's like, and we give them this story of the stork, for example, because we understand that they're not, mentally ready there in their faculties to understand reproduction, yada yada. And then, of course, another one is when people die, we'll just say, they go off to heaven, or they're off in a nice place. Because we get that they're not ready for what could be perceived as the kind of darker truths of reality, or things that we just don't have an explanation for. And I wonder if the globe is just like, it's just an adult version of like a stork story. It's like people at the top, they know what's happening here, or what this place may be, or they have a much better idea, or might not know the whole story. But there's some like difficulty in it in some manner, and they just understand the average people are just not ready. The same way a parent to a child, you're just not ready for the hard truth. So here's a globe story in the meantime.
Well, at least with that, there's the intent of eventually at some point you'll know. Whereas with the globe story,
well, I imagine they'd be waiting for like, yeah, don't come chop our heads off for lying to you. You know what I mean?
Oh.
So, and humans don't quite react to that when they've been lied to all their lives about something so massive. You know, say they were doing this with malevolent intentions behind it, right? The globe lie is actually a malevolent lie, you know? Do you think, like, do you think anybody's going to let them get their case out to explain that? Before they come and burn down their house and all the rest?
I don't know. I mean, I guess technically, yeah, they would have a chance to get their case out because there's so many people involved, right? There's not just one person that, like, oh, you know, lock that guy in his house, you know, we're going to burn it down so he doesn't have a chance to make his case in court or whatever. You know? Like...
Well, consider this. Consider how many people resent their parents for just restricting their lives in some manner when they were younger for their own good. And they carry that shit with them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We've all been there.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, you hope they get to an age where they finally look back and they're like, right, yes, fuck, I see their point. I understand now. But some are just petty about it. Some refuse to ever think about it and, you know, try to understand why it may have been done that way. And they just hate, you know?
Yeah.
And spite and all this. And I would say if they're actually lying to us about the nature of the earth to protect us in some way, if they were to come out tomorrow and tell everyone, sorry, it was a lie, but it was for your own good, yeah, they're not going to get a warm welcome, you know?
Yeah, I see that. I mean, half people wouldn't even believe him anyway.
Yeah, you know, I mean, we can fucking barely get on with our own neighborhood, man. Our own neighbors. And like, so they definitely wouldn't consider humanity ready for revealing this thing to them, you know what I mean? And everybody not losing their fucking minds.
That's
we can't even have a cordial, respectful conversation with the average glober in here. You know what I mean?
That's if, of course, the intention is deliberately withholding this for a particular reason.
Right, because they could actually come out and say, well, sorry, just quickly, because you're right, because they could, even if, but it still would apply even if they came out and said, look, we said we know, but we actually don't. We don't know anything.
Yeah. Yeah. Like there's a couple outcomes, right? I guess, or a couple scenarios. One, they're deliberately withholding something because they don't think people are ready, quote unquote, yet, and that eventually maybe a time would come where people are ready, so then they would reveal it. Right? Scenario number one. Scenario number two, they're deliberately withholding something because for some ulterior motive, i.e. control or whatnot, right? Or number three, they truly actually believe the horse shit that they're spewing. They don't want to acknowledge that it is just a belief. They want to assert that it's knowledge, right? To kind of like portray or posture a certain kind of like prestige or something like that, and then garner control in that way. You know, like there's I guess there's a number of things, but the first two, like the first one goes with what you're saying. I don't know if that's the case because like it's been going on forever, right? So unless they have like a 1, 2, 300 year kind of time frame, you know, that's anybody's guess, right? I'd be leaning towards the second one, right? Because it's very easy to steer people if you give them a certain kind of mental framework to operate in, right? And then, you can benefit from that in a way. In perpetuity if you do it right. So, that would be fucking perfect.
Well, it's Sunday for me, and I know we've kind of abandoned Speculation Sunday, but it's Sunday, right? So, but like, okay, get this. What if, right? What if it's the case, right? What if it's a case of pragmatism, where they've stumbled across something, right? They've gone, and it's based on these premises that they assume to be true, right? And they send these things in the sky, and it works. They've got these things like going around in a circle or whatever up in the sky, right? And they think it's going around a globe Earth. But what if, like, the values and all the things that they've implemented into achieving that feat is their premises is actually incorrect, and the values that they've used, right, their dynamics, right, is actually working on some other principles. It just happens to work the same, right? It just happens to work the same.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Indio's talked about this many times, and I think Jedi brought it up earlier. I think I could be misremembering there, but you can have multiple, or even I forget. Somebody brought it up recently, right? The notion that you can have many different models describe the same thing, right? And get accurate predictions for it. But, to say which one's actually true, you need to investigate the premises. So in this case, they just may have not have bothered to investigate the premises, i.e. the ground is actually curving, into a ball, right? But the modeling of such does work out, and some of the coefficients in their models or whatever would map over to one that wouldn't need a curving ground to work out, and it just works, right? Yeah, Indio has mentioned this so many times. 100%.
Right. I'm not saying that they do have like floating tin cans in the sky at high altitude, but like maybe they do. But maybe it's operating off something completely, and maybe they're unaware. Maybe they actually think that they're doing what they think they're doing, like orbiting a globe.
Well, at the end
because
of
it
the
works,
day,
right?
all they're
Because it
actually
works.
seeing, all these operators actually see is endless fucking data readouts and projections.
Yeah, but they claim that the engineers, right, the guys who actually built the machines, right, no. But then you get into it, it's like, no, they don't. They know the inner workings of the machine itself. So say it's got, some radio transmitters and receivers and some computer tech and all that stuff doing
Can
whatever
I clarify
it's doing.
something?
And,
You don't have to engineer an object in any specific way to fall around the globe.
I know. That's what I'm pointing out, right? So they would only really
There's
engineer
nothing
that company
whatsoever unique, or what I mean, that the specialist about it that they're doing to these objects that turns on or off their ability to fall around the globe. You know what I mean?
I know. I know.
So yeah, no, I'm not getting you. I was just bringing it up.
Yeah. So the guys who would come in here and say, "Oh, I'm a satellite engineer. I know it's going around the globe." It's like, how do you really know that? All you've done is put together this device, giant device, like a mini fridge sized thing with some computer tech and sensors and shit like that, and you put it in the giant box, and then you send it to the guys over there, who then, put it in this giant craft and launch it upwards. Once you've delivered it to them, right, they're in full control as to where it goes. Right?
Yeah.
So you don't really know anything anymore beyond that.
Yeah, the only thing that's actually involved in putting something into orbit is a sufficient enough amount of thrust and a correct trajectory.
Mm-hmm. So they have faith that the rocket ship company, bring it up there to launch it at a certain velocity, in a certain direction or whatever. They have faith that they're actually doing that.
Yeah. So, like, what the fuck? What would a fucking engineer have to say about it anyway? It's like they've got nothing to add at the end of the day.
The best I've heard so far, I think it was from that Josh guy, right? That Amazon dude or whatever. He was getting into the weeds of the machinery. I wanted to ask him, how much he's actually gotten involved with the actual device itself, like if he actually wrote the software or whatnot, right? Like the best he had to offer was, that I can recall, was he knows that the data stream that he's getting is coming from the device in question because of some encryption keys and stuff. So like I understand that, right? Because you can design, a device or two to be, only really compatible with each other because they can only those two things can communicate the same quote unquote language and understand each other, right? So if they have a device that's getting information from somewhere and it's able to understand it, then it can know that it's coming from the other device that in question. The issue is, where is that thing and what is that thing actually doing? That's where it gets kind of weird, and those are the type of things you can answer.
Yeah, and that's where his kind of input becomes as good as any of ours. You know what I mean? He can't verify it.
Calm down, everybody. Calm down.
Yo, it's Leaf. Calm down. We're very calm, dude.
How flat are you today?
Quite flat, man. I'm lying down, so it's enough for me.
Are you flat enough to be able to cross my flatness?
If I knew what that meant, maybe I could answer.
I mean, we're talking, so I guess we're pretty flat.
What was that obvious?
Nothing. He said something about flat enough to cross my flatness. I was like, what? Don't cross the flat streams or something.
Alright, if my mind is flat, right, it's possibly that the way we're communicating is because my flatness go beyond your flatness. Right? That's how we are like communicating with each other, right?
I thought we're communicating using the English language.
Yeah, in Discord.
Okay.
But everything's flat. The internet is flat. Your mind is flat. My mind is flat. Everything is flat.
Who said that?
Well, you guys saying that, right? Everything is flat. Water's flat. The earth is flat.
Not everything. We didn't say. Who said everything is?
There's no up and down in your world. It's just left and right.
What the fuck? Who the fuck said that?
You guys saying that.
Yeah, we gotta love it.
All right. What's above you? It's nothing, right? They're not planets. They're not stars. They're just light.
Fuck.
What?
What we call the stars are the lights. What we call planets are the lights.
No, but you don't think we ever been to the moon, right? There's no ups and downs. There's no planets. Like,
hold on, how are you mixing these two things up in the same sentence, dude? You're conflating two things. You look up in the sky, you see what we call the moon. It's this giant kind of white-ish, grayish kind of rock-looking thing, but we have no idea whether it is a rock or not. But there's light coming off of it.
No, you guys would never say it's a rock. You will always deny this.
I understand. Like, you must have misheard me, right? It looks like a rock, but to say it's a rock would be, someone's best guess, at best. Right? So that's why I don't claim it.
How many people think we're fixing moon landing here?
But it is a giant light, as far as I could tell. Right? But we call that specific light source, i.e., the rock-looking thing, that's not necessarily a rock, the moon. So why are you saying that?
Do you think
So
we
why,
have ever
hold
been to the
on,
moon
why are
before?
you saying? Hold on. Why do you think that why are you saying that we don't think that the? Why are you saying that we're not saying that there's moons or stars or whatever?
No, you don't think that it's a physical thing, right?
There's no way for me to tell. It's a light source.
You're just begging for a ticket to the moon. That's what y'all been looking for.
Sorry, repeat that.
Yeah, y'all just be begging for like a free ticket to the moon or to space.
Who's begging for a free ticket?
That's y'all keep playing dumb, and it's like there's someone finally dumb enough to think that you guys that dumb, so invite one of y'all fellas to Antarctica. And it's like, oh look, the Earth is not flat, but this guy they're happy because they can
It's
go to
still flat in
Antarctica.
Antarctica, so I don't know what that's supposed to prove.
They got y'all just playing dumb just to get a free ticket to the space. That's what y'all doing.
And what, you're playing smart and still not getting any free tickets?
See, I don't care if I could go to space or not. I mean, I would like to.
Of course you fucking do. Don't lie to us.
Fucking leave. Oh.
You'd fucking sell your mother and girlfriend all the same, man, and get to space.
We'll just start pretend to be a flat earther, and then just go hit up Will Duffy. He might get you there.
See, you guys actually believe in space, like from the way you guys like talking. Yeah, y'all believe in space. So why are you like pretending?
Yeah, we don't believe in fantasy mediums.
Look, what's gonna happen when you keep going upwards and upwards? What's gonna happen? Come on, bro.
Have you done it? You done it?
What's gonna happen?
I ain't done it.
What's
The
gonna
highest
happen?
I've ever been off
What's
the ground is
outside from like Antarctica
32,000
and
feet.
everything? What's outside of it? You can't say anything about it. It doesn't fit into your mind. So you're saying that it's like infinite of land that's
Is
of ice?
this guy like the fucking bong version of a globe or something?
Outside of what, bro?
Like
What are you
global
talking
bong
about?
south.
Yeah, Leaf is. Yeah, he's special.
Or is it bong south? LARPing as a glober.
Y'all can answer the question.
Take you out like bong.
We're gonna see. We're gonna see when you keep going up. We're gonna see.
See what?
You're getting higher and higher and higher. We're gonna see. And you look back down to Earth. We're gonna see your face.
Well, see more Earth.
Yeah. So what's gonna if the Earth is flat? If the Antarctica is the outskirt of the Earth?
You don't know that.
Well, what's gonna lie outside Antarctica? That's the thing I'm asking you.
Leaf, no one in here is saying that Antarctica is a giant ring around the ball, or around a flat kind of plate, dinner plate or something. So when you outskirts, that's what it sounds like you're implying.
Well, but you even on the flat Earth, Matt, you guys say the ice was what is blocking us from traveling outside, right?
That's what I'm saying. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's making the claim that Antarctica is a giant ring around the rest of the continents. At least not in here. We don't know that. A lot of people make that claim, but they're just going by a ball projection flattened out. Like, how do you?
You gotta be
I'd say
creative
there's
in
something
this.
containing the waters of the Earth, the ocean. There must be elevated land masses at some point.
Yeah. But how far out and where's its composition? All these things we don't know. It could be Antarctica. For all we know, it could be this giant ice wall. I wouldn't argue for that because I couldn't back it up.
We don't even
do
know.
you guys think is there possible
all
there's other
directions
planets?
south lead to Antarctica?
Or do you
Could
guys
very well
believe
be
there's
that
another
certain
like
directions lead
planet
to
that
what
consists
we
of
deem
other
unfruitful and
ecosystem?
others lead elsewhere?
You guys are talking over each other, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm asking, do you guys believe there's other planets that can
What's
host
a
an
planet?
ecosystem?
What's a planet?
Hmm? What do you say?
I'm asking you, what is a planet?
What
A
is a planet?
reality. A reality that has limitation.
What?
We don't know of any other place apart from the surface that we live on which can host environmental ecosystems
I know.
or systems of any kind. We
I
don't know.
But do you believe there's other reality that hosts a different like composition?
I don't know. I don't know, bro. Don't know of any other freaking place.
Like some new elements. Maybe it's made out of like 52% of carbon dioxide and 40% of oxygen.
Fucking, how much you drank or smoked tonight? You're just all over the place. It was fun for 5 minutes, but it's tiring now.
Smoking too much leaf.
The wrong part in that case.
So you don't believe in that? You don't believe in that reality that's
Even fucking what, man? You make no sense. You're talking about carbon dioxide.
I thought you said different elements.
right.
Well,
Like
carbon dioxide.
some element that haven't been found in the periodic table.
So okay, well that wouldn't. Well, carbon dioxide wouldn't qualify for that.
Well, whatever you name it.
Okay, so some unknown element.
Yeah.
Or molecule. Okay. I mean, sure, I guess it's possible, but will I argue for it? No.
So
Where would
Leafidium.
Your
Leafidium. How's that sound?
Because
Do
there's
you like that,
other
Leafidium?
There are other reality that consists of elements you haven't discovered yet.
Well, Leaf, where would these?
Do you believe in any fucking elements that don't exist yet?
Where do you suppose these realities would be? Would they be above us or sideways to us?
It wouldn't be within our reality. Well, there is a limitation of each
But
reality.
when you say the word reality, are you talking about like a restricted a restricted geological kind of like area? Or are you talking about like through some fucking like trans-dimensional portal or something like that?
No, we're not going to that. You're just gonna stick on the reality of Earth itself, right?
That's why I'm asking you. So how would one maybe navigate from Earth as we know it to this other reality? Either traverse some sort of ice wall or fly up in the sky to another ball flying up there. Like, what are you talking about?
That's why I'm asking you. You keep saying flat Earth, so what lies outside from Antarctica? You guys keep fucking dodging the question.
No, we're telling you, dude, we don't know. And that's why we wouldn't claim them or wouldn't argue for them. We can speculate and maybe make a wild guess, but it would just be that. It'd be a wild guess with no material to back it up, or at least very little, from which you can probably draw wild speculations. But then it would just be that.
I think Chong has a question for us.
And it's more possible that there's nothing outside from Antarctica because it's a globe.
Well, then you would have to prove that.
Well, you don't need to prove that. You just need to experience that. When you go around the reality, you just keep coming back to where you started. Any point on your reality, you just go back to where you started.
Have you done that?
There are people traveling in planes. That's how they navigate.
They go east and west.
Planes flying A to B straight.
Well, you can try it out yourself, right? You can see on the map when you're traveling on the plane. It shows you how the plane's navigating itself.
There's no single commercial plane route that what you think is an entire circumnavigation of a globe. So,
but even if we go with what he's suggesting, right? So you have a plane, it goes east, it maintains more or less east for whatever, and then it eventually comes back to where it started. Leaf, how would one be able to tell whether or not that thing went in a giant circle up and down wise, right? So like, the plane nosed down gradually, continuously, until it wrapped around a ball from the underside compared to where it started and then came back up, right? Or if it went in a giant circle, spinning around a center point over a flat surface, how would one be able to tell the difference? Because the end result's the same, right? They landed back where they started. But what would one have to do to distinguish between either of those two scenarios?
Well, I think the question is down to how they navigate themselves around the reality.
Right.
But for you to actually identify where's north and south, you need to have you need to set that to be the north side.
How do you identify south,
which is Antarctica and the South Pole? But this is where the axis of the Earth lies on, and that became what it is. And that's how you navigate your plane to the north, east, west, and south, with the pole that's at the center of the reality, right?
Well, so kind of, yeah. So in all practical sense, all they would have is for example, a compass, right? That would give them some reference to, say, north, right? So the little needle is pointing in a particular direction, and they're going perpendicular to that direction, and they're trying to maintain that. So they're flying and maintaining perpendicularity to that needle. Period. That's all that they're doing. That's their point of reference.
Yeah, and direction. That tells you.
What do they do?
There's the north part.
Everything is referenced off north.
Is on the opposite side of the south part. And what does that tell you? Your reality you're living is three-dimensional.
No, well, here's the thing.
It's not flat.
Bro,
you actually don't know that. You don't know that to be true.
Yeah, Leaf, how do you know whether south, right, i.e. opposite from north, is pointing to a center point of like axial rotation on a ball, i.e. on the opposite side of one pole of a ball, or if it's just pointing laterally outwards from the center point of a flat surface? How would you be able to tell the difference?
That's why flat earthers thinks they're in the middle of the reality. That's how they used to think. They're the center of the universe.
Leaf, this is why I'm asking you, right? So when we're talking about a guy traveling in a plane going east, circumnavigating, right, and landing back where he started, to differentiate whether or not he went over a flat surface in a giant circle or whatever, right? Or if he went over a giant ball in a circle, what would he have to do to tell the difference, given all he has are these navigational tools, which basically all they do is point north?
Well, that's what. So you're saying that there is something lies outside of Antarctica,
dude? Can you just Can you just answer the question? I didn't say anything you just asserted. I said
I know there's
I reframed your initial point because I want to actually move forward, right? And now that I'm reframing it, you seem to not be willing to answer what I asked you.
I see where you're coming from. Look,
how would we be able to distinguish between these two different scenarios given the setup in question?
Yeah, so let me explain this. If you're on a flat Earth map, then obviously a flat Earth map will be somewhat of like a circle, right? The center of it will be Antarctica, but the center of it will be either South Pole and Antarctica. That's already right there. It's a contradiction. And then you say,
Wait,
So
what did you say?
basically, either the South Pole, there's limitation in the South Pole, and there's no limit in Antarctica, or there's limitation if Antarctica, and there's no limitation in South Pole, right? So you said either
What?
one of them as a center of the map.
Anybody else understand what you just said?
No, I've stopped trying to understand them.
If your compass is pointing towards to either one point, notice that this point, wherever you turn, it'll always go to what
Your
pointing
compass
where
only
north
ever
is.
points towards one point. Do you know what point that is?
Because in the compass, the north will always point towards the north all the time. Okay?
Yeah.
And it always points towards the south all the time. It wouldn't change
No,
whatsoever.
the compass never points south. It always points north.
Yeah, but
You
there's an
derive
indicator
south
of where
from that.
south is,
And it's
right?
not necessarily, hey bro, it's not necessarily pointing to a geological location either, because it's just aligning itself with a magnetic field.
Right, and the magnetic field is created by the Earth itself, which has an axis.
Yeah, but the changes can be deceiving, so you'd have to have some corrections in place.
Right, so you can say the instrument always point towards a certain direction that we call it north.
Yeah, your magnetic field lines aren't going to align with your celestial poles, bro. Sorry to tell you.
No, the magnetic field is only consists within our reality. Nothing does with the celestial object above us. And
Yeah,
you're
that's what
asking, well, if we are going around, yeah, you can go.
So I'm trying to tell you, they don't
and then
align
go
with
back to where you
your
turn.
center of axis of rotation. So compasses are out as far as that's concerned.
Yeah, the GP of, say, Polaris, for example, right? The point, wherever that is, right? Allegedly, I don't know anyone who's actually been there, right? Is not exactly the same point that we would call magnetic north. That's all we're saying.
But that's north, right? That's where the Earth is rotating through the axis.
Who says it's rotating? How do you know? How do you know the Earth is rotating versus the stars are
Yeah,
rotating
because
above
when
it?
you look up to the sky, you will see that it keeps like turning and turning and turning, depends on like, which day of the year you're at.
Okay, so check this out, right? You look up, you see the stars turning and turning and turning. How do you know that it's not just the stars turning and turning and turning, rather than the ground is actually turning under it in the opposite direction? How do you make that distinction?
Yeah, that's why every time I came here, I will tell you that when you're in the north hemisphere, what are you gonna observe? Anti-clockwise. In the southern hemisphere, clockwise. And why is that?
Under the pole? Under the poles?
Yeah. And it only happens like that because you're on the pole. That's why. It's rotating simultaneously.
How do you confirm that, sir?
Easy, like why don't you go to the north hemisphere and observe it and go to the south hemisphere by
I'm
yourself?
asking you, has it already been confirmed? I'm asking you,
It
how
is
do I
confirmed already. You can search up in the internet. It's already there.
Could you provide that evidence, please, of someone going to the South Pole and the North Pole and looking straight up 90 degrees and filming opposite directions? Filming the stars rotating in opposite.
I don't need to show you evidence. Like you can.
Okay, thank you very much. So you're talking shit. You got nothing to back anything you're fucking saying. Piss off. Thank you very much.
Every time when I show you reality, y'all just be behaving like this.
You didn't show us anything, dude. You made bold claims, couldn't back them. You made a claim. You made a series of claims. Okay, this being the final one.
Because we have
I finally asked you to back it up, right? And you couldn't.
Have we had a prior agreement on what the shape of Earth is? No, we haven't. So I don't need to back up my claim. Okay.
But dude, you said you're alluding to, right, some form of axis around which the Earth is spinning. Did you or did you not?
It is, and I gave the evidence.
Okay.
How
Thank
we
you.
are prepped.
Okay.
When you're asking me,
Thank you very much.
do you need
Thank you
me?
very much. So you did make a claim.
Iceland.
You did make a claim. You did make an allusion to some sort of either shape or form, right? That it's actually rotating. So you did make a claim. All I'm doing is asking you to back that, and you're shaking your boots. It's the problem.
I just say that I don't need to provide any evidence for that. You can search up by your.
Well, then we don't need to. Then we don't need to take anything that you say at face value. Thank you very much. Like, what's so hard about that? Why are you bitching and moaning about that? It's not obvious.
Why don't you just look up in YouTube? There are videos showing that.
I'm asking you to back it up, dude. You do the work of backing up your claim. It's simple, dude.
Motherfucker, you can go to YouTube and search up.
Motherfucker. I can't back up anything I say. I can say anything I want. No one can hold me to account. That's what you sound like, bro. Shame on you. We have Sakura in the room. If you have anything to add, please do. Raise your hand or pipe up, whatever. I think Leaf is done.
You want evidence, yeah? Are you ready? Are you ready?
Oh, do you have something? Okay, let's talk about it. Go for it.
All right. Look at this.
Thanks, Sakura.
This.
Listen.
Look at this.
Cool.
It shows it's moving anti-clockwise and clockwise. Okay.
Very good.
Depends on your location. So yeah.
Very good. Cool. Okay. Very good. So what does this tell you?
It tells you that you're not living on a flat surface because it wouldn't be possible. Your sky wouldn't be. Yeah, like you said, right? The stars is moving. If you're on a flat surface, they will move in the same direction. It wouldn't be clockwise and clockwise.
I didn't say that.
Where you at.
I didn't say that. You're the one making you're the one making the claim. You're the one making the claim. You're the one that Leaf, you're the one making the claim, okay, that this tells us that we're moving or that we're rotating around an axis. All I see are stars moving, right? And at one geographical location, they seem to move in one way, right? Which I actually haven't even looked at yet, but I'm just taking your word for it, right? But just to frame, where we are in the conversation, right? You're making the claim that this indicates to you for absolute certainty that it means that the ground is moving or the ground is rotating and we're on a ball, and that's why we see different directions of the star movements, right?
What are you trying to get at? Can you speed it up?
That's your claim, bro. That's your claim. So you have to justify that.
I did. I showed you the video.
No,
very good.
Of what?
Phenomenal.
Of the thing happening. That's the thing you're trying to fucking prove. This circular reasoning, bro. Are you dumb? We're not contesting whatever. Okay, I'm giving it to you. Whatever you say the stars are fucking doing, they're doing it. Okay, you're saying the reason for it is because the Earth's a ball and it's spinning. Okay, prove it.
Bro,
yeah. So Leaf, what we're trying to point out to you is this. Okay, can serve, okay, for you as quote unquote evidence for the claim that the ground is actually a ball curving. Okay, this would lead you to maybe consider that possibility. Now we have to move into the actual confirmation of said possibility, according to you. So what would you do to confirm that? Because this, at best, is inferential. Okay, or it's something that you can infer that the ground is a ball. Okay, so we're asking for the confirmation. Because this could otherwise be the way it is for any other reason. But if you're saying it's for this particular reason that the ground is a ball, we ask you how do you prove that?
20K up. You're the one that asking me why do I presuppose the Earth I'm standing on is moving by itself, but it's not the star that's moving. Yeah, you
know.
Yeah, and you have yet to prove it, dude. All you did is show us stars moving.
But they're moving in a different direction. That's what you're asking.
Well,
Why?
I acknowledge that you say that. The question is why, and how do you prove it? Again, you're inferring from this that it must be because the ground itself is moving, and it's formed in some circular fashion. And being on the surface at every different points we look up,
you're standing on
see it move in different directions.
Maybe.
Now I can understand why you come to that conclusion. It seems very rational, especially given everything that we were brought up to believe and everything about where we are and all this stuff. How does one prove that to be true?
Right. So, yeah, fuck the stars, man. Just imagine this. I'm spinning above you. Right?
Fuck the stars. All right. So he just basically dropped the entire, train of thought.
Oh.
All right.
He's giving up. Fuck the stars. I'm spinning above you. I'm spinning above you. Right?
Okay.
You're supposed to spin me in one fucking direction. If I'm spinning clockwise, no matter where you're at, the leaf is still gonna spin clockwise
You're
to
not
you.
an Earth-sized fucking star field, man.
Yeah.
I would still be spinning clockwise to you if the Earth is flat.
Okay, what if I have two of you guys?
If you want to do a little like experiment here.
Obvious.
Turn your head to the right. Put your arm out. Point your finger
If I'm
back
above
at
you,
your
if
face.
I'm spinning clockwise, you will only see me spinning clockwise,
listen.
right?
Bro, no.
Oh, for fuck's sake. You're useless.
So explain to me how.
No. Don't impose upon us. No, do not impose upon us premises that we must accept as being true. You just go ahead and tell us how it tells you the Earth is a ball and is spinning.
So you're saying that it's possible for a leaf to spin clockwise and anti-clockwise at the same time?
No, I'm not. I'm just criticizing your claim.
Motherfucker.
Your claim has to stand out alone on its own, right?
Bro, does it not clock into your head right now? Teed up. How is it possible that I'm spinning clockwise to you at the same time? How?
Oh my god, bro.
How? Explain.
Dude,
How?
it's not exactly analogous.
So
it's not my claim.
Yeah. It's not even analogous anyway.
Like, look, leaf is spinning clockwise. And you're like, no, it's spinning anti-clockwise. Oh,
Leaf, if you believe you're spinning in any particular direction, it's up to you to validate that, not me or anyone else on this panel, just you.
And his analogy is false anyway. You're creating an analogy. You're providing an analogy. You're providing an analogy of a single item, right? A leaf or yourself or whatever, right? That you can spin around. These are not one objects that we're looking at. As far as we know, it could be, whatever, and embedded in some giant space that, we don't know about. Right? We don't have all the details.
There's the geometry of our vision to consider at these scales.
You don't need to overcomplicate things, man. Seriously, you don't need
not
to.
over fucking complicating things, man.
Leaf, arguably, you're oversimplifying things. Like, this is you know what I mean? Like, how the hell do you know, the information that you're using to justify your oversimplification? I.e., how do you know that these things are actual objects embedded in 3D space? How do you know that we're standing on something that is a giant spheroidal object embedded in 3D space?
You're observing relative on where you're sitting at, okay?
Yeah,
understand
that's
that.
great.
All we have is the observation of some phenomena. And if
Right,
we were
and
to
that tells you you're just
describe
relative
that,
to the
and
outside
if we are
world.
to, and if
And
we
the
are to
outside world is
describe,
also relative
and
to,
if we
to
are,
yourself as well. But you
if we are to describe that accurately, we look up and we see things spinning around. And according to you, depending on where we stand, whether it be closer or further away from north, magnetic north or whatever, things seem to spin in different directions. Right? What does that tell you, okay, about the ground? You're looking at things in the sky. What does that confirm to you about the ground? You're looking in the sky.
that is spinning.
Okay, how do you validate that? Because that could be a leading you could argue.
The sky?
You could
Or the
argue.
ground?
Northern hemisphere is
You
rotating
could argue.
anti-clockwise relative to the southern hemisphere, and that's what it happens.
Listen. So far, at best, you could use this in an argumentative fashion as a leading indicator that this is what's going on. But to confirm it, you need to use some other method that is not this. Right?
Imagine if the Earth is. Imagine if the Earth is transparent.
No, we're not imagining. No, we're not imagining.
Imagine the Earth
We're
is
not.
transparent.
Not imagining, bro.
You'll be
No, we're
able
not
to see
imagining.
the sky.
People
in the southern hemisphere, and then that appears to be clockwise to your ass. All right.
Leaf, we understand your point, and like I told you, this at best can be a leading indicator that this what you're describing here may be happening. Now let's go and confirm that by some other means, right? So the first thing in this entire construct, okay, is that the ground is actually curving into a ball. Let's confirm that part, right, as part of our investigation. So how do we know that the ground is actually a ball?
Well, all right. Look, I'm asking you, how's that the thing? Like the phenomenon you're observing in the sky. Why is that the
Question
thing?
proves he's.
You can't
Question
explain
proves he's.
that.
He just can't do it. He just can't do it, eh?
I know what you're trying to set me up into. You're trying to say, you're begging the question. You're begging the question that the Earth is globe. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not falling to your trap, okay? I'm just telling you. This is what it is.
Leaf, I'm
Leaf,
not
it wasn't a trap.
Question, dude, I'm not setting you up for begging the question. You've already performed that yourself.
No.
You don't need me for that. I'm trying to help you out of it. Right? Because if you want to not beg the question, right, you need to confirm some of the premises. Instead of using your argument, right, that have these premises in them to circle back around and use that argument to prove the premises. Right? I'm trying to get you out of the circular logic that you find yourself in already.
Earth globe because star rotation. Star rotation because Earth globe.
No, okay. The premise one, sky's rotating clockwise. Premise two, sky's rotating anti-clockwise. The conclusion.
Which way is it, mate? Clockwise or anti-clockwise?
Look,
hey, Leaf, have you ever considered for 5 seconds, it's just a matter of your perspective? If you're facing north, the sky will appear to move east to west, from your right shoulder to your left shoulder. If you turn around and face south, it's still going east to west, but it'll go from your left shoulder to your right shoulder. It hasn't magically spun around, you have.
Oh, there's a fine detail in that matrix earlier, I think, before you came in. He provided video.
Direction.
He provided a video of allegedly, right, a position right under the poles looking straight up. Right?
Oh.
Right? Yeah, if you scroll up, what is it? 15 minutes past the hour. Right? All right, so there appears to be in this thing, I didn't watch the whole thing yet, but just from the thumbnail, and his claim is that there are different points of rotation. All right? And standing underneath them, you look up, you see, counterclockwise or clockwise movements.
Let me tell you what Matrix trying to do, all right? Yeah, it's go from east to west, but you can go from east to west either just upwards or downwards, okay? If it's
can go east to west,
rotating,
upwards,
if
or
it's rotating
downwards.
anti-clockwise,
Leaf,
it will
go
be
backwards,
going
go
west
back.
to east.
Explain that to us, mate. Instead of just rambling on, east to west, upwards or downwards. What does that even mean?
What does that even mean? If you watch the video, then you know what it means. If you're observing the sky rotating clockwise, anti-clockwise, you always have a point where it's travel from east to west, all right? It just depends on
It doesn't matter where
and
you
it can
witness
also
it from.
travel from west to
Leaf, before you have a spiral out, it does not matter where you witness the sky from. The stars appear to move from the east to the west. That's what I get in Australia. That's what you guys get in the US, and a few of the boys get in the UK. From the east to the west.
And you can also travel from west to east as well. Depends on where you start, where's the point you start.
I want you now to show me star rotations moving from west to east. I'd like to know where this happens.
If the star travel from the
No. You just said west to east star rotations. I'd like to know where this is, because I'd like to go there one day and witness it for myself.
It depends on where you start to observe, the point where you start to observe.
You're the one that just made the claim. I would like to know where this event happens so I can go there and see it for myself. I don't have to imagine shit. I'd like to go there. I'd like to get my passport, wave it in front of the airline people and say, please take me here. Here's the money. Let's go now.
When the stars are rotating, it will form a circle. So it literally travels from...
No, Leaf, you're not listening. Leaf, something is not computing in your brain. You said stars go west to east. I'd like to go to that spot where you claim this happens.
You don't need... It's a thought experiment, man. You don't need...
Also, it doesn't happen. It's just random Leaf broken computer brain fuck up.
What? No, you're just using this to gaslight people. But
I'm not using this to gaslight anyone. You're the dumbass. You're the dumbass that said west to east. Not anyone else in here. If someone else had said it, I'd probably have a laugh at them.
By the way, they're not directly under the poles.
When the Earth is rotating,
that footage is
will never change its position.
One
right?
from
and the center.
Yeah, one sec, bro. That footage for the north, it's taken from the island of Guernsey off UK, and for the south, it's from the Warrumbungles in Australia. So not the poles.
Yeah, I was trying to clarify that. Thanks for D-Dub.
Were you talking to me?
Yeah, I was just clarifying the locations of that footage that you posted.
What about
it? 20 Cup said that he was under the impression that it was from the polar regions, but they're not.
Yeah.
Well, that's what it says. They're filming it from different hemispheres, and they're showing like how it's rotating in different directions.
What sphere? What hemispheres? What sphere? So you're just going to revert back to circular reasoning? If you already know it's a sphere, why are you trying to use star rotations to prove it?
It's just a concept, right? You don't need to take it like...
Yeah, like you said, if you imagine, just imagine with me for a minute. Yeah, nah, sorry, bro.
Yeah, if Matrix will spend time and watch a video, you can clearly see what I'm talking about. You can
Matrix,
always
you skip through your video and he clearly sees you fucked up. How about you watch that one I posted? It might help you out.
Like I said earlier, this isn't the contention, right? I'm giving you whatever the stars do, right? Like, I'm giving it to you. Okay, they do that. You say it's because Earth is a big spinning ball. And I say, prove it.
How's he going to get a ball with no
It's just an
curvature?
argument
This is
from
going to be
incredulity.
entertaining.
That's all this is, Leaf. Argument from incredulity. You can't conceive of any possible other way that this could be taking place on anything other than a globe.
Exactly. That's when he comes in. When we say
Has
prove
no
it,
merit to it, we don't have to give it any fucking attention.
right? Because that's when we say prove it, he comes in and says, well, explain. If I'm in the sky doing circles, right? What the fuck, bro?
If I go out in my backyard and spin round and round clockwise, I'll get dizzy and fall over. And they still look like they're spinning.
I think Leaf got dizzy and fell over like an hour ago, man. Right before
Yeah, it might be time to make like a tree.
And get the fuck out of here.
I'm gonna give up, man. I'm still standing here, laughing at you.
I'm still laughing. I don't think you understand what's going on.
I get what you're saying. Are you saying? Are you guys saying like the stars itself? They are like a remnants
You've got
of our
this
reality.
concept, Leif, you've got this idea in your head that the stars are moving because the Earth rotates underneath them. You're never going to let this go. The problem you've got is you can't comprehend the lack of curvature. If you think you're on a ball, then we need some curvature.
Let me try to
on a ball.
understand. So are you saying that we are on like a coin or something? The coin is
No.
Did I say that?
No. Well, hang on a second. Let's say that somebody says, yeah, the Earth is a ball, right? But they don't think that it's spinning. They think it's the stars that are spinning. What do you say to them? How do you say, no, you're wrong, the Earth is spinning, making the stars appear to move?
Look. It's possible that we are on the coin and the equator is
I'm just going to dribble on where I was.
the equator is where we go across to the other side of the coin.
Guys, I really think at this point, this guy's incapable. To be fair.
I was thinking that about 30 minutes ago, but I didn't want to take the wind out of your sails.
About 30 minutes ago, I wasn't so sure. I had faith, you know? I had a religion, right? I had a religious faith in Leaf coming to terms.
So let me tell you something. What you guys saying that we are on, like, we're living like on the coin, and the equator is the edge of
No one said we're on a coin. Where did you get the coin idea from, Leif?
You find yourself walking around and falling in some president's fucking nostril.
Look. Here's what I think. Every time I'm asking about these guys' phenomenon, you guys just like keep playing dumb, you know. So why don't you just go full on, like, just commit to your flat earth theory?
In what way? Okay, Leif, let's break this down one at a time because you're going to have a spaz out if we don't. How are we playing dumb with the sky?
Can we not make like the stars and go round and round?
Earth is flat, but yet you will see the sky rotating in a different direction depends on where you're at. So if the sky is
how are we playing dumb when it comes to the sky? I look up, I see the stars moving from the east to the west, the moon moving from the east to west, the sun moving from the east to the west, all with different timings, of course. What's the problem with that? How is that us acting dumb? That is exactly what we all witness. Nothing more, nothing less.
If you think about it, the sky...
If you think about it, there's nothing to think about, my friend. You walk outside, that is what you witness. Do you see something different? Leaf, do you see something different? Yes or no?
Let me show you a picture, man.
No, it's a close-ended question. Do you see something alternate to what I see? To what T-Dub sees? To what Bloody 20 Cup sees? Do you see something different?
Bloody, what did I do?
You're in here.
Wait,
Leaf, do you see something different to the rest of us?
I'll show you something. Give me a second.
You can answer the question. You can also post that up at the same time. When you go outside, do you see something different than the sun, the moon, and the stars moving east from the east to the west at their own given rates? Do you see something different to that?
Look,
I'm waiting.
And this is how the stars appears when you're in the equator. That's it. Says everything. It's literally your coin is spinning, and when you're on the equator, obviously you're just
So you're just going to double down. You're just going to soft reset and go back to where you was.
Which direction you looking there, Leaf?
Damn, you understand the point I'm talking about right now?
Not really.
We're living on a coin, bro.
You're living in a jar, bro. We're only one component of you.
Leaf, listen, okay. What you don't seem to understand, okay, is that what we're pointing out to you is just by virtue of looking up in the sky, you can't tell what the ground is doing necessarily, okay? You need some alternative means to confirm the suspicion that you have based on what you see in the sky, right? Because if you're going to draw a link between the two and affirm that these are objects embedded in space, we're embedded in space. If we're going to rotate, these things are going to look to rotate in a certain fashion, and that they do rotate in the fashion that you would expect with all these other assumptions, okay, playing a role, okay, you've got to actually confirm that the ground is what you say it is. So do you have a means to do that? Because we acknowledge your suspicion. So the work now needs to be focused on confirming, okay, the suspicion.
And
So
I'm showing you if you just like
no, what you're showing us, dude. I watched your video. I've seen the photos. These are leading.
You see now, it makes perfect sense now. We're living in a coin, bro.
I understand. Dude, the suspicion does make sense and it seems rational. The problem is proving it. That's it.
So why don't you just say it? The equator is the act of
We've been trying to tell you this entire time, dude. We've been trying to tell you this entire time. Okay, thank you for this information. Even though it's not exactly what we're looking for, you can argue that it's indicative of something else happening, i.e. the ground curving and rotating, leading us to be able to see this phenomena in the fashion that we do. So let's go confirm the ground is curving and rotating. Because all this does is lead you to infer that it might be.
No, I'm saying that it's rotating and flat as well. That's what I'm saying right now. It's flat and it's rotating.
That doesn't really make sense. Okay, so if you want to prove that the ground is actually rotating and not that the things in the sky are just rotating above a stationary plane, right, you can try and do that too. If you want to start there. But I think you're full of shit. I argue it. But here's the thing, Leaf. Actually, now I come to think of it, I think you're full of shit. Because not 5 minutes ago, you were using the word hemisphere. Like it was a God-given truth.
Look, the Earth could be like a...
Planes don't have hemispheres.
Look, bro, listen up. The Earth could be a cubic shape, but because it keeps spinning, it appears to be a sphere. Yeah. What about that right now, huh? What about that? What about that?
I'm just going to say, what about that?
What the fuck?
That's a square circle right there,
Okay,
dumbass.
well, here's the thing.
Oh
The common
my
denominator. Here's the thing.
Yeah,
The
suck my
common
dick, bro. Suck my dick,
so
bro.
the common denominator amongst all the gibberish that you've been throwing out so far, okay, in your attempt to squirm away from this, is that the ground is rotating.
No,
Okay,
I'm
so
saying it's a fucking cube,
at
bro.
least there's
The
something
Earth is
in
fucking
common.
cube.
At
Damn,
least
that makes
there's
sense now.
something
That's why.
common.
That's why the Muslim
At
has
least there is
worship the
something in
cube. That
common.
makes sense right now,
At
bro.
least
Damn, that
there
makes
is
sense
something
right
in
now.
common. But at least there's something in common to everything that you have been saying so far. So let's hone in on that. How do you prove
Bro,
the ground is?
I know the secret.
Bro, how do you prove the ground is curving? It's very easy.
No, it's curving because it's fucking cube that's spinning. That's why it's supposed to be a sphere, dumbass.
Excuse me. I should have asked. How do you prove
That's
it's
why the
rotating?
Earth is also fucking
My
flat.
apologies.
Oh,
My apologies.
oh my days,
My
fam.
sincere, no, my sincere apologies. I wanted to ask. How do you prove that it's rotating?
Damn.
How do you prove it's rotating, dude? Yeah,
Bro,
holy shit, indeed.
Bro,
How do you think?
the Earth is fucking cube. Oh my god, but it appears to be a sphere because it's
It was a
spinning.
coin 5 minutes ago. Make up your mind.
Yeah. This guy's all over the place. That's why I was trying to hone in on the fact that at least
Why
he
don't you
has
say it
one
in the first
common.
place?
At least he
Why
has
don't you have
one
to say it in the
common.
first place? Why don't you say that the Earth is cube? It's keep
Okay, so here's the thing, Leaf. Okay, you think you can bulldoze through the fucking conversation? You're fooling yourself. Okay, this is why I was pointing out over the last 2-3 minutes that at the very least he has something in common with all the horse shit that he's spewed out so far, and that he thinks that the ground is rotating in some fashion. Let's prove that. Okay? Don't worry about the shape. Okay? Let's try and prove that it's actually moving and not that the stuff in the sky is doing the moving. Go ahead.
Yeah, why don't you just stay committed to the theory? Why don't you just tell
Leaf,
people
go and watch the video that I posted for you. So you don't just keep posting the dumb shit over and over again and expecting us to change our mind.
I mean, Leaf, we watched your video. Why don't you have some courtesy and check out our evidence too? Or matrix.
No, I'm telling you why the Earth can be measured flat and also with sphere at the same time. Because when this cube is spinning very fast, it will appear to be a sphere.
Oh my god. Yeah, from the outside.
There you go, bro. It's the fucking cube.
You're an idiot, dude. You're so dumb.
Yep.
Can't fucking believe it. Bro, go take a bong hit. Okay, go relax. I'm done with you. We're behind schedule. Sorry, gents.
It's a cube, guys.
It's because it's rotating so fast. Fuck, man. How much leaf does that guy have to smoke to sound like that?
All of it.
All of it. God damn.
That's the kind of stupid people come out with when they know they've been pinned to the floor. It's either ad homs or just random shit like that. Seriously, there's no other excuse for it. That's his coping mechanism. Some of them flip out and call us names. Others have these spaz attack meltdowns.
You guys want to continue with him?
Yeah, Leaf, go and watch that video, mate. Do yourself a favour.
Just to kill the dead air, you know?
Oh, if you want to let it off.
Leaf, how about this, dude? Go watch the video. Okay, let us know when you watched it, and then we'll let you back in. Okay. Oh my god. puts a little gif of the Mecca. What the fuck? Oh shit! Leaf, just go watch. Just go watch the evidence. Check the evidence out. I'll let you back in. Let us know when you're done.
He posts that up and then goes, "You'll get it now, yeah." Nah.
Leaf, go watch Matrix's evidence and then let us know when you're done. We'll let you back in.
Just so you have a better understanding of what you're looking at. Alrighty, so other than Leaf, have I missed anything else exciting over the last couple of hours?
Not really, man. Been very dead overnight, so we had Ariel come in. You know, the guy with the little SpaceX, I don't know, SpaceX profile. Apparently he's been here before.
Ariel.
Yeah, it's like,
I don't know.
It's spelled like with a capital Delta E R I capital Delta L or something. You know those Greek letters?
Yeah.
Anyway. Bit of a pain in the ass, you know. Bit of a bulldozer, talks a lot. You know, frustrating enough for Jedi to, you know, get frustrated, you know. Pain in the ass. That's it.
Sounds like my kind of troll.
Yeah, sorry with Mars. I forget who I was talking to beforehand. But, you know, you look up at Mars, you see different things on the face of Mars over time, and therefore it's a ball. It's like, no, you don't really know that. You know, you can infer that, but to prove it, you know, is a whole other story. Then the guy jumped in and, you know, it went on, right? So, same old, same old. How long is your video, Matrix?
Goes for about 19 minutes, I believe. Hold on, I'll tell you. 19 minutes and 39 seconds. Just a nice amount of time.
Leaf keeps posting shit as if we don't understand the kind of underlying concept of the globe, you know.
See, at first I didn't even bother, you know, with a distinction, but now I'm starting to wonder what type of leaf this guy is smoking.
Yeah. It's pretty disrespectful coming here intoxicated anyway, to be honest.
At least
like,
he's
got his job interview coming up in a couple hours. Better get fucking hammered.
Yeah. At least he's somewhat coherent or intelligible. You know, like his diction is not completely sloshed, right? Like, you know, when they're hammered, right?
The mind goes first and the speech last, you know?
Yeah.
And he really needs his mind about him right now for this, if he wants to be talking about these concepts. That's the number that scientism has done on these guys, is they've made them think things in the sky are incredibly simple to understand. And it couldn't be further from the truth.
If I could get them to understand one thing, just one simple little thing, the sky is not the ground. That'd be good enough for this week.
Yeah, but they think they can go to the sky because they're just referencing back them fucking, like, nursery schoolbook memes they've seen, you know? The solar system and the clouds and yada yada yada. And that's all they ever have to go off of. Globers are like first-year architects that want to build a cathedral before they've built a basic box house.
Leaf, did you watch the video Matrix posted for you? Posted in the chat. Yes or no?
The P-Brain video. It's a good one.
Yeah, I didn't want to overcook him. I just thought that'd be a nice simple one to start off so he has a better understanding.
I used to always drop that video when this combo came up, but I don't even entertain them on it now, you know. Just go straight to, okay, you know, that's what you think's going on. I prove it with the ground.
Leaf, one more time. Did you or did you not watch the video yet? Post in the chat.
There was a couple other folk that were sitting in here when we were speaking to Leaf. I really was trying to get off of Leaf and onto them.
Yeah, sorry about that. We get carried away sometimes, you know.
That's alright, man. Oh, he's watching the video at least.
Yeah, I see. Good.
Well, Professor Triangles joined us. Snuck in there, I didn't see him. How's it going, Robin?
Have a listen to this crap. Flat Earth Friends on Facebook. I won't read the customer's name out, but I'd like to. I was recently asked where I call home. So I come from the Milky Way galaxy. Specifically, my home world lies on the outer edge of the spiral arm called Orion, approximately 25,800 light years from the galactic centre in the Sol system. It is a system which is comprised of 4 terrestrial planets, 4 Jovian planets, 1 dwarf planet, and 181 moons. Our star is a yellow dwarf star, 4.5 billion years old, and its composition is mainly hydrogen and helium. I hail from the 3rd planet in that system, in the Western Hemisphere, in the northern part of a large landmass commonly referred to as North America, or as it has been known for well over 10,000 years, as the Turtle Islands. Cheers. Like, seriously?
Tell you're a 40-year-old virgin without telling me.
Wow.
That's flat.
At least he gets it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's some cringy shit, Matrix. Even on my fucking best day as a space nerd, I wouldn't be that cringe.
And some clown gets on here, "Hi neighbour," and that's all he put. Another sci-fi and CGI attempt to prove globe theory. Nope. Still just a theory.
It's like listening to little children, isn't it?
Hmm.
And this is my
Oh, here we go.
imaginary friend, the Milky Way galaxy. And I live inside my imaginary friend.
This one here's posted up a bit of a read. Every single professional aviation and nautical book teaches you how to navigate on the globe. Try doing some actual research and answer some very simple questions. For flat earthers, 8 simple questions that they will never answer because it destroys their lying, false narrative. Number 1. When travelling south, why does the North Star drop lower and lower and then disappear below the horizon after you cross the equator? The stars look identical when travelling north or east or west. The stars look the same when you're in California, North Carolina, Japan or Europe, all in the Northern Hemisphere. Number 2. I'm not even gonna. Number 2. Why do countries in the Southern Hemisphere like South Africa, Chile, Australia, all have completely different set of stars in the sky? and why they have no North Star. Why? Number 3. Why do the stars rotate counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere and rotate clockwise in the southern hemisphere?
This is just one extended number 1, isn't it?
Yep. Number 4. Why is the moon upside down in Australia, South Africa, and Chile compared to the United States, Russia, Europe, and the exact same time? Number 5. Why does Antarctica have 24 hours of sun during the summer? Number 6. Why do all solar and lunar eclipse shadows travel from west to east? Number 7. Oh, something that's ground-based. What causes the tides? And lucky last. Why is the Pacific Ocean and Atlantic Ocean at different elevation if everything is level?
Fucking hell, what was that, like some 2017 post or something?
You know what I'd reply? I just reply with one thing. Why doesn't the surface have curvature?
Let's just reply. Go and tell Professor Dave.
Yeah, that's it. What's this Professor Dave?
But out of all those, you've got 2 of them that were ground-based or closer to the ground base, and the rest of them are all random shit in the sky.
None of them are actually ground-based. Tides, oceans.
Causes tides. Why is the Pacific Ocean and Atlantic Ocean at different elevation if everything is level? Guys better stop making fun of Professor Dave. If I got the opportunity to drop kick Professor Dave, I'd take it.
I could snap him in half, man.
He does seem like a little weasel, doesn't it? It'd be funny if he was like 6'8" and he was just built like a brick shithouse, but he just made himself look smaller. But I doubt it. He just looks like a little weasel.
Any scientist filter or something.
Just waiting on one of his videos one day for his mum to call out. Dave, can you make it a bit quieter?
Didn't he acted in like a couple movies? It's like some side character. And he was like a fucking creepy dude. Paranormal women and shit.
Yeah, apparently he did some Z-grade acting.
Played the part of a hair-sniffing pervert, yeah.
Hey, play to his strengths, you know? Easiest way to act, or be good in acting, is just be yourself. Yeah, Matrix. So when was that Facebook post from? Is that recent?
6 hours ago.
Holy fuck.
Oh, yeah.
That's fucking embarrassing. You
Just
can buy
write
it for
down.
standards.
Yep, 6 hours ago. And that gentleman is from, if I hold my...
Stars, Tides, Oceans. Was that it?
Yep. And he is from California. So, sorry guys. If you're US based, deal with it.
They do need to build a wall in America, like another one, but around California. You ever seen that sketch from George Carlin where he's talking about what to do with all the kind of problematic people in society?
Oh, which one's that? I got to think. I've seen a few of his skits now.
It's the one where he's like, right, so you take all your murderers and psychopaths, everybody in prison, right? And then you evacuate like one of the central states that like 5 people live in. And you build a big fucking wall around it and you stick them all in there, right? And then you put cameras everywhere. And you film, you throw in random weapons and you film what happens,
By the
I
way,
suggested that we have. Sorry, go for it, man.
I was going to say just a little quick aside there. I just noticed I got a DM from Professor Phil from 2 hours ago. He's like, he said, "For goodness sake, it's simple. It's simple to prove the Earth is spinning." So I guess that's when we were talking to Leaf and stuff. So yeah, the creepy grandpa is back. Or did he never leave?
Visited yet?
Ask him what?
Ask him if his children have visited him yet.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, right, we're still waiting for him to bring the data from that last conversation. What was it, 2 weeks ago?
Correct.
Yeah. So there was the atmospheric data from the line of sight to whatever object in the distance to be able to try and justify, the conditions creating some sort of refractive phenomena that they can model, right? There's that one, and if I'm not mistaken, also the actual data proving that the 69 nautical miles per degree is indeed uniform throughout the entire trajectory from the equator to the North Pole. That they're equidistant for every degree throughout the entire span. I think there was maybe another one, but I don't remember it. So that enough is good enough for me because he's not going to be able to provide either one anyway. So fuck him. Eat shit, Professor.
He's not going to cough up.
Yeah, carry on.
He's too busy in everybody's DMs, man. His kids are like, "Dad, you need to get off the internet. It just makes you angry."
Every now and then a good joke appears on Facebook. My wife and I got stuck in an elevator, and when we got home, we told the story to our kids. They just looked at us and said, "So, did you get out?" My wife and I looked at each other and made a pact to go ahead and start drinking away their college fund.
That's actually pretty good.
Is it a joke that the kids are just fucking stupid, or is there a play on elevator in there somewhere?
No, with how stupid the kids are. Thought that was appropriate considering what we get coming in here.
Yeah, the parents are right there, bro. Of course they got out. Like, duh. Oh, man, that's pretty bad.
Welcome to the new person that just popped in.
Mithridates. We've also got Necros at the top. Good morning, sir.
Amansky, give us your best globe proof. Guess he's not here. You hear me through?
Mansky's been putting in some hours. I'll give him that.
Yeah, that's because he doesn't care so much, at all. The less he cares about his topic,
I do see AG's back also. Good morning to you, sir. And Professor Triangle. In and out, I see. Good morning to everybody.
Good morning, man. Finally got some sleep at a normal time, so my schedule's been reset.
My clock is now accurate.
You got hit with whatever it is, daylight savings, or whatever it's called.
Yeah, I no longer have to look at it, and no longer have to look at it, and then add an hour.
Nice.
Yeah.
And it's literally, I can touch it. So I'm like right here. I'm touching it right now. There you go. And I never changed it.
Old school one. Yeah.
No, it's part of my weather system. I didn't feel like changing the clock.
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, I noticed that hit me this morning also. It's funny, that shit though, I recently, maybe in the last year, discovered that in this area where I live, in the same province, there are pockets where people have decided they're not going to go with that whole thing. Right? With daylight savings, they're not going to bother. So even within the province, you drive 45 minutes in one direction, you're in like a jurisdiction or whatever that abides by daylight savings. They're ahead an hour or not. And then you go the other way, then you're back or forth another hour. Like it's fucking weird. Yeah.
They need to pick one of them and just stick with it.
You would think, right? Anywho.
Everybody else
Welcome,
can
Jojo.
do it.
Put the clock half an hour forward and leave the bastard there.
Yeah, find a middle ground, right?
Yup.
Yeah.
All of our time zones are political anyway, so it's not like they can't do it.
Yeah. Anybody speak to Jojo yet?
No, Jojo. How's it going?
That's weird. Mansky followed you guys here.
Hard life being a groupie.
On 24/7 main server all night last night.
Yep.
Now it's here this morning.
Closet flat earther.
because you seem to be on.
of it being used was in 1939, and then it was a smattering in the 50s, but then in like 2018, 2019, everything was impactful. It's because it's a degradation of the suffix full, which was the thing, whatever you're describing was full of this thing. You can't be full of impact. It's an all or nothing thing. An impact is a thing that either happens or it doesn't. You can't be full of it, but it's because now they've degenerated impact into meaning
There's
like
no
how I
quantities of
feel.
impact. It's not a gradient.
Exactly. Yes.
A gradient of impact.
Impact is not a gradient. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I can't get past that one, Matrix. There's only one word on the list. So just try not to use it around me.
It's just because of your profession and you have to deal with people that use weasel words 24/7.
Yeah, that's probably it. I just have my impactful meter here on my desk. Yeah.
Impactful meter's gone off the scales. Yeah, I suppose everyone's got that trigger. When I used to work on the rail, my boss used to always say, at the end of the day, at the end of the day. And one day there, he must have said it about 5 times in one sentence. And it's like, bro, I'm going to nail this now. At the end of the day, it gets friggin' dark.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, some people use like one phrase like way too much. Yeah, I know what you mean.
So every time I hear someone say that, at the end of the day, this...
Well, I have to say, your diatribe and protest was very impactful.
Now I'm feeling nauseous.
To work for somebody who could not stand to see the word "that" too many times.
Bat.
That, yeah. You had to take out as many "that's" as you possibly could.
That's funny because people usually leave out that in places where it should be. These days, it gets skipped. I can't believe you said that. It should be, I can't believe that you said that. I mean, that is 2 that's. Your person would not like that at all.
No.
I just did a third one.
I can't believe you said that should be replaced. Yeah, go ahead.
Is when people use their entire sentences composed of pronouns. It's like, what the hell are you talking about? He, her, him. Like you can't actually. They don't say anything specific. It's all pronouns. That thing over there that did the other thing. Like what? What thing? What are you talking about? Be specific.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Yeah, you
what
have
you're
to.
saying.
Yeah, if you're talking about two men, you're talking about 2 men. You have to like regularly insert the name of which one you're speaking about that time. You have to just say, he said that to him. Yeah, and then you don't know which one. It's important.
He said the thing over there went to that place. What are you talking about? It's literally playing fill in the blanks.
Yeah, I'm pretty good these days of just avoiding pronouns altogether, but not even just for politically correct reasons. It's like sometimes, especially, because I'm teaching online, like I'm talking to the parent. I don't feel like looking up in PowerSchool to find out if this very obscure name is male or female. I just keep using the name over and over because I don't want the parent to get upset if I call their boy a girl or vice versa. Blank's doing very well in the class. I'm very happy to see Blank's progress. Just keep saying the name over and over. Works.
There are a lot of sex ambiguous names nowadays that are not used purposefully for that matter of ambiguity.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like Morgan. Yeah, all those kind of ones. You'd think it would be one thing, but it's sometimes the other one.
Did you hear that Alex Jones called YouTube's bluff and set up his YouTube channel? And it was up for only 12 hours before they removed it. And in a communication, they said, no, that our brokering of rebrokering of free speech was just a pilot program.
So
big marketing.
free, as long as you say what we want you to say.
Yep, so Alex Jones is up for 12 hours, and then they took him down because they don't really buy free speech.
I did not hear that. Thanks for telling us.
Wow.
Yep, so be careful. It's like some of us thought it might be a honeypot, just because they're distrustful. Sure looks that way.
Yep, guess you were right. Oh, just have to go back to talking about flat Earth.
Well, it is free. You're free to say what we want you to say.
Oh yeah, Adam's got something there. YouTube unbans, then immediately bans Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes. I've heard that name, Nick Fuentes, but I don't really know who that is. Who is it?
He's kind of like a political commentator, almost like Charlie Kirk was, except for he's 10 times or 100 times more brutal. He straight up says, black people, nobody wants to be around black people. He says Jews. He just straight up just says what everybody's thinking.
Also, like a public version of me. Awesome. I like this Stone guy. He's given it to this Shiva on X. One of the things that was posted up: time to give real-time math exam to anyone asserting geometries and/or dynamics of Earth. By real-time, I mean get up at a whiteboard. They get given a problem, and high school or geometry physics can solve, and must do it live in front of us. Fair? Question mark. First response that I read. Absolutely shameful display of egotistical academic snobbery. Completely the opposite of what we expect from an impartial facilitator. Rests on the most egregiously globally used logical fallacy in the book. Appeal to authority. You should be embarrassed. And even Pierre's getting in there.
Well, that's not the problem, dude. The problem is people took him up on the offer, and then he blocked them and said nobody answered.
Yeah, well, that was a mistake because most of the people that did that we all know each other. Like, we know that Whitsett hangs out here and you guys hang out in there. Like, some of the names, like, just because I mightn't know them, you guys probably have heard of them. So it's only a matter of time before, that's where so-and-so hangs out. He hangs out in Earth Awakenings or wherever. Like, everyone's got their own little den that they hang out in, but we all do know each other around the traps. But yeah, even Shane's into it. Well, that escalated quickly. What happened to an objective look at the shape of Earth while following the scientific method? Seems you're far more concerned into putting on some sort of public spectacle. So sad to see. Oh, even Pippa Australis. You're a doorknob. What are you doing in there? Hi, Shane. Remember the solarium data you posted a year or more ago? Did you ever attempt to accurately plot it on a globe? I know you did the flat Earth plot, and observers are well looking into different directions to see the Southern Cross. Geez, he's a muppet, isn't he? Pippa Australis must have sent me probably 20 messages asking what's wrong here. And what he'd do is he'd get a snippet of an AE map, and there'd be a line running north-south and a line running east-west in Australia, both allegedly the same distances. And it'd be like, what's wrong here? And, there's the back and forth. There must have been about 20 or 30 messages back and forward with this clown. And it's like, dude, the problem is your inability to read an AE map. That's all. Once you learn how to read it, you'll notice there's no problem. Yes, but there's a problem here. There shouldn't be a problem. What problem are you talking about? Well, those lines are wrong. That's because you don't know how to read a map. And that's when someone else found that Maptard video. And I sent that to him. I was laughing my ass off when I saw that too. All I could think of was him.
The thing is, here's the thing, Matrix. I told him this probably 4 years ago, and he's still doing it.
Yeah.
Still doing it. Because I've been on Twitter a long time, and he's one of the OG Twitter globe trolls. He's been told this years ago. Years. It's probably more than 4 years.
What am I? January 22. Holy shit, you've been on there since 2009.
IMA's an old book. So I told Piper Australia, so back
It's amazing how much they confuse maps for the terrain. Like that ancient problem just never goes away.
Yeah, it's interesting. If the map was the terrain, once a map is made and everyone goes, hey, look, it's correct, that'd be it. There wouldn't be hundreds and hundreds of different maps. There'd just be the map. Because it would be a representation, a model of the ocean versus the land.
Like everybody who's used a map. So people that were driving cars in the 1990s and before. Anyone who's gone camping and had to use a map. There are good ones and there are bad ones. More often than not, you pull out your map and you look around and you're like, this doesn't quite match the map, but I see, and you're like, oh, okay, I see the map where this is now. There are problems.
I'm so glad I was in Scouts. I had to do orienteering.
Yeah, my boys were in Cub Scouts, and then they switched to trail life when Cub Scouts and the Boy Scouts went crazy. But yeah, I went on their orienteering expedition. It was fun. My littlest one, he was probably only 4 when they did that, but we saw something just the other day that was a land feature that totally reminded him of something that they'd done in that expedition. It does get you more in touch with paying attention to the land, and I think that's the problem with these people that come in here. They haven't had any. It doesn't seem like. Sometimes I question them and I find out that I'm right, that they've had very much experience exploring the real earth.
Very common that they'll take for granted given distances that Globers do in some of their arguments, right? They'll be like, all right, so we know that Paris to New York is this far. And their entire argument rests, at least part of their argument actually rests on that condition being true.
I just love how confident some of them actually come in with, oh, well, it's a known fact that the sun is 93 million miles away. It's like, okay, who measured it?
Absent any corrections, ad hoc corrections, calculated spherical distances, particularly between 3 points. Those distances aren't going to match a real flat surveyed distance between those 3 points. just a geometric truth. The further those points are away from each other on that spherical coordinate grid, the more it diverges from what a planar survey would reveal. The problem is nobody's got a really keen ability to do highly precise, ultra long distance planar surveys.
Yeah.
The other problem is everybody believes that the GPS calculated distances are 100% accurate over long distances. This is because it provides precision accuracy over short distances. So people say, well, if it's super accurate for these distances in my local frame, then it's got to be just as accurate for all these longer distances. So how do you externally validate that? Well, the flat measurement of the surface externally falsifies that. So, and that's a geometric reality, a geometric proof. You can take that to the. But what they've done is like GPSs are a bit more sophisticated. They're just not working off of a reference ellipsoid. They work off of tons of localized corrections that are overlaid on top of that.
So bingo, you have been unlocked. You are able to talk. All you've got to do is press your unmute button. Just so you know, if you choose not to speak, I can't give you VC verified. So your ability to speak will be left to the discretion of the moderators. If you do choose to speak and say g'day and prove that you are not a bot, then we can get you VC verified, and that means you can pop into a channel and say g'day whatever you like.
Hello, I'm just listening right now.
You're just listening right now?
Yes.
Sounds like you're just about to go to sleep right now.
No, it's middle of the day.
Well, we'll try to say something interesting just for you, Bingo. Do you believe in the? Yeah, you're welcome. If you tell us whether you believe in the globe or not, that will help us know what kinds of things you'd like to listen to. Do you believe that you live on a globe?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, we're here to smash that delusion, so it'd be easier if you would participate, but I can smash it solo, too.
Why do you think it's flat?
Great question. Matrix, no. India's giving you, or I guess I gave it to you. I gave you the secret to riling me up. Why do I think it? Yes, well, I think it because I investigated to try to find proof of the globe. In the case when I was doing this, which was about 10 years ago, I was trying to find ways to explain to high school students that they were wrong if they were following the popular rappers at the time who were saying that the earth was flat. So when I tried to find logical and reasonable arguments to explain to them why it was actually a globe, I found nothing but propaganda and empty claims and emotional appeal, fallacious arguments, and so on. Then when I investigated further, I discovered that if we did live on a ball, then the curvature would increase at a rate of roughly 8 inches per mile squared. And, one of the first things I realized was that I'd already made a flat Earth observation many times, which was the regular occurrence of being able to see the skyline of the city of Chicago at over 50 miles from across Lake Michigan, from the shores of Lake Michigan down in Sawyer, Bridgman, South Haven, all the little towns there along the shore. I've seen it in many different places. And I should not have been able to see that because that skyline should be obscured behind over 1,800 feet of curve. And in fact, it is not. You can see it. Other people, many other thousands of people see it every summer, and you could see it too, or you could make your own observation in the place where you live.
But is the Earth perfectly spherical, or maybe just up on a hill or something like that?
Great question. Yep, that is the most common response to being given the debunking of the claimed geometry. So topography is not going to fix the particular problem I told you about, which is seeing a city across flat water, since water lies flat in its container. When you go out to the ocean, it's even more of a problem. There's no curvature measured anywhere at no time. Does water magically start to curve or bend when the nature of water is that it's going to lie flat in its container? So whereas we do agree there are hills on the land, that is one reason why most of the flat Earth measurements that you will see debunking the geometry of the globe are done over water, but some are done over land. Because, in the scheme of things, those hills are not going to make a big difference in whether you do or do not see the thing that you're looking at in the distance. For example, in the Candigo observation, where the things you're looking at in the distance are mountains, much taller than any hill that would be in the way. So the hill is not obscuring the mountain, but the curve of the Earth should have been obscuring the mountain. So we're eliminating curve of the Earth as having obscured anything from view, since that's never been measured or observed. The other thing you mentioned, it's interesting. I mean, you mentioned it in terms of saying hills make it not a perfect sphere, but yeah, even the WGS 84 official globe model does not claim a perfect sphere. So in some of these measurements, depending on how much people feel like humoring globe religion adherents on any particular day, some people will calculate the difference that can be taken into account for the WGS 84 model as opposed to a perfectly spherical model. When those are taken into account, the difference is negligible. For example, in the 25-mile measurement 7 in the FE core laser test carried out in 2018, they calculated the percentage difference, and it was 0.1 inch and I think 2.5 millimeters. I'll find the screenshot for you. So yeah, you don't have to worry about that, Bingo, because when we say measures flat, A, we're usually using water. B, if you or anyone else wants us to take into account your bumpy Earth, we can do that, and it doesn't change the results in any significant way with the distances that we're talking about. For example, that particular laser test, the distance that the drop that is missing there is 297 feet. So you can see how 0.1 inch is a tenth of an inch versus 297 feet. That's not giving you your globe.
Okay, say I believe in this. Then do you believe in gravity? Or I heard many flat earthers deny gravity.
Cause of gravity is always in contention. Globe or flat.
But you believe the equations and everything like that?
Well, I mean, the equations describe things, and it depends which gravity you're talking about, being an actual descriptor versus a fantasy math descriptor. Oh, yeah. There are like 19 different theories of gravity with different ways to conceptualize them with math.
And they all give the same results if you actually try to use them. No. Oh, how can they give different results? Then,
Well, like, why did Newton's gravity not give the results to describe the motion of Mercury?
it does.
No. It's one of the reasons why Einstein invented relativity, was to provide a way to do that. But then relativity doesn't describe things happening at the microscopic or extreme macroscopic levels of cosmology either. So they invent dark matter, dark energy, and string theory and all this other stuff. Gravitation has been just a patchwork, like a patchwork quilt of various different ideas stitched into itself. There's
So
no
what
uniform
do you believe in?
consensus.
Do you have a theory on your own?
Oh, I don't need some kind of cosmological explanation for the motions in the heavens.
But here on Earth, how do you explain something falling to the floor?
Why do you need an explanation?
Why?
Like,
why wouldn't you?
Well, what is an explanation apart from actual evidence? You know, if you need an explanation that defines how and why something falls, I can point to you 19 different theories out there on that.
But Newton's theory describes it very well. Why shouldn't we use that?
Well, it's also not perfect within the globe's cosmology.
How isn't on Earth? It isn't perfect either, or what? You said Mercury, but here on Earth.
Newton also disavowed his own theory of gravity and said that anybody who buys into it's basically dumb.
He said it.
Yeah, actually he did.
So why do we still use it today?
'Cause people like explanations. People want stories. People want to substitute good stories, explanations, for actual knowledge so that they can feel empowered.
Okay, but we can still use Newton's equations to accurately describe how things fall.
Sure.
Doesn't that prove something?
What, describing something accurately? What's it supposed to prove?
That things fall.
Yeah, so what?
Yeah, I don't know what your point is.
I don't know either. Yeah, like, so what? Yeah, I drop a pencil and I can describe it with math.
Yeah, but you don't believe in it. So
What do you mean? I don't believe in it.
his theory.
His explanations involving the cosmos. No, I don't believe that. That's entirely separate from acknowledging that if I drop a pencil, it'll hit the ground. You understand?
But his theory is also on the Earth, that we have gravity here. It's not only in the cosmos.
Correct.
So why would we not use his theory if it accurately describes how it works?
Doesn't accurately describe the cosmos, like I said, providing that
Not
example.
the cosmos,
of
but
Mercury.
here on Earth.
I mean, yeah, I already told you I have no problem using Newton's gravity to describe motion.
Okay. So then
Yeah, what's wrong with that? I drop a pencil, boom, 9.8 meters per second squared in a vacuum, works for me. Doesn't mean Earth is
do you agree it's not the same everywhere on Earth? 9.8.
Oh, that's That's true whether or not you accept a flat or a globe Earth.
How do you describe it on the flat model?
What are you talking about? A description is it falls differently in different places under different circumstances. And nobody has a causal mechanism for it, flat or globe.
Yes, we use mass to describe it.
You use math to describe causational
Mass is also conceptual.
Mass and distance.
Yeah, so what? That doesn't make Earth a globe. It also doesn't make Earth flat. So what?
Why would the distance be larger at the equator if not
How do you
for
know
a globe?
that's true?
Because it's measured.
Can you provide a measurement, please, in the method?
I can Google it if you want.
No, I've spent years trying to locate this. Or Google is probably not going to help. Because chances are, I'm going to predict the future. What you provide as a measurement is actually a calculation.
Okay,
and made with assumptions in the first place.
Okay, so with calculation, you mean you measure like the weight of something and then you calculate the constant.
Yeah, that's fine.
You don't think that's okay, or? Well,
no, I didn't say that. No, we're talking about measuring distances. In this case, the equator, whatever and wherever that actually is. Do you know what the equator is? How to define it?
No, how do you define it?
Do you want an education on this for real?
Well, I would just say like
there are multiple definitions. I'll give you one. Is the sun rising at 90 degrees east on the equinox, where the sun is also tracing the shortest path in the sky.
Is it like how it spins and not the sun?
Cool story. Which one do you actually observe?
I don't know. I thought you had a
you've never seen the globe spinning from outer space, dude. That's the point. You see Earth
so
exactly.
You have to see it to believe it.
Well, you have to see it first.
Really?
And it's not just seeing either, right? Like what constitutes seeing, you can come into direct knowledge of things without seeing things with your biological eyeballs. You can come into direct knowledge of things through instrumentation that you use to measure.
Yeah, and isn't that what we are doing to measure where the equator is?
Well, yeah, but it's not just where the equator is. It's a distance of a circumference of an equator, right? That's what's in contention, how big that is. I don't know of any measurement of it. I do know of calculated map distances. It's not a measurement, though.
It's not a measurement.
Yeah, calculated map distances are not measurements, correct?
That's a calculation.
Yeah.
By definition.
Right, not a measurement.
So what does that prove?
Well, it's reinforcing my point that obtaining an actual measurement for circumference is quite elusive.
Okay, but we still have a theory about why the gravitational force is different at different parts of the world. And we have measured
and for different elements.
Elements?
Yeah, different elements actually drop at different rates into vacuum. Lithium, barium, lead, copper. Yeah, these. If you were to put these in a tray in a vacuum tower and drop them, with a camera attached to the falling tray, you'll see that the elements are falling at different rates. They raise off the tray at different times and at different rates.
Do you have a source for this? I don't believe that.
Maybe someone in the live stream voice text chat can post a link. I don't have it handy, but I can give you some details. It's called the Bremen Drop Tower test in Bremen, Germany. I think part of the University of Hamburg or something.
Okay,
thank you.
Yeah, I think I've got it. There's a YouTube video about it, right? I think I've got something on it. I'll look.
The GIF is already in chat.
Oh, Matrix is so much quicker than me. Yay.
And that's in a vacuum, or?
Yeah, it's a vacuum tower that they conduct such tests in all the time. Anything you need to drop in a vacuum, there you go. You can go sign up on a sheet somewhere to reserve time to go do your test.
Don't they just shake the thing and they bounce up?
Well, yeah, the reason why they bounce is because the tray hit the bottom.
Yeah, can like elasticity explain that?
Well, the falling tray hit the bottom and the elements hit the tray as it rebounded and it all went crashing. That's why they flipped. But the important part is they dropped at different rates. Very slightly. I mean, this isn't controversial.
Drop, you mean they fall at different rates, or?
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird, right?
But that
9.8 meters per second squared as the constant for G is also an agreed upon average by committee. Did you know that they took a vote?
Yeah, it's an average.
Yeah, so there you go.
But
you're seeing the variance.
We use 9.82.
Yeah, you're seeing a variance with your own eyes on the internet. If you want to trust the Bremen Drop Tower test, I mean, this is a great way for you by proxy to witness that variance in G. It's known. So yeah, cool.
But
I have no problem with this.
But it's not like you drop those things and they fall at different rates. They get pushed up in the air.
No, it's a vacuum tower.
Yeah, but you can still push something in a vacuum.
What are you saying?
They put
they are
something
not
in the vacuum.
Dropped. They get flung up, and they are not dropped.
Okay,
no, the reason why they rise up in the tray is because the tray with the camera attached is dropping.
There's a cradle that gets dropped with all the equipment together.
Oh, okay, understand.
Yeah, the camera is in the accelerative frame.
So you explained that they have different constants for acceleration, or what?
Well, this is a demonstration of the average that G represents, which we all know to be an average.
The average of G is on different locations on the Earth, not.
Well, that may be the case too. Here's an example of G being varied within one location, very slightly, but it exists. The variance exists. I mean, I don't know why you're putting up a fight about this. This is kind of silly. And none of this proves that Earth is a globe.
No, I'm trying to prove that gravity exists.
Oh, why? I've accepted it for you already. What I've told you that I don't accept are the explained causes that people theorize about. Nobody really knows. I mean, like you can go to Neil deGrasse Tyson when he's asked what causes gravity. He's like, I don't know. Next question.
Okay, he's
right. I mean, let's be honest and humble.
That doesn't prove anything. But
right,
the cause of something, you can just say it doesn't exist. Like you can say you doesn't exist. It doesn't prove anything.
I mean, I know I exist, dude. Is this really going there?
How do you know? How would you know?
Oh, no, this is going to get silly. We're talking about science, and in science you vary and manipulate what you presume the cause of phenomena are. In this instance, it's what to make phenomena like gravity happen. It's not about the existence of me or you, it's about the existence of something that causes something else to happen.
Okay.
Yeah, like my metaphysics doesn't prove that Earth is a globe either.
Neither does things fall into the floor.
What?
Proving why some things fall to the floor or not also doesn't prove the Earth is a sphere.
Correct. The vector is perpendicular to the horizontal surface, not inward radially to a common center. So if you're going to suggest that gravity is a radial vector to a common center, then there's going to be required curvature measurements.
But it's not to the center. It's like, center of mass.
Instead of common center. Yeah, I'm being very careful with words. A barycenter.
But so you don't believe the photos of the Earth is real either?
The photos of the Earth show the Earth to be a sphere, which means the surface of the Earth would curve. We don't measure a rate of change of slope of 7.88 inches per mile squared. So the pictures don't fit the reality that we measure on the Earth.
Yeah. Why should I accept something that contradicts what I can measure?
But does it contradict? You haven't shown any contradictions, or?
The surface of the Earth measures to be horizontal, which is a stark contradiction to a surface that should curve.
Would you like to see such measurements?
Sure.
Yeah, I already explained to you the Chicago skyline and the 25-mile FE core laser test. So yeah, we can put more information about both of those and other ones in the voice text there.
Great, makes my life easy. Yep, I will reference you, sir, to those that Dandelion has already put forth. The evidence extends well beyond just these instances and well beyond what is presented even in this server. We have many, many, many measurements, direct files, archive links, web links, where you can go find information about the people and the means that was used to attain those measurements. But it goes way beyond that. It goes way backwards in time and extends to things we haven't even come across yet. Just recently, I found a U.S. Navy document, actually somebody from the United States Post-Naval Graduate School, who did a paper describing how using flat Earth, a local tangent plane coordinate system, improves the accuracy of targeting and location finding of objects in a battle space compared to using globe Earth spherical coordinate references. I find that fascinating for a few reasons. Number one, this isn't saying that using flat Earth approximations are good enough. No. It's saying that these are superior. Now, he's not suggesting in the paper that he believes that the Earth is flat. He's just saying, hey, isn't this funny? We all know Earth is a globe, but if you do it this way, flat, you can get better results. And that's really nothing new. Like I've seen this kind of thing before too in surveying literature where people measure the Earth for a living. So no globe there. The globe exists as a mathematical construct in people's minds as a way to conceptualize and reconcile the stars that they perceive to behave in a certain way and the ground that they can live on and actually directly interact with. And the first globes really came about in the age of sailing, where they combined celestial navigation concepts involving the conceptual celestial sphere as an idealized model with the flat seas and terrain. And what they did was they just projected the terrain onto the celestial sphere. And they said, oh, there you go. This is a way to reconcile it. Now we have an object that we can look at and study as a way to conceptualize the world on which we live. And that's it. It was a useful tool. But that's not how reality actually works. And that's the interesting thing about this entire discussion. You probably come across other flat earth groups out there, it sounds like. If you haven't had much interaction with us 24/7, we are much different. We try to uphold academic integrity and honesty and a more rigorous approach to this topic than you may find on random TikToks or Facebook groups or pages on X. This community's been around 10 years. We've got about 30,000 members in the server. We record everything. We've recorded everything 24/7, 365, every interaction going back 10 years. Very transparent. Nobody needs to dox themselves to talk to us. We just like to have conversations and give people information about the Earth. That's my sales pitch.
So, Rugged Peso, now that you're here to make a fool of yourself, please speak up.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Good afternoon, good morning.
Good afternoon.
What's your globe proof today?
Well, basically, I will. I don't have evidence, but I mean, I would just like to point out a really funny thing that happened in the VC chat. So I was basically having a conversation, right, with this guy. I don't know who he is, but yeah, we were just having a conversation.
You're supposed to bring evidence.
I mean, yeah, and this is my evidence, in a certain way.
No, it's not. You're going to be talking shit about something that happened in chat that no one cares about.
No, because it's a nice example.
The funny part is, Rugged Peso, do you know what sarcasm is? Do you know what sarcasm is?
That's what you guys do. You guys use sarcasm all the time.
Peso, do you know what it is?
Yeah, I know what it is, yeah.
Excellent. What I want you to do, see that stupid thing that you keep posting? The comment that's attached to the bottom of that is called sarcasm.
Oh, sarcasm, right, buddy? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, right. So what he was doing,
sarcasm,
because you're a clown, he was taking the piss. He was having a laugh at you.
Oh, of course,
yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Uh-huh.
Now you know how it works.
Sure. Call it that.
So, where's your globe proof?
I mean, everywhere.
Everywhere?
Yeah, basically.
What? So, sorry, is that like evidence of motion everywhere or evidence of curvature everywhere?
No, it's literally everywhere, honestly. I mean, you can
so evidence of motion is everywhere?
I mean, not only that, and I could go into that.
I know not only that, but we're going to be very specific about that at the moment, and then we can move on to other things. What's the empirical evidence I just want to ask the question, what the empirical evidence that the Earth is in motion?
But I cannot talk without answering questions. I need to answer questions so I can talk.
I'm asking you the question. The question is what the empirical evidence of the Earth in motion is.
Right, but do I have another choice? Can I talk without answering questions, or is it strictly necessary?
I want to know what the evidence is.
Right, but I just want to know if I can talk without answering questions.
Oh, okay, so you want to pontificate?
No, I just want to say something. So what I want to say is, that everything. I will go in the motion in 1 second, but everything that we see in the sky, every single freaking thing. I mean, every single planet in a freaking $100 telescope, right? The moon itself, all the asteroids, all the planets, all the moons that orbit the planets, they are all globes, and we can see them having eclipses, and we can see them orbiting. So, I mean, that's just it, man. I mean, it's a globe. We're not special.
That's other things.
Yeah, we're not special. We're just like the same.
Dude, excuse me. That's other things. The moon, the sun, Jupiter, that other things. You can't say that because other things are spherical, we can only be spherical. You can only conclude that premises when you prove the Earth to be spherical also.
No, we are spherical.
Okay, can you show me the proof of that without pointing at other things? Sorry, excuse me. I let you pontificate, didn't I? You appealed, I let you finish. Can you let me do the same? You can't point at other things and declare that the thing that you're standing on is also like those things without measuring it to be so. You got to prove it first, Sunshine. You understand this, right?
So you cannot deduce things.
Sorry, we're going to be proving. We're not going to be working on assumptions. I'm not going to go to the woods. Listen. I'm not going to go to the woods, see a squirrel in the tree eating nuts, and then deduce that I'm a squirrel in the tree eating nuts.
I'm asking if you can deduct things. Can you deduct things?
I've just given you a deduction that's stupid. Did you follow along with what I said?
No, but can you deduct
deduction?
I'll do it again. I'll do it again. When I go to the woods and I see a squirrel in the tree eating nuts, do I deduce that I'm also a squirrel in a tree eating nuts?
I'm not even going to answer that, and I'm not even going to answer that.
That's actually not a deduction, and it's an example of your flawed logic, right?
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It is. You're pointing at other things.
I'm actually going to give you another deduction.
Squirrel, and you're saying that those other things, that's me, that's also the thing that I'm standing on, without proving either way. You're just making a deduction.
Okay, I will make another deduction. I will make another deduction. So if every single time you go into the water you get wet, does it mean that next time you go to the water, do you get wet? I mean, by principle, statistically, you will get wet by entering the water. So it is a deduction. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I don't understand how you don't understand how you find this not to be reasonable. This is very
not analogous.
If you're going to interrupt me, I'm just going to mute you. I don't understand how you think this is unreasonable. Me pointing out that you pointing at other things isn't proving the thing that's in question, the thing that you're standing on. You've pointed away, not at the thing in question.
No, it is proving.
That's a substitution fallacy, Rugapeso.
No, but he's proving.
It's just dumb, dude. I'm sorry.
I mean, if every single thing in the universe is a planet, and if we obey by the laws of the universe, we are a planet as well. So we are a planet.
How do you know everything in the universe is a planet?
What's a planet?
I'm talking about as in solid celestial objects that orbit a star. If we are, they all are spherical. If they are all spherical,
okay, so spherical,
if we live in the same universe, that means we are spherical as well, and they are a planet.
And anything else apart from being spherical? Because I want to clarify the stupid shit you're saying. So
yeah, but if I cannot interrupt you, please don't interrupt me.
Else?
So yeah, by deduction, we are.
What else? I'm asking you to identify a planet. Yeah, apart from being spherical, what else does a planet do?
It orbits a star, of course.
Awesome. So a sphere in motion. Without pointing to other spheres in motion, can you prove that the Earth is also a sphere in motion?
Yeah, because we orbit the sun.
Well, I measured the Earth flat, so...
Sorry, going to get annoyed. Can you prove that premise without just making the claim that's what's happening? Can you prove the claim?
Yeah, we can. You can prove that.
How do you prove this claim?
by everything, man. We are just a planet orbiting the sun. By
No,
photos,
that's you declaring that the Earth is a planet in motion.
By
I want you to prove the Earth is a planet in motion.
By satellite imaging, by space probes, by
Don't get me a satellite image.
I mean, they're all over the internet. I mean, you can just check it out yourself.
This is your evidence, my friend. We're going to go through it.
This is known evidence. You can watch
and get it then.
No,
it's
so
easily known, Rugger. You should have it on hand.
What satellite image have you seen?
You know, clock shadows. They show that the Earth is orbiting the sun and not the other way around.
What?
Yeah,
clock shadows.
Exactly.
What shadows?
Sundials.
Sundials. It shows the sun moves.
They prove the Earth is a globe and it's orbiting the sun.
No, sundial shows that the light source moves.
If you guys like geometry that much, that proves with geometry that we live in a planet that's orbiting the sun.
So how have you validated that number one, we're a planet, number two, we're moving, and number three, we're a ball?
By everything. Everything
by
shows
everything.
That.
So let's say by everything. So my left cowboy boots, Rugger Peso, shut up. So by everything. Also, why are you talking? Shut your pie hole. Rugger Peso, your claim of everything proves globe. My left cowboy boot proves that we live on a globe. That's the level of ridiculousness you've just given us.
I mean, we live in a planet, guys. It's a globe, definitely. I mean, I'm just
you guys can always go back to Bingo if you want. At least he was capable of sunlight carrying a conversation. This guy's such a clown.
If we're on a globe, surely you'd have some measured curvature. Measured drop over distance? Nothing?
No, I muted him because we should move on to someone else.
Yeah, he was in here earlier talking up a whole heap of shit in chat. And that's what... Yeah, you're all big in chat. And he didn't come in here because Indio was in here. And as soon as midnight struck, this clown shoes dropped in. Indio had been gone for probably, I don't know, half hour, I suppose.
That's a taste of everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, at least he demonstrates that the globe believers don't have a leg to stand on. He demonstrates their complete lack of understanding. I mean, he several times said it's proved by everything. I mean, it's just so absurd. I don't know, making Bingo look good. Yeah, Bingo, how are you going to prove the globe?
Okay, I looked into that fall experiment, and it turns out it's not peer-reviewed and not published anywhere.
Oh,
so the most leading discoveries have been.
Then it doesn't have some variables you do need to prove.
So does peer review
trying to prove
things?
No, but it makes it more believable, at least.
Believable?
Yes. Like if I just said something, would you believe it?
There's data.
What you said.
Like
so
this is
when you do peer review, you repeat the experiment. In peer review, you don't repeat the experiment, dude.
No, that's not what I said.
I know you asked us to believe what you said. Well, no, I don't even believe what you said based upon demonstration.
Okay, but there are some variables like air resistance, magnetic fields, and vibration that
that's awesome.
It doesn't account for.
Okay, that's lovely.
So you have no explanation for that?
Yeah. What's the cause of it, though?
Because of what?
The phenomenal stuff going down.
Gravity.
Okay, what's that then?
What gravity is? I was specifically asking about this experiment you mentioned.
I know, and you've pointed out that some things aren't taken account for, and it's not peer reviewed. That's nice.
Yes.
And?
So why should I believe it?
You don't have to.
Okay. So that study just...
Do you think Isaac Newton proposed an experiment for gravity?
Proposed an experiment?
Yeah, and then carried out an experiment?
Probably.
Oh, how about Einstein? Do you think he proposed and then carried out an experiment for relativity?
No.
Oof.
Why are you asking that?
Those would be claims of gravity, right? But don't have scientific experiments for. So why should we believe them, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying you should believe them. I'm asking about this experiment.
Especially if there's no experiment.
But you tried to prove your theory by this.
What was our hypothesis?
That different elements falls at different rates.
It was more general than that. It was an open acknowledgement between you and me that gravity is an agreed upon average.
Yeah, it is.
I provided an example to exemplify that.
Not between elements. Do you agree?
Why not?
Well, because it's the same for all elements.
Oh, really?
Is it?
Yes.
So you're claiming the drop rate is the same for all elements after we showed you a video showing that it's different for the 1, 2, 3, 4,
who
5,
are
6,
you?
7 of them.
I just tried to dispute that, but you had no answer for it.
It's hydrogen an element.
Yes.
Okay. Does hydrogen go down?
No, it goes up in our atmosphere.
It goes in all directions. It's a gas. The reason why it goes in the direction is because of its last collision.
Temperatures.
Yeah, exactly. Depending, that's going to be relative to another gas, but a gas molecule, that's going to go all over the place, isn't it? So you're saying that all things go down at a agreed upon average rate, but they don't.
They do.
They don't. Gas doesn't. We just pointed that out.
Okay, they don't go down. They go towards the center of mass.
No, gases expand. What are you talking about?
Expand?
Yeah.
How do we have a gas on Earth?
Because it's contained. Because if it wasn't contained, it would... Sorry, hold on. You understand that to keep a gas in a volume, it needs to be contained, right?
Yes.
Good. And if you open the container, there is more volume outside with less pressure. Entropy will increase, the high pressure will disperse into the low pressure volume and equalize, right?
Unless there's something stopping it.
No. I've just given you the example.
What is the container then? What is the container?
The container can be any container, don't really care.
Something that's stopping it from...
Yeah, as soon as you remove the thing that's stopping it, that's the container. When you open the door, the gas expands into the next available volume, doesn't it?
So if I would say,
there's a question there.
Gravity,
and you keep talking through me and I'm going to get annoyed. Do I have to ask the question a third time for you to answer?
What is the question?
Seriously, you actually want me to ask the question again even though I've asked it twice?
You're asking if it disperses if we remove the thing stopping it from dispersing.
The container. If you open the container, the gas comes out.
Yes.
Yeah, good. So what else could you use to stop gas expanding?
Gravity.
No. Gas expands to fill volumes. Second law of thermodynamics, the universal law, the natural law that applies here on the Earth. Gas expansion into a vacuum, right?
Yes.
Yeah, good. So there's no gravity observed within gas behavior.
Yes.
Is there? Show it.
Newton would disagree with you. Newton actually described gas behavior as being different from condensed matter, which is subject to gravity.
So gas doesn't have any gravitational force applied to it. So how do you? So you think the entire world has a container around this?
Or if you're claiming there's a vacuum in the sky, then it better do. We'll all be dead.
No, I explained it with gravity.
No, that's not observed within gas behaviour.
Yes.
Right? If you're going to explain something, you need to listen to the retort and take it on. It's not observed within gas behaviour. I asked you to show it. You haven't yet. You've just repeated the claim.
I will show it.
Okay.
Wait for me to pull it up.
Okay, no worries.
Does it alter the heat of the gas molecule?
That to me?
Does the gravitational compression of gas change the temperature of the gas molecule?
Probably. Okay,
show it.
I was wrong. It doesn't change the temperature.
No, it would do.
But it may change the state of the element if it's gas.
Still going to have to show that claim, dude. Be careful.
Gas would condense under gravity.
If you want.
Your gas would condense under gravity, is what you're saying, and undergo no change in temperature. Amazing.
Okay. So you think it?
No, I'm still waiting for you to give what you said you could go and get.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Wait.
Can you show me a Coke can opening in a vacuum, and then gravity condensing the gas?
But you do realize in the equation for gravity, if there are two different masses, if
the equation for
one of them
gravity
is higher,
does not have gas pressure
force.
involved in it, and the equation for gas doesn't have gravity involved in it. So, yeah, that's great. Please provide the evidence you were asked for.
Okay, you keep on asking more questions. I'm trying to answer
I didn't.
them.
I gave you a statement.
You were incorrect.
Not you, but the other
same
ones.
questions. Go and get what we asked you for. Gravity stopping the expansion of a gas.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen,
what?
It is now
Gravity
very late. Oh, hold up for a second. You got plenty of time. Have a good one, guys. I'll catch you in the morning. Peace.
See you, mate.
Bye-bye, Matrix. Thanks for keeping the train running.
Can I speak?
Is it about the evidence you found?
Okay, only that.
No, you could even concede this point, Jedi, and say it doesn't mean that gravity is pulling things inward to a ball.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good thing we had you type your question out ahead of time, Rugape. So, just because I'm bored, yeah, I mean, I wish I was blessed enough to be a grandmother, and I hope to be one in the future. But the fact that you think that is an insult just further demonstrates your extreme level of immaturity. So, I'm sad for you.
Sorry, I was just reading through what he said. It's hilarious. I like the second line, with minimal access to higher education. Brilliant.
Yeah. I've gotten plenty of access, believe me, and I've got all the paperwork to prove it, and I paid all the bills, so I'm definitely not getting anywhere near that place again. Minimal access because I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole because they're overcharging and underperforming clearly by the people we get in here every day.
Elijah brought up a good point this morning when he was saying that, like, by now we should have expected kids in schools and astronomy programs, physics programs, and everything. We've heard our discussions raise these points in the classroom. Like, this stuff should be spreading faster.
Yeah, I think it would have, naturally spread faster for sure. Yeah, that's why it's clearly been a campaign based on, their study of human behavior and psychology to stop that from happening.
Yeah, I think it's blended into the background now because maybe it's saturated, like TikTok and YouTube, and people scroll past things without even realising it. And it's maybe just background noise now. Yeah, there's people out there who think the earth is flat. Scroll on. Because it did explode for a while. I remember having conversations with you guys like 5-6 years ago, talking about the kids that were coming in here and having conversations at school, talking to the like science teachers and this, that, and the other. And we were even sometimes getting like teachers and lecturers coming in because they've been speaking to about it at school and what have you. Now, I just think it's part of the background noise.
Yeah, I think that's true. Yeah, because it has become more widespread part of the conversation. That it's unfortunate, that the side effect of that is that people are even less likely to hear the actual arguments. The arguments debunking the geometry, and then there's also a whole bunch of flat Earth white noise, right? That's like. I mean, some of the things that I've seen, like I have a friend who sends me stuff who's more involved in, I would say, like the Facebook flat Earth, of it all. And like some of the stuff she sends me, it's like just flat out wrong. And other stuff, it's like, yeah, that might be true, but it's definitely not the best proof of flat Earth. Like it's a lot of speculation, And so, unfortunately, some people might only be seeing that because there's so much more of that being spread.
I forgot what evidence we asked for.
Gosh, I did too.
Yeah, so did I. Something about gravity and gas, I swear.
Yeah, gravity compressing gas.
Oh, yeah.
And the temperature change.
Yes, I got it.
Awesome.
Okay, just trying to copy the link.
So what does your link say?
It's a YouTube video.
What does the video show?
Dense gas. Clearly
Dense gas.
falling.
In what?
In an open container.
Okay.
He's going to show us the opposite. He's going to show us how. Sorry. Sulfahexafluoride, dude.
Anna.
Yes.
What happens over time? Does the gas stay there?
Yes.
No, in like half an hour, is the gas still there? 2 weeks later, is the gas still there?
Why would it stay there for?
Yeah, exactly. Seconds? Why would it stay there? Because entropy increases. Also, within the second law of thermodynamics, not only does gas fill space, but it's the mixing of gases. Now, you've got a container and you've poured from one container sulfur hexafluoride that when in that container was pressing against the limitation of that container in all directions because that's the only gas that was in there. When you open the container to the already existing gas pressure, this denser gas, when you poured it into the container, went down into the container for a short amount of time.
Went to which direction?
downwards into the container where you poured it.
Why did it not go up?
Hold on. In the container that the sulfur hexafluoride was in, which way was the gas going?
It was not going anywhere. It's in the container.
Inside the container, describe to me the motion of the gas.
No, outside the container was the question.
You're not listening. Inside the container of sulfur hexafluoride, before you poured the sulfur hexafluoride, describe to me the motion of the gas molecules inside that container.
Down.
Freely and randomly in all directions. The gas is pushing upwards against the container walls, outwards against the container walls, and downwards against the container walls, because gas wants to expand. In this pseudo-scientific experiment, for a short period of time, this denser gas, when you pour it into a container and restrict its volume, compared to the less denser gas pressure outside, it will appear to sink for a short period of time, and then obviously the gas will mix.
But why would it sink? Because of the pressure above.
You're supposed to show us gravity compressing gas, and you showed us effectively the opposite. You didn't even show us gravity acting on gas.
But why would the gas stay in the container?
How cold is the sulfur hexafluoride? How cold is the sulfur hexafluoride?
Why does it matter?
Oh, sorry. What?
Kinetic molecular theory matters.
But my question
is within PV equals nRT.
Why would the
sorry? What happens to hot gases compared to cold gases?
What happens?
Sorry, does hot air rise?
Not all of them.
What? So when I heat air and say put it in a hot air balloon, the hot air balloon contained with warmer air than the outside ambient temperature is not going to rise.
Yeah,
it's very important you answer the question. The temperature of the gas.
Okay, why?
I've tried to explain to you, but you don't seem to get it. Amish, maybe you'd like to try.
Yeah, the request was for gravity condensing gas.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
You showed us temperature condensing gas.
No, it's clearly falling.
And you show us too what happens when the gas warms up. It expands. It's dispersing.
Why is it falling when it's cold?
Because you've effectively condensed it with coldness. You've removed heat from that region of gas. Those gas molecules are frozen, and they're warming up.
If they're frozen, they're not gas.
This has nothing to do with gravity.
But it's still in the container, the open container.
You hit the nail on the head,
we're actually asking
why
you gas pressure without a container. You've given us a container with gas in it.
Yes.
Yes. Can you show us gas pressure without a container?
Yes.
Okay. We'll wait for that piece of evidence then.
Show gas pressure without the container.
Yeah.
What is? How would I show that?
Exactly. You can't. But you seem to think that we live in an environment of a thermodynamic system that's open, where we actually achieve pressure somehow, completely in contradiction to known laws of physics.
But if gravity wouldn't affect gases.
Sorry, no, you haven't even proven that yet. So far, you've just given us a quasi-pseudo
that's your statement.
That has
you say
not
gravity doesn't affect
variant manipulation of gravity, and you've ended up with a question proof. Well, why is it happening then? I'm going to say it's gravity. You seem to start crying when somebody asked you what the temperature of it was, and then I had to explain to you like a 5-year-old that hot gas rises.
Because you aren't listening to me.
You showed us the opposite of what we asked for.
Your first premise was that gravity doesn't affect gases.
Yeah, you're not showing me gravity compressing the gas. I'm seeing the gas escaping gravity before my eyes.
But why is the balloon floating then?
Due to relative density.
Density?
And the gas inside the balloon is pressing against the interior of the balloon because it wants to expand in all directions.
So, but my question is why the sulfur hexafluoride stays in that open container and
doesn't stay.
But it does.
No, half an hour
it's
later,
depressurizing.
Yeah, it disperses the mixing
not
of gases.
immediately.
Yeah, over time entropy increases. What the hell?
If you would have put helium in that container,
Yeah,
would
if you freeze that to like negative 400 degrees Fahrenheit, it's going to take a little while.
then it would not be a gas.
Correct.
But
correct. You change the state of matter and it ruins your argument.
You still haven't explained
No, sorry, we don't need to explain anything. You need to prove your claim that gravity compresses gases. So far, what you've given us is a question proof. You've given us this, you've misrepresented it, and then you've asked us. You should be proving it was your claim.
Yes,
unfortunately, the evidence that you gave wasn't substantial to your claim.
The gas stays in the open container, does it not?
How long for? How long for? Sorry, I'll ask it like this. I'll ask like this. Is it still there?
When?
The gas, is it still there today?
Today, no.
No, why?
Was it still there 10 minutes after?
No.
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 Are you sure?
Why?
So it needs to be contained?
10 minutes.
Yeah, entropy, dude. The gas mixed. The gas came out of the container. I mean, shock horror, it's not closed and mixed with all of the other gases. The other gases, the air, because the system was not closed, were free to enter. So over time, the sulfur hexafluoride that you poured into that open container left. I thought gravity was going to keep it there.
Yeah, I wanted to see gravity doing the opposite. I wanted to see gas being condensed by gravity into a container.
What I'm trying to prove is gas
you're not proving anything. You're giving us a question proof.
Okay, let me speak, please. What I'm trying to prove.
Yeah, maybe you should play your video in reverse, because that might be what we asked for.
What I am trying to prove is that gas is affected by gravity.
Oh, right? You failed to do that because the gas over time fucked off.
Am I?
Yes. You haven't provided a hypothesis where gravity, the independent variable, is even manipulated.
What manipulated?
Yeah, an experiment where you, the scientist, makes the gravity thing cause the phenomena that you tell us is happening. As in the non-expansion of gases. You're supposed to prove that gravity doesn't let gas expand. You haven't varied and manipulated gravity in an experiment. You've just poured really cold gas into an open container and then for some reason don't want to talk about it fucking off a minute later.
But why doesn't cold gas disperse but hot gas do?
Do you understand that? Yeah.
What?
You're showing us a video of cold gas dispersing. Come on.
But it isn't dispersing, it's staying there.
It is over time. Sorry, I'll ask again. Is it still there?
But that's not what I am proving.
Sorry, the gas is dispersed, hasn't it?
You're showing me that the ambient environment is warmer than the gas. So the gas is getting warmed up and it's dispersing. This is the exact opposite of what I wanted you to show me.
But why is the cold gas staying there?
It's not, dude. It's dispersing.
It is dispersing.
It's not staying there.
Yeah. I mean, shock horror, gas moves because it has temperature and because of its collisions that it has physically. This gives it the power of indefinite expansion. Because, you know, entropy, it's as simply as put as things want to spread out. So even though you poured this gas into this open container, it's still spread out. Because gas fills space.
But
that's it. Ask us a question to prove your claim.
No, it's not a question. The gas is staying in the container, and that's why the balloon is floating. Is it not?
Is it still there? Is it still there?
Is it not?
Sorry, is it still there today?
Today, no.
Does it disperse over time?
That's not what I asked.
No. The answer is no.
Why is the balloon floating if not for the gas in the container?
Dude, it's there for a short period of time. You're not listening to what our friend said.
Yeah, but for a short period of time.
Yeah, a short period of time.
It's still there.
Yeah, for a short period of time.
How short? 5 seconds? 10 minutes? A day?
Is it still there?
Not today.
Do you
not 4 years after.
The
4 years. That's a very long time.
Entropy.
But is it there for
that's a
2
question.
seconds?
Because I need to ask you. Do you understand the principle of entropy?
Yes, but you're not
explain it.
Understanding what I'm trying to explain. You just did, so why should I?
So you do understand what entropy is, but you're saying it's not happening.
That's not what I'm saying.
Even though over time you will admit that the gas is not still there. So you do understand entropy. You just want to say it stayed there for a short time. That was gravity. That was.
Okay, why did not go up? You still haven't explained that.
You had it in the container.
Is it there 1 second after you pour it in?
Gases move in the direction after the last physical collision. Look at the container.
What you're not saying is how short of a period is it in the container?
Wanker.
No, I see that. You're just talking.
Yeah, I'm talking to you because I have to expand because it feels like you don't understand what's going on. Is the gas being poured downwards?
No, it's not affected by gravity by your definition.
No, I'm asking you a question. Before the sulfur hexafluoride was put in the open container, which direction was it poured? No, you don't even know.
Where
did they get the sulfur hexafluoride from anyway? A container, right? As soon as they opened it, it started dispersing.
Yes, I'm not
because it happens instantly.
Not instantly.
Yes, that is instant. It doesn't happen in the amount you want to see. It's not like opening a Coke can, but it is in fact dispersing immediately, instantly, and rather violently at the microscopic level.
But if it's not happening as fast as Coke can, how can it happen instantly?
Because these are different conditions than opening a Coke can, my dude.
Exactly. It's not instant.
It is instant. It absolutely is. It begins.
So everything just disappears instantly.
This is weird.
This is the reaction is not delayed.
No, okay, I understand that, but it still stays for a short period of time, like you said.
It's an open thermodynamic system. What happens in open thermodynamic systems, as demonstrated in your video?
But that's not what I'm proving.
Hold on. You're not proving anything.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
You're just not listening.
Why does the gas go down?
Gravity.
Okay. Where's that manipulated?
Where?
Yeah.
What you mean, where
That's your presumed cause, right?
Yes.
Okay, so there's an experiment that needs to be done to validate this hypothesis that you've got.
Yes, and
Which
I've
means
shown
that
it.
you need to do an experiment where you very manipulate think phenomena that we don't see.
Do I need to manipulate gravity?
Yes, if you're going to prove it scientifically, my God.
What does it mean to manipulate gravity?
Turn it on and off again.
Why would I need to do
Apply
that?
some energy. I know you can't.
No, I asked why I would need to do that, not if I could.
Because it's part of the scientific method. If that's the road that you want to go down.
So what is the scientific method?
All right, excuse me, dude. I'm losing my patience with you every time I talk and you keep talking through me. Can you stop doing it?
You're talking through me.
This is not a scientific experiment, dude. You haven't varied and manipulated any presumed cause here. You've just done something and pointed and gone, well, what else could it be but gravity? Even though entropy increases over time.
How much time?
The claim of gravity is no entropy increase.
No.
Gas doesn't expand to fill volumes. An entropy increases gas expanding to fill volumes. You're saying that gas doesn't do that.
No, I'm not saying that.
Sorry, why does the gas not expand into the vacuum of space?
Because of gravity.
Okay, so it doesn't do that then.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't expand because of gravity. I asked you.
It does. Okay, it does expand,
shut up.
but it does.
I asked you inside any container which way the direction of the gas is.
All directions.
Yeah, good. Which way is gravity?
Down.
Good. Gases move freely and randomly in all directions, don't they?
Not entirely randomly.
Okay, what do you mean not entirely, man?
They are bouncing off each other. It's not random.
Yeah, that's the freely and randomly bit.
But it's not fully random.
Dude, it is.
It's literally called a random walk.
Okay, this doesn't really matter. But what I'm trying to...
Because the direction of gas is omnidirectional. It has the power of indefinite expansion because of the physical collisions it has with itself.
Okay,
You're
so
saying no.
Why does hot air rise and cold air?
So why are you asking me questions? You're supposed to be proving gas not expanding into vacuums.
Yeah, but it's because of
Can you
gravity.
do that then?
Because gravity is pulling the gas down.
Can you show that?
I showed in the video.
No, you didn't.
It was a dense gas that was being pulled down by gravity
do you
to
think
stay in the container, so
of more of
so the
atomic
balloon
mass
can float on top of it.
Do you think gases of more atomic mass stratify into layers? The gas with more mass is at the bottom, and the gas with less mass is at the top. Is that what you think happens?
Yes.
No, it doesn't, dude. Gases mix.
Prove it.
Gases mix. Do you not see the world around you?
Yes.
Yeah, gases mix, dude. It's part of the second law of thermodynamics. That's a law of nature that applies to the nature of the world.
It does.
It does. It does what?
Rise.
No, gas expands, dude. Now you're completely bloody lost.
Hot air rises.
That's lovely.
Do you not agree with that?
I said that's lovely. In actual fact, 20 minutes ago, I had to explain that to you.
But
fucking wanker.
Okay, but you're still not listening. Why does cold air not rise then? Can you give up?
Yeah, I've given up talking to a wanker. Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
Hey Jedi, I hate using this example, but I mean, I don't know any other way to explain what you're explaining, that gases mix. So here we go. What you think about that, Bingo?
That's cool.
Yeah, gases mix, right?
Yes, but less dense air goes up and higher density air goes down.
Yeah, we don't disagree with that. More dense things displace underneath less.
Isn't that the gravity?
No.
Why not?
Why is it?
Does gas have mass?
Sure.
Doesn't Newton's theory of gravity say that mass gets pulled to mass?
Not with gases.
But why not?
Because gases
still has mass
in all directions.
But it still has mass.
Gases expand in all directions. What happens to the cold air when it displaces under the warm air? What happens to the cold air?
It gets pulled down by gravity.
And then what happens to it?
Well, it probably warms up and then gets less dense. And then it goes up.
It mixes with the air around it, right?
But yes, but that would prove my theory and not yours.
No, it doesn't. You have no gravity.
What? Yes, I have gravity.
No, you don't.
So I don't fall.
You're just more dense than the medium around you. It doesn't mean it's gravity.
What is it?
I don't know, but it's not gravity. It's not pulling inward towards the center of mass, because that would require a ball, right?
So you prove that gravity doesn't exist by saying the Earth.
Well, just because somebody says gravity exists doesn't mean it exists.
But we have proof of it.
No, we don't.
Yes.
Okay, demonstrate pulling inward towards the center of mass.
Okay. You have like hold your mouse and then stretch your arm out and then release the mouse. Does it go down or up?
It goes down, but that's not pulling inward towards the center of mass.
Yes, it's pulling towards the center of mass of our planet.
How do you know it's pulling and not pushing?
Because it's pulling. It's going down.
Yeah, what did you do to demonstrate that it's pulling and not pushing?
Okay, say it's pushing it towards the center of mass.
Well, I'm just asking for the demonstration.
It's going towards the center of mass.
You're the one making the positive claim on how all of this works. So, it's going inward towards the center of mass? So does that mean that the Earth is a ball because it's going inward towards the center of mass?
The Earth has evolved. Or what did you say?
The Earth is a ball, or the Earth has evolved?
What did you say?
I said, is the Earth a ball since gravity is pulling inward towards the center of mass?
Yes, then it is a ball.
Cool. Then it has curvature, right?
Probably.
Probably?
Yeah, I would assume.
Know?
I would assume.
You would assume, right? Like you wouldn't know because you've never gone out and looked. Just think that smarter people than you figured it out, right?
Yeah, I've seen the Earth.
So if there's curvature, it's measurable, right?
Yes.
Okay. So then, where would the horizon be from a 1 foot observer height on a ball that is 24,901 miles?
You tell me.
Well, they predict that it would be at 1.225 miles away.
Okay.
Right, because that's what geometry predicts. You do a
Yes.
1 foot vertical line on a ball that's 3,959 miles in radius, with a radius of 3,959 miles. A 1 foot vertical line up, and then a tangent to the horizon at the furthest point would be 1.225 miles.
Yes.
Okay. So what would that mean if the horizon is further than 1.225 miles?
Well, it could be explained by other things.
Like what?
Maybe maybe your tape measure wasn't properly calibrated.
Well, I mean, I'm not using a tape measure. I'm using things that are demarcated at known distances. Things that are set off in the distance that are immovable, that should be behind the curve of the Earth, not in front of the Earth. Like,
Maybe you misjudge your height?
No.
No?
I mean, at 5 feet, at 6 feet tall, the horizon is 3 miles away. And at 1 foot tall, the horizon is 1.22 miles away. So even if I misjudged my height by 5 feet, the horizon is not that much further away.
Okay, maybe light is bending.
Oh, light's bending? Like how?
As
how
it is traveling through air.
So it's...
Have you heard about refraction?
Yeah, I know about refraction, but like, so what you're saying is that light is bouncing up off the less dense medium, back into the more dense medium, staying in the more dense medium, so that way you can see around the curve.
That could be an explanation, yes.
So you have a demonstration for this thing also, right? It's just not something that you made up in your mind.
No, I'm just saying why that could not be the case, like you asked.
Right, well, the refraction...
Do you have a proof with all these variables accounted for that this is still the case?
Yeah, if you look in the chat, this is a screenshot from a video. And this whole, it could be refraction. So if it is refraction, right, it's making the Earth look, oh gosh, almost like 80,000 times bigger. Does that sound normal to you?
What did you say?
I said if it's refraction in this image, it's making the Earth 80,000 times bigger. The horizon is roughly at least 10 to 15 times further than it should be.
80,000
the image,
That's
where do you think the horizon is? Where do you think the horizon is in the image? Is it in front of the oil rigs, in between the oil rigs, or behind the oil rigs?
While he thinks about that, I just wanted to say, Ian, I unmuted you, so you might want to mute yourself. I just wanted you to have the ability to talk if you wanted, but I'll just remute him if he doesn't hear me. I guess he doesn't hear me, so I'll just mute him again. He doesn't have any roles.
Probably fell asleep listening, thought this was a great conversation.
Could be. Yeah, this bingo's been going on here for a while. He's at least he's willing to have the conversation about his globe belief, unlike so many. Yeah, go ahead and answer the question, Bingo.
The question.
Yeah, so if it's refraction, it's making the horizon about 15 times further than what's predicted on the globe.
Not 80,000, right?
Well, it's making the globe 80,000 times bigger.
Okay.
Yeah. But based off this image right here, the radius of the Earth would be about 250,000 miles.
But if we...
The circumference would be about 1.5 billion miles.
If we assume it is because of refraction, then...
Well, why would we assume it?
How else?
Maybe you have a demonstration of... things behind the curve popping up over the curve, and the horizon being behind the thing that pops up over the curve.
That is a very specific example I may not be able to give to you.
No offense, but nobody can give that to me, because that's what we're seeing in this image, right? That the horizon is behind the two oil rigs. Would you agree?
Maybe. Probably yes.
Maybe.
Yes.
I mean, that's the barrier line where the water apparently ends and meets the sky above it, right?
Okay, yes.
I mean, all we're asking for is just honesty. It's not a trick. So, since the horizon is behind these images, that means one of two things. That refraction is pulling the two objects up over the curve and then putting the horizon further behind that, giving the appearance of a flat Earth. Or the Earth is flat.
No, I believe it's refraction.
So then could give me a demonstration of...
It's your claim. I don't know where this picture is from.
It's off the coast of California in Santa Barbara. It's been done many times. This is not the only one.
It's the same every time.
4 or 5 videos.
And it's the same every time.
Not every time. The horizon does move from time to time, but most times it's like
the edge of the Earth, in your view, changes also. Yes.
The edge of the Earth. There is no edge of the Earth.
Okay.
What you're looking at is the limit of your perspective.
But what is at the? You think the Earth is infinite? It's a circle. It's how do you?
I don't know.
But why would the horizon change if this is an accurate depiction?
Because of your angular resolution.
Angular resolution.
Yeah, because of the optic that you use.
Yeah.
So.
Your eyeballs enough.
Wait, what does angular resolution mean?
Things get smaller with distance.
Sure,
any optic can only perceive a certain angle before it's too small to see.
Wouldn't that stay consistent with every experiment?
Depends on the optic that you use.
So
Different
it could be.
Optics have different angular resolution.
So it could be that But what? So the horizon changes depending on that.
Yeah.
So how does this prove that the horizon is?
Oh, because the horizon, if it was geometric and curvature, the better the optic, the clearer the day. The horizon, if it was geometric, should appear in a truer location. The thing with optics, though, in clear days is if we increase the technology, we see further. The horizon appears to be much further than it would be if we were on a sphere, demonstrating the horizon that we see is not Earth curvature for things like the sun to hide behind at sunset.
Okay, so you don't believe in refraction?
No, at the moment, I'm just talking about the angular resolution of the optics that causes a horizon.
But you're
saying I don't believe in refraction. We see refraction all of the time. It's very well explained. For example, Snell's law.
Yes.
Yeah, so you're telling me I don't believe in something.
This image.
So you've just told me that I don't believe in something. First of all, it wasn't relevant to what I was explaining.
It was a question. I think
very well defined. See, he's talking for me again. I just can't deal with him. Sorry, sheepdog.
Because you're lying. I didn't tell you that you didn't believe it.
I'm literally not. All right, you literally just said, so you don't believe in refraction then. First of all, it wasn't relevant to what I was explaining. That being the angular resolution limit of optics. Second of all, refraction is very well defined. For example, Snell's law. So I'm not lying. How dare you?
I did not say you did not believe in refraction.
So you don't believe in refraction then? That's the words exactly that came out of your mouth.
That was a question, not a statement.
Okay, then you need to be more clearer then. And yes, refraction is very well defined.
Yes, so I would, based on my existing
You're still
knowledge,
this Jedi guy that
Go ahead.
My bad.
Hey, just a heads up, I gotta head off to work. I got to my location, so I apologize. A GIF in the chat for you, Bingo, that shows you what the resolution looks like, right? It looks like the sun is being cut off by the horizon, and then when you zoom in, you can clearly see the sun above the horizon. And so this is what really our optics is able to do. We can only see limitations, but if we have better optics, we can see what's
You're roboting quite hard now.
Observations. Sorry.
Is he roboting or is it me?
No, it is.
So hey, tell these flat earthers that refraction is a phenomena that causes balls to look flat. Tell them, because that's what you're claiming, right?
No, it's not. No. Okay. Yes, here I am telling them that. Sure. But
there you go. Give them the citation. That's what refraction is.
Okay.
I mean, just give him the citation where you got that idea that refraction causes balls to look flat. Just give him the citation.
But I don't have that. I just.
Oh, so you just made it up?
No, I asked them if that could be an explanation, and they didn't refute it. So I don't have a reason to believe that it is.
Sorry, I gave you the refusal. That was Snell's law.
Snell's law. He said Snell's law.
Okay, that's a proof of refraction. How does that dispute my theory?
Okay, so we've only got one medium that we're looking through. Snell's law quite clearly defines that you need two mediums and a boundary layer. For example, air and then water. The water is refracted off of that. It's doing it again.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's fine. You clearly wanted to speak again, so please do so.
Okay. Snell's law gives a relationship between angles of incidence and refraction. When a ray of light travels from a rarer medium to a refractive index to a denser medium to a refractive index. So it's two different densities. It doesn't have to be two different. What is it?
No, I'm good. I mean, I was literally just going to be getting around to saying this, but okay. Thank you for interrupting.
So at what point this refraction causes balls to not look like balls?
But what are you talking about?
Yeah, before you keep going with that, Bingo, you need to let people finish their sentences, because even if you're not interested in learning or being educated, other people might be, and we're trying to have this on a live stream. So if Jedi or anyone else is trying to explain a concept, just try, biting your tongue till they get to the end.
So on the observation, for example, the black swan, right? The horizon is 10 times where it's supposed to be, based on the observer height in feet. And what you will say is that what's happening there?
What?
In an observation, for example, the black swan, where the horizon, it's 10 times where beyond from where the globe will dictate that it should be on the globe, the horizon, the leading edge that is curving away from you, it will be at 1.2 miles. But observably, it's 10 times beyond that. And this refraction that you mentioned, it doesn't account for that.
But that's not the example we were talking about before. There it was.
Which one is the example then? Forgive me.
The picture above, the one, the black swan.
The oil rigs?
Yes.
That's the black swan.
That's an oil rig.
Yeah, the black swan is kind of like the label, but it's not about the oil rigs. It's about the horizon that is beyond those locations. The oil rigs are there to establish the distances, because those are kind of like landmarks that you can know the distance to. But on the globe, the horizon will be at 1.2 miles based on 1 foot observer. The camera on a tripod 1 foot above the water level. So if the Earth was a globe of 3,959 miles, that horizon will be at 1.2 miles. But it's not. It's over 10 times that. And are you claiming are you claiming what's happening then? If it's not that the Earth is not curving.
Well, refraction, then I assume you want me to say.
No, I don't want you to say that. But is that what you're saying?
Question.
Could it be that the Earth is not curving? Could it be that?
No.
No.
So you're saying that a word that you just learning the meaning of it, it's causing the ball to look flat? That was my point since the beginning.
No, it causes you to see it from a longer distance.
So you're saying a longer distance because of obstruction?
Because of refraction, not obstruction.
So everything beyond 1.2 miles, or in my image, everything beyond 3.46 miles, which, just to add clarity, is in front of the oryx, is an illusion.
No, it's still there.
Yeah, dude, when you say refraction, that means that the thing that's there isn't appearing in its actual position, so it's illusory. So everything beyond, like in my image, 3.46 miles, to add clarity, that's in front of the oryx, is an illusion.
If that's how you want to formulate.
No, that's what you're saying. Because of refraction, things aren't appearing where they should be. In actual see that surface that we shouldn't be able to see because it's curving downwards and away from our position is actually because of refraction being pushed upwards so we can see it. It's an illusion.
Okay, yes. Why I said it wasn't an illusion is
I mean, it's quite simple for me to point at the oryx and the horizon. They all look the oryx and all look there's a horizon. But for you, this is complicated. You have to explain it away. You don't even know what you're trying to explain. But ultimately, everything that we see in this image, beyond the oil rigs, is an illusion. That's not really there, he says. Somewhere else.
That's not what I said. I said
somewhere else is behind the curvature, so we shouldn't see it. That's what it actually is, curving down, but we see it somewhere else. It's exactly what you're saying.
Yes, I'm saying the light is bending, so it makes
so we see it somewhere else. It's an illusion because of the bending of the light. It's like refraction in a glass when you look at a straw and you know it's broken. It's not actually broken, it's a fucking illusion. That's what you're saying this is. It's an illusion.
Yes, I'm saying that.
Thank you. Crazy world you live in.
What is the point? That was
because I just see oil rigs and a horizon and look, oil rigs, horizon. I could just point at them and there they are. I don't need to explain a thing. You do though.
But
because it's an illusion.
You measure the distances and...
Yeah, we know the distances to the oryx, our static oryx.
Where is the origin of this idea that you got that refraction, it's causing this effect? Do you have like some type of demonstration that can show this?
That can show this. You're looking at it.
We're looking at a horizontal frame of reference, not curvature. And you're saying by looking at the Earth not curving, it's evidence that the Earth is curving. Do you see kind of like the problem with that?
Yeah, but you're just dismissing refraction. That's what my point.
No, hold on. Refraction, that's the deviation of the part of light through the atmosphere, is can happen on whether the surface is curved or not. You just don't. Yeah. So we're going to talk about it. Yeah, it happens. But the point is, you're adding a curve in here that we don't see.
Because of refraction.
Because of refraction. Oh, okay. You
What's your
understand that
point for
different
not saying
wavelengths of light refract differently, right? They have a different refractive index.
What?
You understand different wavelengths of light refract differently because they have a different refractive index.
No, that's not. The
different wavelengths of light don't have a different refractive index.
Maybe, but that's not what explains this. It's the density of the air.
You're going to be talking about the refractive index. That's going to be dependent on the wavelength of light. Different colours have different wavelengths, so they're going to be affected differently, aren't they? Or do you need to Google this?
Actually, go and Google this, because you're not going to listen to anything that I say. So go and Google it.
But
these
listen,
are
you're not
very
saying
well
anything.
understood premises. If you don't believe me because I'm a flat earther and you need reassurance, go and ask AI.
But here's my problem: you're not making any points. You're just
I
saying
will
what
do
I
if
am
you
thinking,
understand the different
like I'm
wavelengths
supposed
of
to
light
understand them.
refract differently, so we can measure. If we send different wavelengths of light over distance, because the different wavelengths of light, apparently, because they have a different refractive index, will appear in different places on a target. Duh.
Can you show any examples
No, you
of
need to
this?
go and Google things before you start talking about them. You've just
was
brought
your
up refraction. Sorry, hold on. You've just brought up refraction, and you don't understand how it affects light.
I don't understand the relevance.
So go and Google it.
Okay, I just don't care.
Dude, well, if you don't care, then I don't know
Because
if we can
you
help
haven't explained any relevance.
Oh, because we can send laser of different wavelengths of light to measure the refraction that the laser passes through when we shoot it through the air. We measure this.
We can also send lasers and measure that.
Yeah, that's what we
is
do.
my point? What is my point?
What is your point?
I didn't say anything. I
Refraction's
just
happening.
said we can do it.
Your point is refraction's happening. I'm saying we can measure it.
Have you measured it?
Yeah, it gets done all the fucking time.
Show it then.
Oh my god. You still need to understand that different wavelengths of light are different. They have a different refractive index. You need to Google that. If you say you don't care, then the conversation's over.
Yeah, but I don't. You haven't said how that relates to the topic.
You won't
Why would
understand if you keep bringing up the word refraction and don't understand the different refractive indices of different wavelengths.
Okay, do you agree that different densities of air? Okay, you don't want to listen to me, but I should listen to you.
You keep talking about refraction. I'm telling you that we can mitigate for it by using a different spectrum.
Okay, but you haven't given me any proof of that.
You still don't understand the premise that I'm trying to give you.
But I do understand it. But
what's my premise?
I don't understand the relevance.
What's my premise?
That different wavelengths of light have a different refraction index.
Okay, carry on.
Right?
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, that's all you have said.
No, it's not all I have said.
Explain that.
Oh my God. What's the point? You wasn't listening to me before, and you're not listening to me now. Are you French?
No.
Okay.
Is that relevant?
When you're talking about the observations of the horizon, you keep bringing up refraction, right? Now, I'm going to politely ask you, do you think that we can mitigate for refraction? Let's say C in a different wavelength of light that doesn't refract as much to see if we can get a truer view of our world, being as there's lots of refraction around. Do you think that would be possible?
If you could prove it, I would think that.
What, the different wavelengths of light refract differently?
No.
Okay, so you understand this premise then, yes?
Yes.
Good. So if I was to show you infrared imagery that shows a horizon well beyond any geometric curvature, whilst we're mitigating for as much refraction as we can, keeping the atmospheric conditions as cool and without density gradients as possible. A nice clear day. If it's a nice clear day using the infrared, do you think, and this is a question for you, we should see the geometric horizon in a truer location?
I don't know. I have never seen it, so maybe if you could provide.
No, I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, I said I don't
know why I'm fucking bothering, dude, to be honest with you.
Maybe you show me the proof, because you haven't shown anything.
What proof am I going to show you?
That you could see something at a greater length than you should if you account for the curvature of the Earth.
What are you talking about?
By using infrared light, right?
What? Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'll just go and get you thousands of videos in infrared and you can go through them yourself.
Show me one, please.
Okay, no worries. I just wanted to make sure that you understand the premise, dude. Because you keep interrupting and asking questions like you don't.
Yeah, but you haven't come to any conclusions. That's my problem.
I'm trying to understand if you understand what I'm putting down before I waste my time and go and get it. What's the point of me going to get it if you don't understand it?
I've said yes many times.
Yeah, you've said a lot of times. That doesn't show me that you understand.
Why would I need to show it?
For fuck's sake. You sure you're not
just
French?
show me the example and I will believe you. Why are you so frustrated? I don't understand.
Because of you, dude.
Well, thank you.
No, it's not. No, it's not praise, mate. And if you take it as praise, it just shows me that you're a dickhead.
Thank you.
Again, dickhead.
I'll just wait for the proof.
You know the Earth curve calculation formula, right? Okay.
I'm waiting.
I know you're waiting. I'm asking you a question whilst you wait.
It's
Have
okay,
you got
I
any
can't wait in
friends?
silence.
It's like, how do you fucking have relationships with people, dude? I'm asking you
just
because
keep
it's
on
going to be
attacking
relevant
me.
to what I'm
Just
just
show the
about to
proof.
post. It's just doing it again. I'll try one more time. I'm asking you because it's relevant to what I'm about to post that you know the Earth curve calculation formula.
I know it. Now show the
What is it? What is it?
Are you gonna show anything, or you're just
What
gonna keep
is
talking?
it?
Okay, I will look at the video you sent.
You don't know what you're looking at because I don't know if you know the. You don't even know what you're looking at and why it's relevant.
You don't know that.
So what's the Earth curve formula? Dude, I've asked you 3 times now. He's in an aeroplane, it's going to be relevant.
Well, even if it's not helpful to this guy, I see he's been muted by someone. You have inspired me to start a new YouTube playlist called Infrared. I've been wanting to split up my Flat Earth playlist. I'm trying to do it because it's so long. It takes me forever to scroll through it, so now I'm trying to make subcategories. I just have to go back and recategorize the ones I already have in there.
I'm glad I've inspired you to do something. I am literally pulling my hair out.
I know, that's why I wanted to give you some encouragement to tell you all your efforts weren't wasted. I mean, bingo, come on. You're saying, give me some evidence. Like, that's all we've been doing for, like, hours, seems like. I mean, I went away and came back, and you were still going at it. I know you probably haven't had time to scroll through all the evidence everybody's been posting, but I still haven't seen your globe evidence. Pretty sure I asked for that quite some time ago. Has he shown any globe evidence?
You never asked me. Sorry.
Oh, great. Well, I'm asking you now, Bingo. Where's your... I'm pretty sure I did, but I don't care enough to rewind. I know I have a much better memory than you do. That's already been displayed throughout this conversation, but I'll just ask you now then. Just like, that, 50 First Dates. You might like that movie. That's my recommendation for you, Bingo. Because you kind of remind me of the girl in that movie. Where's your proof of curvature?
I don't have any proof. I came here to see what you think, and so far, all I have been given is some example. I give possible explanations for them based on my model, and you couldn't refute any of them.
Trying to right now with the infrared imagery, understanding
but you just
he's doing it again. It's based on your premise of refraction, dude. I'm addressing what you said, trying to help you mitigate for it. Let's see if we can get it out the way.
Okay, but this
how far should the horizon be in the image if we're on a sphere? Bingo. Being as I presume you're watching the video.
Sorry, I was trying to say something. We were on the topic of the oil rig there, and you didn't give me anything to show that refraction didn't explain this.
Oh, I'm about to.
But that's another
example. Because like I said, it's going to happen whether the surface is curved or whether it's flat. Right? So obviously the path of light is going to be moved a little bit. We can see this. It's very well categorized. Like miraging, for example, inferior and superior, towering and stooping. Even things like the resolution limit of optics is going to determine what you can see and how far you can see it. Now, you're saying that this, the changing of the wavelength of light, addresses the fact that we don't see the curvature of the Earth. I'm trying to mitigate for this, what you claim, deviation of the path of light, by changing into a spectrum, the infrared, that doesn't have a high refractive index when compared to the wavelengths of light that we see in. Understanding this, if the surface of the Earth was curved, and we're mitigating as much as we can for refraction by using the infrared spectrum, we should see a horizon in a more geographic location. That would be to say that with regards to the black swan image, closer to the observer. And what I'm trying to demonstrate to you is using the infrared spectrum, the horizon is much further away than in the visible spectrum. So when we mitigate for refraction, we still don't see the curvature of the Earth that you proclaim. In actual fact, we see much, much further. For example, in the J-Tolan images that I gave you earlier, the geometric horizon for his altitude should be at approximately 220 miles. The horizon clearly visible beyond 800 miles in the infrared spectrum.
Did you have any questions, more, Bingo, or ideas about the things you've analyzed? I was curious about how you said that the evidence you were seeing didn't match your model, but then you also said that you didn't have any proof. So that's actually a good sign that you realize that the model itself is not proof. That actually puts you above the lowest tier of Glober. The lowest tier of Globe Believer was demonstrated earlier with Ruga Pesat. Remember him? He made you look so good. So that's cool that you realize the model's not proof, but what is the model that you're adhering to, Bingo?
What the model your examples, they didn't disprove my model. That's what I'm saying.
I know you said that. Yeah, so you have something in mind, so there must be like a specific aspect of the example that is clashing with your model. So you have a model in mind. So what specifically is getting in the way of you, of your model?
Well, my model is that the planet we live on is a globe and not flat.
Okay, so if you don't take anything else away from this conversation, I would hope you would take away that you have a statement, I live on a globe, and we have hours worth of links, examples, tests, measurements that have been done, images that you could go and reproduce for yourself if you cared enough, detailed explanations about how light works, infrared observations, so on and so forth. But you have a sentence, I live on a globe. So you see how, like, to me that sounds a little bit childish. I'm not trying to be mean to you. It's not your fault that you were raised on this religious delusion called the globe. But do you see the difference here? Like, does that not cause you to kind of question clinging to this belief with no evidence?
No, the problem is everything I believe is affirmed by your examples and not disproved. So it...
Oh, it's affirmed. Oh, please. Oh, that's even, I need even more details about that. In what way is your statement, I live on a globe, affirmed by observations that disprove the geometry of the globe? Because it kind of seems like it's doing the opposite to me.
Well, the first thing is that example of the gravity, and they said that all elements fell at different rates, and they showed an example of like 8 different elements falling at different rates, but didn't explain, didn't give proof of globe. That